It's day 2 of the first Super Week here at the North American Strikers League, and Borg is back over there joining us. Whoa, Borg!
I'm back.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm a little tired. Had the worst travel day. Traveled 3 days of my whole life. Stuck in New York for 3 days. No one wants to be there, obviously. I don't, except Mystic, maybe. But other than that, I mean, I did not enjoy my time there. Stuck in the airport for 3 days sucked. But now I'm here. Made it back just for you guys. The only reason I came back, just for you guys, to enjoy Sunday Super Week. And maybe a little surprise, as you'll find out later here with the rosters.
We'll find that out in just a moment. Mystic, Daftgrass, how we doing?
Oh, it's great. And I miss my buddy Borg so much. He's been giving us updates over his time in Europe. And I've just been excited for this man to return and make an appearance on the cast, on the stream, where he belongs. And maybe in a couple games as well.
Daftgrass, what do we think this morning?
I got woken up at like 4 a.m. last night, so I'm doing good.
My bad.
I'm alive, but damn, am I not tired?
All right. Well, first up, you better snap out of it, both of you, because we're heading right into our Draft the Last segment as per normal. You see it now on your screen. Atlas's Lab Third Awakenings Draft. So you see the things that each striker had there. And while Mystic and Daftgrass are studying up, Borg, I'll explain it to you since you haven't been able to catch what's been going on here. In a moment, we will actually perform a live Awakenings draft where Mystic will represent the blue team and Daftgrass will represent the red team here. They'll call out Awakenings, trading, and alternating turns in this case. And then Borg will decide who ended up winning before we reveal what happened in the game where this one occurred. Again, Third Awakenings draft, Atlas's Lab here. And you see the sparks are in the game, so this is a fresh one that's coming right off the plate here. Mystic and Daft, you two ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right, I will go ahead and reveal the Awakenings. Mystic, you are up first.
Oh, X first pick with Cast the last stuff. Don't mind if I do.
Daftgrass, to you.
Wow, this sucks. Prime time.
Mystic.
Okay, I'm thinking between quick strikes or prime or rapid fire. I'd personally take quick strikes here. Actually, I changed my mind. Rapid fire. No, rapid fire. Final choice.
Daftgrass.
Missile prop.
Over to you, Mystic. Mystic, you gotta be faster.
Yeah, let the Julie have the big fish. I'm thinking quick strikes.
Daft.
Yeah, the big fish here.
Okay. I will say right off the rip, very different from what occurred in the game. Borg, who do you think won here?
So let me first just say, whoever played this game, the two teams, you guys deserve nothing because this is a boring draft. This is so boring. Why would you pick two Drakars, an Era, Julie X, Atlas? This is so boring. What has happened to this game since I've been gone? But anyway, I mean, I think, honestly, what is Atlas Lab? In that case, I'm pretty sure, I think Daft won with literally just because of Missile Prop and Big Fish. Atlas Lab with Julie having size on that character is absolutely disgusting.
Okay, this might be Night Market.
Is this Night Market? It doesn't
Lab.
change my mind. It doesn't change my mind. It's Daft one because Julie got Big Fish and Missile Prop Direct is still pretty gross, I'm assuming. You have to everyone know I haven't seen the game in 2 months. So I'm assuming things here. But I'm going to say Daft one, Cast the Last with Rapid Fire Era X. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know who played this. This is insane.
I'll go ahead and reveal it. It is Goats versus Chatting from yesterday.
Whoa.
Where the Cast to Last was not picked up by anybody, much to the dismay of everyone in the Twitch chat. With Apalmi picking up the Big Fish as first pick and Fudgy Waffles picking up the Quick Strikes. It was Chatting that ended up becoming victorious in this game before Goats would go on to take the game 3 here. Mystic, what do we think about the Cast to Last here?
Holy, I could not have seen a worse pick from this X. You're taking Big Fish just because it's like you're so tunnel vision on the reverb peak performance synergy. It's so whizzed. Like stagger, like the stagger build isn't real. Like just take Cast the Last, or at least take like quick strikes. Because now that I'm looking at it, you take like quick strikes and then leave cast open for your era, and like that's probably actually the play. But you definitely don't take Big Fish on X. I think that's completely wrong.
Daftgrass, what are you thinking here? What stands out to you?
Honestly, yeah. No, I completely agree with what he's saying. Like the stagger build isn't for like the side effects of the stagger. It's the fact that you need more stagger. Like reverb and like peak performance, the bonuses that you get from them are just like afterthoughts. The 350 stagger is really the only thing that you want. I am shocked. Honestly, it really sucks for Drew here. Like, really, no matter what he wants to take, because Era has the choice of quick strikes, rapid fire, and prime time. So
And Cast.
and theoretically Cast. So it is a hard draft for him there.
All right. Well, as I said, of course, Chatting eventually won this game, but it was Goats that went on to win the set overall, or win the match overall yesterday, I should say. And on that note, we'll take a look at where our standings are halfway through our Super Week. Of course, no real surprises. Borg with Sad Boys Finesse, Demons Raw up there at the top of the tables. But then we start getting down to these teams that are closer in the middle. Core Overflow, Goats making a surge in the standings now later on, and Chatting starting to falter a little bit as this season has progressed. But key matches coming up today, especially for this Jakara Chatting team, where they have the opportunity, Daftgrass, to take one against the Sunuba Strikers.
Yeah, they definitely do. Honestly, I wasn't. Are you talking about Chikara Chatting?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I have full faith in them there. Sorry, I'm a little zoned out. It's that
early.
time of day, you know.
It's
It's early.
day 2.
It's early.
It's day 2.
It's Saya's breakfast time, you know.
No. It's it is. I think it's too early for Saya's breakfast time, even still.
Look, it's their
but-
match to get back into the standings. I believe in them.
They've been struggling a little bit as of late, but of course we'll be hoping to see them bounce back. The other team that's got question marks that we'll be seeing play twice today is Demons Raw. They're able to pick up and remain undefeated, but now they've got both Orbits and Winterfall to go up against, looking to remain undefeated here. But I will say is that this team has looked incredibly clean so far, Mystic. You all are going to have to play up against them later today. What are you looking out for in terms of what Demons Raw can actually do to perform?
I mean, Demons Raw is in a position here to be first place, right? Like they win both of their matches, they go 5-0, but unfortunately, since they have to verse Winterfall, that won't be the case. So I'm not saying that we're better than them. I'm just saying that I teamed with them and I might have done something to Gumi's PC. Maybe not.
Whoa.
So if he disconnects in the middle of the game on that final 0.5, you never know. You never know what can happen in these games.
Damn.
But they're looking really strong. They're looking really, really strong.
All right. We're going to go through with some predictions here because we are starting to run out of time and our first match is getting ready as the players are getting settled in. But we'll start with the second match of the day between Orbits and Demons Raw. Daft, I'll send it over to you first. Who do you have in this one?
Honestly, I mean, Orbits has a really tough day, right? They have to play Demons Raw, also Core Overflow. I unfortunately think Demons Raw taking this one for sure.
Mystic?
Demons Raw. Those are my teammates from Big Fish Friday. They got me the Sony W emote. Hey.
Borg, who you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna put Demons Raw. They're only gonna be losing to one team today, and it's not Orbits. I'll be saying that.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get right into that then. Because next up, it's Demons Raw versus Winterfall, as Demons Raw will take the doubleheader back to back. But I'm hearing some interesting rumors about the Winterfall roster. Who wants to say it? Who wants to say it?
The guest of honor.
Oh,
Tell us
please.
about it.
Let's just say that my training arc in Europe is done, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get real close here. I'm back, baby. Demons Raw's going down.
You weren't playing the game in Europe.
That's irrelevant. My mental has gotten stronger.
Not a trading arc.
My mental has gotten stronger. My patience, impeccable. Mechanics, not so much, but you don't need mechanics, right? In Omega Strikers, it's not really a mechanical game. But yeah, let's just say that Winterfall is going to take this series, and it's going to be a big brawler diff. We'll say that much.
Okay. Daft Grass, do you share in that confidence?
I don't know. Mystic said he like put like dust in Gumi's PC fans or something. So I'll bank on Gumi's PC frying itself and give us the win.
Oh yeah.
Mystic, is your hack job gonna come in clutch here or what? The fourth player is Gumi's PC for Winterfall?
It's gonna be winter mother all today.
Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa!
Whoa!
We're gonna take this game.
My confidence is not there, for the record. I'll temper.
That's fair.
I'll temper the expectations here. Borg, you've got it. I haven't seen you play the game in like 2 months. How are you going to defeat an undefeated team, potentially even best in the league?
Well, I played a quick play game today.
Oh yeah,
And
one
then,
quick play game on Gates
went
of Obscura,
from-
and you had a really sick goal.
Yeah, I had a pretty cool goal. It was on a Dubu, and he was lagging. And then I also hit high gold in like 3 games. So I still got it.
Oh no, our teammate's
Goats
gone. We're getting
Esports.
counterattacked.
Oh.
We'll check in on where Daftgrass went.
No,
There
I'm
we
back.
go.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm
He's
good.
back.
I'm good.
He's back. Goats Esports versus the Sad Boys. Mystic, I'll take it over to you first. Who you got here?
You know, Goats is that team that can win the most random of matches, but you know, I'm giving it the Goats this time. Giving it the Goats for the meme. They can do
Or
it.
the meme. Boy.
But please, not with those drafts.
Please, no more. I don't want to see those boring drafts anymore.
Boring.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to give it. I may be on Winterfall right now. The reinforcements have arrived, but I'm a sad boy at heart. I started the league, gone, but still their loyal sub. I'm giving it to the Sad Boys, baby. Oh yeah.
Daftgrass, who you got?
I agree with Mystic's notion. Maybe Goats can pull something out, but I think Sad Boys are just the better team.
I'm thinking it's going to be Sad Boys still, and I imagine we'll see 2 undefeated teams heading into, well, this is a bit of a preview or no, we went through both teams' raw matches. So I imagine we'll be seeing 2 undefeated teams head into their week 5 matchup. That'll be a fun one. Sad Boys versus Demon Raw coming up next week. You all won't want to miss that one.
Well, they won't be
last
undefeated.
match. What?
They
Oh,
won't be
right.
undefeated.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. They
just-
won't be
sorry.
undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
to interrupt you.
Sudobu Strikers versus Chikara Chatting, an incredibly important one here for playoff implications, where Chikara Chatting has to find their footing in this league if they want to stay ahead of that 6th place cutoff line. Borg, I'll send it over to you first. Who do you have here?
You know what? 3Z let me down last week. He really did. But I believe in 3Z Breezy to bring me a victory. He's going to take this one single-handedly. Dubu, baby.
Single-handedly X-Lore coming out here. All right. Daftgrass, who you got?
You know what? I feel inspired by X-Lore. I'm gonna give it to Sundubu here.
Mystic?
If you asked me at the beginning of the league, when everyone was 0-0, I would have said chatting 100%. But seeing Sundubu rock people's heads off and chatting kind of falter a little more than I expected them, it's got to be a Sundubu win.
Gotta say, Chatting did not look prepared for their match yesterday versus Goats, but I imagine that's because they're more prepared for this matchup. I'll give it to Chatting because I think this is going to be a close one, and I think they still have the ability in them to pull it off. I want to see chaos unfold, and I want to see the league standings come down to the wire later on. But up first, in the first match of the day, it'll be Core Overflow versus Orbits. Mystic, I'll give it to you first. Who do you have here?
The cows are going to take it. Ain't no way about it.
Daft? Daft? There you
Oh,
go.
you said my name. You cut
I
out.
did say
That's
your
not on
name.
me. That's
Well.
not me. That's not on me. That's not on me. But you know what isn't on me?
I promise you didn't cut off.
The fact that I think Cal is just gonna win this. I think they're just the better team. I also want Leo Leon to win. So
Get one on the
that
board
stands in
there
it.
for Core Overflow. Borg, who you got?
I'm gonna give it to Core Overflow. It's not that I don't believe in Orbits, but they just got to prove it to me first. You know what I mean? That's about
I
it.
too wish I could be an Orbits believer, but I don't think that's going to happen here today. Core Overflow sweeping the predictions here, and they are standing by in this match. Core Overflow versus Orbits, though of note, it'll be Slop coming in for Streak. for Core Overflow, and Spencer, of course, holding it down for Orbits. We'll see what happens in this first matchup of the day. And on the mic, we will have Yoshi64 and Fudgy Waffles on the cast. So I'll have the two of you take it away as we get settled for our first match.
What's up, gamers? How's it going?
What's
Fudgy.
poppin'? Let's go.
How are you right now? Give me the update.
I'm a little, hey, me and Yoshi, we were up last night. We were balling out. We're as you do, celebration party for
a big day.
Our big win. Goat, not as well known, Yoshi, Goat's esports substitute player. But
that's me.
We're not going to be watching Goat's esports right now. We're going to be watching 2 games of Orbits in a row. So Orbits fans, get in here now. Everyone
rise
get
up.
in here. Because we're going Orbits versus
Core all the way.
Overflow. We're going all well, first of all, we're going all the way.
We're going all the way. Let's be clear.
Let's be clear. And then you fade into nothing, like in the TikToks, right?
Just like in the TikToks.
Yeah. And then we're seeing Orbits versus Raw. So we're seeing Core Overflow and Demons Raw, both, I'll just say top 4 projected teams. And Orbits kind of a question mark right now. They've had to play some pretty good teams. They are currently the only win that Chatting has gotten so far, but Chatting is obviously a good team. They have performed very well in weeklies, and you can say weeklies don't matter, but I like to think
very well in them.
Yeah, people are trying. I don't think people are throwing every single game in their weeklies. Maybe a few, but you have to be pretty good to show the consistent results Chatting have been getting. So really, Orbits just have had a pretty tough schedule, and should really be getting easier after this week, which is the bright side for Orbits. But today is not that day.
Today is not that day.
Indeed.
And here we're loading into game, getting ready.
Go.
This is a big game. These are two big teams, and I think Orbits again are gonna win. Easy sweep, but could do with picking up a big dub,
And we see Slop playing for the side of Core Overflow. So
yep, we see Era will not be playing today on Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, Era,
none of that
very
will be
strong
coming
character. I really like playing Era on this map because you send your ult down into the abyss and it just gets in there. And so they're banning the Luna, which I do think Luna. I've not played against many Lunas on this map, but I do see why it's strong because it's a very open map. You have many ways of getting in there and causing a lot of forward pressure. And Slop is just really, kind of a little bit of a known Luna goalie player, but instead playing Atlas instead, who one of the creation goalies, any of the creation goalies, just really good on this map.
Right. In the emergency, my character's been banned. Time to play Atlas moment. You know how it is.
As you see the Ashers being matched, which makes a lot of sense. Asher also really strong this match, and we see a bit of a surprising pick for me as we see the Juno pop out for hook resets, and Spencer, who is currently going to be goalie this week for Orbits, is playing the Imi. So look at immediately Spencer popping out with a huge amount of forward pressure, using all the Imi abilities to win kickoff really strong there. And Lumos tries to finish off, but it's immediately traded. Getting this first barrier on this map ends up being usually pretty easy. And the game also just kind of devolves into moments like that where they're all stacked on the barrier, triple goaling. But it doesn't really matter if you just can get one strike war into somewhere that's not in that corner. Although the corner usually is the best way to get those goal barriers. Core Overflow showing there's other ways to do it. Elo Heaven, I think using the portals pretty well there. With their teammates able to send that barrage right into the bottom.
Yeah, cut it. Was going straight to Spencer, but the classic barrage it in the corner. He just slipped it in, no questions asked.
Yeah, and here we go.
send it back into the corner. Airships, the creation meets the creation, and it kind of resets
Unstoppable force versus immovable object.
It truly is. It truly is in the battle of creation forward versus goalie. But this is a lot of pressure here. The flip and the turret able to come out to get something. And now Lumos has to try and relieve some pressure of this flip and put some pressure of their own. But now they're just trying to deal with Leo Leon. It's really scary when Asher is standing next to the portal. Because there's just any random pass can just end up being the end of the game. Especially with I-Me goalie. Because the matchup is really good for Asher once you get into melee range. But Lumos able to find that last barrier. And Hook Reset's having flip. But they finally get that KO at the cost of another goal though. 2-0.
Hey, that's a scaling mentality. Get some EXP now, win the game later.
It's true. That's true. You get that KO. And Hook Resets has that flip. I mean, Slop also has a flip, and Elo Heaven's about to get one of their own. But
hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Get the KO now, win the game later.
Hey, we'll see how that pans out. Oh wow, weird. I'm not sure what happened in that interaction, but somehow Core is able to touch the final barrier, leaving them open, and it's 2 barriers to 1. This is pretty dominant so far from Core Overflow. Now just Elo Heaven and Leo Leon, they've been playing a lot through the portals right now, so it's going to be interesting to see how Orbits adapt to this. But Spencer able to use his I-Me damage to get another KO, this time not losing the goal for it. If they can use this power play to get both barriers as they're currently doing and get a score here, then their game plan is looking pretty good. Spencer just barely misses the Cyrus swipe to save that one, but this is kind of what you have to be able to deal with when you're playing I-Me, when you don't have as many defensive options.
Yeah, very close to saving it. I believe it was Elo Heaven's Giga Blast through the portal that put that in. Great shot. I don't think anyone was expecting that to go in. So very understandable why that happened. We see Slot picking up Catalyst. A newly nerfed Catalyst, but
yeah, especially on this map when people tend to bunch up so much, Catalyst ends up getting a lot of good use. The Monumentalist going to Juno probably makes sense. I don't really know what Juno takes. That's pretty lost there.
Hey, big slimes. Big slimes hurt.
But Lumos grabbing his prize fighter. If they stick to their game plan of just killing Leo Leon, if they can stack up some prize fighter stacks, then it could work out pretty well. But it won't work out pretty well if they immediately lose gold, get both barriers, and then Leo Leon almost gets immediately dimed up after. Oh, Slop almost able to defend that, but Hook Resets, with the help of their team, is able to make a great play there and eventually pass it through to Lumos using the portal play very well. It's just when you have this a quarter portal start, it gets so much harder as it does get so much harder as a goalie to play, but you also opens up a new clearing angle for you where you can hit it more backwards into your own side's portal, which will often not be covered. So that's the upside, but the downside is especially after goal barriers are gone, it's like how can defend?
Right, it's so vulnerable. You have to work so much harder to keep your goal safe.
You can't be having soft hands when the
no soft hands allowed.
No soft hands allowed. Leon getting to read early on that portal, but not early enough to catch it, but they're still able to mount an offensive. Lumos now has flip, trying to move in, use the airship to get a bonus. A great flip to block that primary from Slop and just sends it right into the bottom.
And something I want to note that I just noticed, first of all, peak performance hotshot start. We love hotshot start. Woo. And also, Slop took a jack button.
Yeah, Slop did take a jack button. And if there's a map to do it, it's this one. It's
this one.
Like you're gonna be
Atlas, though.
Yeah, you're gonna be hit so much that it's really like actually I'm like the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm believing in it, because I know some people have been doing this. Ooh, good save from
great
Spencer,
save.
and it gets the barrier. This is also 2-0 right now. They are quickly changed pace. Orbits are looking like a whole new team like in the second set, but Slop of this eject.
Oh my God, cook it up, Elo Heaven.
Yeah, what a great Giga.
A Giga Goat sighting. Out in the wild.
I'm just still thinking about this slop eject button because it is just the cooldown reduction was just buffed to 30%, and that's your most important cooldown for defending his barriers because it is so good for defending this corner. Like you can see he tried to throw it out there, but it ended up not being needed. But it made sense to throw it out because if anything gets through there and it hits that, then you are not losing a barrier for a solid it's not 5 seconds, it's way less, but it feels like an eternity sometimes as a forward waiting for this secondary to come off. And Elo haven't able to get I think a Giga Blast KO there, but Lumos trading and getting a prize fighter stack in turn. And now Hasflip isn't quite able to get a score off of it, but able to find that bottom corner. Slop tries to throw, I think tries to run up in secondary so that he can try to run down and defend both, but just doesn't have that time. And with no momentum boots to catch up, that's showing one of the downsides of having a eject button is that you're going to have a little bit more trouble once your goal barrier is open.
Yeah, and hey, Orbits have tied up the sets. Orbits believers, rise up. This is the moment. Here's where they sweep.
This is where they win.
This is where they win.
Yeah,
extra special Manu Juno. Hot shot. Oh my god, wait. Think about that for a moment.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to play against. I think these slams are gonna be hitting hard on the core and honestly the enemy players too, because that Juno damage, though it's not something that is usually heavily considered when you have a Juno in the game, it's gonna look at how low, even with I think there was a Atlas ult there. It ended up being. It doesn't matter though because they're able to just win before any of them can take a significant amount of damage. And I think one of the honestly a problem with this Juno is that you don't have as much pushing power when trying to push them out of the corner as Kai does. Kai and Asher, you can just play these characters goalie. And although some people will play Juno goalie I would say to great success. I don't think on this map it's going to be as strong because you just don't have the same clearing power.
I agree. And here we see Elo Heaven running in. We do a little bit of portal play here. Getting locked, but Lumos has flip. Things are looking a little dicey for Core Overflow right now.
Yeah, able to get the secondary off, but Slop still has the flip, and with the cooldown reduction, might have secondary coming up soon. So they would like to make a play as soon as possible. A bit of a small blunder from hook resets there, but they're going to be able to move it up anyway. Lumos, kind of a little bit of a Kaz. Not able to get that shot. Leo Leon has nothing open though, and they try to make a passing play, but this course moving really fast, which makes it really actually a bit harder to get Kai Barrage down sometimes onto the enemy goalie. And Lumos everyone's back online. Spencer moving up, trying to make some offensive plays with these abilities, while everyone else holds down the fort. A lot of kind of stun locks happening, but Leo Leon able to finally get a 1v1 with the goalie, and Spencer used those abilities earlier to push the core up, so it doesn't have anything to defend with.
Yeah, wow, there were a lot of people going in portals and things being on different sides of the field at once. Go.
A lot of things happening.
Well, a lot of things happening. My little ape brain is lighting up wonderfully looking at this map.
Honestly, playing through goalie through these portals? Oh,
wow.
Elo Evan just walks it in. Leo Leon just covering the entire top side. And Leo Evan had flipped the boot if needed, but wasn't even necessary. And another 3-0. Or I think that's another 3. It might be the first one, but last set was looking pretty dominant in Orbit's favor.
And Orbit's flavor.
And Orbit's flavor.
Buy it now.
Probably what color? What are their team colors? The Timeless Creator.
Sometimes blue, sometimes red. I think blue.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of like a Neapolitan type vibe. But Asher getting this Timeless Creator, I think it might be looked at more as a deny, but I really see it more as just it's real strong on this map, especially. Not only is it just really strong on Asher, but every time this Asher moves up, Lumos just gets a KO, and that's a prize fighter stack also. Every time.
Yeah, that's big.
Leo Leon's able to throw the ult down in the corner, it is going to get probably at least one gold barrier, especially against this Aimee, unless Aimee has turret or something to counter it, or Lumos has one of their own. Leo Leon was in a very scary spot for Orbits, but they're able to defend and good cyber swipe to clear it out. But with these portals and with how much open space there is, they're just going to get another opportunity to attack. So we're going to have to see some way for Orbits to find a clear out, but instead, and one, able to shoot that one before a KO comes through, and another goal. Once again, just getting the goals before the KOs can happen. Lumos not getting a prize fighter stack for that KO either, so, but will get one for that one. So now Lumos at max prize fighter stacks. This could be the win condition they need to win this game, is to just be able to deal enough damage to deal with these guys. Slop has no evasive right now, no energy. If they can deal enough damage to him to probably even go through the ult, then things could be looking pretty good right now for this Orbits roster.
Right here, Hook has flipped. Well, so does Lumos, pops it, tries to get the barrier. And here we see Hook kind of sitting on Leo Leon as Lumos gets that barrier. Orbits drops one, still has another, so... And they are killing incredibly well.
Oh, Cyberswipe almost catches that, which would put him in a really bad spot. But wow, the airship comes through. Pass Splitter able to take out just on its own. Hook resets, and now the flip is in for Leo Leon. Passes it into the barrage, and Spencer is not able to clear it. And this could be map point already. This has been a very speedy game.
Yeah, Orbits fans, grab onto the edge of your seat. This one's going to be close. They're going to be looking for a big comeback right now. And that's where it starts.
Showing off the power. Once again, I'll keep saying it. 3 prize fighter stacks in this game. This is definitely a comebackable round. If you're going to reverse sweep, well, that's not how you start it. But almost able to clear it out. They finally make it through like so many strikes, but gets right through. Since they're not able to eject back and strike in time, and that is map 1. And although 3-1, a pretty speedy one at that to core overflow.
Yeah, Gates of Obscura usually running quick, and their Leo Leon just pushed it in. Asher willed it in with her magic powers. A 14-minute game.
14 minutes. That might be the shortest 3-1 game I've ever seen. Like I've seen like plenty of like 14-ish minute 3-set games, but I don't know, maybe it's not that weird, but
yeah,
really,
if you look at the stats, sorry, the damage coming out from Orbits is insane.
Yeah, because they really were playing to that. They're playing with this Aimee goalie that does a little bit more damage. Lumos really shining, especially with towards the end there, the prize fighter. And Hook resets doing really like not a slouch on that damage either, especially with some of those trainings that they were able to get. But all of them having like more or the same damage as Leo Leon, who ended up doing the most damage for them. But that's just not their win condition when they're playing with this Kai and this Atlas. It's just really just going maximum stuff potential, trying to get through the goalie, and honestly, I'm sure they were pretty happy to play into an Aimee, since there is just a lot less Aimee can do to prevent this stuff, rather than a character like Atlas, who can just kind of throw a secondary down and have a lot of strength there. So, something else that's cool about this matchup: Lumos and Slop, ex-teammates from PLI, if I remember correctly. Streak being subbed in to win that with Lumos, but currently is not in this game, but is also a core overflow member. So a little bit of old pals battling it out.
Yeah, a couple of friends hitting the core strike fields, but this time in a different context.
Yeah, as enemies instead of as friends.
As mortal enemies. They hate each other now.
But I always like looking at the matchup between ex-teammates and kind of trying to see if they know anything, if they've noticed things in their own teammates' play that they think they can take advantage of. and things like that. A little bit harder to do against an Atlas. Pretty often it's
Tell me the Atlas gameplay variation.
yeah, you do primary it through them, and then sometimes you make the big circle, and then sometimes you make the big circle that heals people. But
Hey, I'm making a big circle.
yeah,
That's my skill expression.
There's definitely ways to be creative on any character, but and show I guess personality is how I like to put it.
Yeah, like
But-
eject button.
Yeah, like eject button, and Slop did do that with eject button, to be honest.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was ready to make fun of him, but then you said 30% CDR on a secondary, and I don't know, the light was shown directly in my eyes.
Yeah, it's definitely real. I know that Streak played with that against Soon-to-Be Strikers Feet Goalie Waffles in Big Fish Friday, but they lost with that, so I kind of was like disregarding it a bit. So, but it definitely is strong, especially on that map. I think if that is probably, I would guess that's the best map to run this eject button Atlas. But we're seeing the era ban targeting hook resets, the very well known for their era. And
this is a great era map.
This is a great era map. And they do not want to deal with this Kai again. I'm assuming that's targeting Elo Heaven. But
yeah, Kai down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see another Juno pick or if we see a Dracarmir. I don't know how much hook resets plays Dracar, but Elo Heaven definitely has it online. And Leo Leon loves picking this X when he can. If he sees an opportunity to, he loves to bring it out. This is a great map for X, and if there's a good awakening start for it, then you don't really need an era to help you out. So it can make sense. We are seeing, it looks like a Dracarmir, but other than that, different goalies and brawlers from each side.
Yeah, I think the Dracarmir is interesting. I'm very excited to see what hook resets can cook up on Dracar.
Extra special start though, and chrono.
Oh wow, and chrono boost. Hi, Leon.
Yeah, Slop is gonna be liking this. Playing Luna with extra special is so nice. You just get your ult at the start of every round, and it's so high impact. Especially if you're able to take out.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, good double donk there.
Yeah, dollar menu McDoubler.
Dollar menu McDoubler. But once Slop has finally hit level 2, or not finally, but has hit level 2, and it's now going to be able to just be taking elusives off over and over again, and then X is going to be able to fly through it. However, Luna is going to have a little bit more trouble defending when it gets close. Not to say Aimi won't either, but just one shotgun is really all you need to get through most Luna plays. And having to use a dash for a shotgun is a trade that Dracar would love to make as much as possible. Hook resets running in here. Oh, but no!
Oh,
I have done this before. Slop flips it, but hits it in with his own ultimate. The crater there, because it feels weird because it feels like you can flip to evade it from the crater maker, but instead
that's your move.
That's your move. So it hits it back in, and not quite able to strike it back in time. Maybe it was reacting and just missed it a little late or didn't have strike up. But just a really awkward situation to be in, and a tough way to win the first round. But you want to make some mistakes early, it's whatever. But Leon's looking real low right now.
Yeah, hurting just a little bit. Taking a lot of damage coming out from orbits, which, as we saw last game, does seem to be their game plan. Elo Heaven also low. Yeah, staggered even. We can go as far as... It's just kind of struggling. Lumos also low. It's a bit of a bloodbath out here.
Yeah, they're able to get some damage back, especially like Luna and Aimi are both goalies that are going to be trying to deal a lot of damage. Slop going in to get the stun and almost is able to dime it in, but Spencer sends out that flip, able to keep them in this round, and now they have a pretty good attack Bruin up on this last barrier. Hook resets does the mix up to get it across, stop shoving, and gets it, which is really good for them because they're able to get that last barrier and even it out. Slop does have flip though, and every time this dash comes online, it's going to be really scary because there's just going to be a flip in the enemy goal box. that they have to be ready for at all times. With no Ivy turret up, able to clear it away, which is really important, but it gets really scary as Lumos is really low, but instead Leo Leon is taken out, and Lumos has time to heal up and mount an attack with this power play. Slop does have flip. If they can get that offline, it's going to be really good, but instead Slop is able to win a 1v1 versus Spencer. The flip is able, I think it stuns Spencer for a second, which is able to actually contributes to that goal being able to go in. But Slop taking advantage of the power play situation where they tend to spread out a little bit more, which gives you sometimes opportunities to go 1v1 against the enemy goalie if you can find them. But already next round, Leo Leon's gone.
Wow. That was vicious. And Orbits here is really pushing. And all three members pushing past the midline, trying to get it. They lose a barrier for their troubles, but Lumos almost puts it in. And suffers a million damage for it.
Yeah, everything's popping out. The flip barely misses and doesn't reach Lumos, but Hook resets.
Wow.
Hits that strike shotgun straight into the bottom left, lock and loading their way into not only a point but a KO as well.
Yeah, double score. Put two things in the net.
Get 2 points for that. Next round. Immediately, just so much damage. And it's
so much
weird.
damage.
Sometimes it feels weird to look at these comps and think like, oh, this is going to be a damagey game. But it's really... Like I've said this before, but when you're running these goalies, the game will get really damagey really, really quickly. And Lumos able to finish off that KO, and Spencer mounting an assault with this turret, and just both ultis come out, both creation ultis coming out from this team, while Elo Heaven gets a KO of their own onto Hook resets, and now is a power play going in the other direction, and both goal barriers down for Orbits. If they can finish this off, they're back in it for the set. But Hook resets is back online, moving up, trying to find something. Lumos trying to dribble through, trying to get something, use some cooldown to get through into the enemy goal box. And they finally find it. They can keep it up and force Slop to use this flip. They're one step closer to finding a goal. But Leo Leon has the Chrono Boost dash to get in, and 2 flips are online. Leo Leon is 100% ready for that pass, and ready for this one as well, as he scores one in, bringing us 2-2 into our first set.
Yeah, what a sick pass. That ball went straight to Leo Leon's hands, and all he had to do was left click literally anywhere on the right side of his screen.
Sometimes you just gotta punch it in.
Sometimes you just gotta punch it in. Oh my god. And Lumos and Hook are just mowing down Slop right now. Only got 1 barrier for it, but what a vicious forward push.
Yeah, it was looking pretty tough, but this is one of the reasons with iMe and with Luna goalie, Drakkar midfield is really good, because you just kind of have a second goalie that can just send these shotguns out and do a lot, but the KO comes through, and Spencer could be up next.
Yeah, no energy.
Yeah, we're seeing a goalie swap situation here, because you kind of need to, because Slop cannot, Spencer cannot stay in this goal, but ends up getting KO'd either way. And now they have to, forwards are in the net. Hook resets and Lumos playing characters that can defend this barrier better than, I would say, characters like X, for example. But they end up able to protect this barrier, and we're back to 3-on-3. Spencer, though, getting bullied by Leo Leon. Again, heavily bullied, not sitting very low. Does have an evade left, but it is very similar to a power play, unless it's going to be really hard for Spencer to get in those positions to defend, but Spencer is able to defend his last barrier, but not for long. And now Lumos is going to need to try to get a trade here quickly. But Slop able to come in with the flip and dash into the flip to set up Leo Leon for a score, and they're able to take this first set in a very close fashion.
Yeah, and close fashion indeed. I'm surprised at how close this game is.
And this is what they needed. It turns out they needed to win this round, because Deadeye is up and Luna is receiving it. Their choristers, Twin Drive and Catalyst, which are also really good, but Deadeye is just so important here.
The Slop is doing backflips in his room right now, picking up Deadeye on the first carousel.
Yeah, doing
egoist.
Yeah, doing a Slop flip right now. Luma, yeah, interesting how far it almost felt Catalyst and Egos got in that draft. But there's also, I think it's pretty hard between Monumentalists sometimes. With Monumentalists and just having this huge Asher thing can get really tough, especially when flips are coming out of it. Leo Leon, Lauren all over Spencer, just not really finding ways to survive against this X. It gets really tough. It's especially when you can't take pauldrons, when you're playing against characters like X or Kazan, who are known to Oki or just stand on the enemy goalie a little bit more than other characters. Things can get really tough, but wow, a lot of damage able to fall onto Lumos, but able to retreat, get some of that back. Does have the Van Brace, so does Leo Leon. They are matching on that, but Slop able to find that barrier, just run in, and through that barrier able to mount an offensive that ends with Elo Heaven being able to lock and load to get the first goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, the triple goalie did not work, as Leo Leon, trying to score, ends up diming up Elo Heaven, who is a free shot at the pocket.
Hook resets kind of forced the flip here of this Deadeye crater coming out from Slop, which doesn't really result in too much, but they are able to maintain more semblance of core control from it, and Lumos has the pass splitter and the dash to try to block this flip, but still able to get out. Now trying to find a way out before Asher can find a position to get onto Slop, but Spencer on the other side of the map getting bullied once again by Leo Leon, and is going to have to use some cooldowns a bit differently than maybe they'd like to, but and end up losing the second barrier through this X. You can just win these strike wars once you get into close proximity. It's just really hard to win these. Hook resets playing patiently here, playing smart, able to once again with the same angle get this barrier, but now Spencer is having to dash up, honestly, just to get away from Leo Leon, who just has flip in front of the enemy goal box, but is stunned, and then the buffer goes through, and somehow, from what looks like one of the most unwinnable scenarios, Orbits are able to take this point.
Right, and hey, that's what Orbits is all about. Orbits fans, it's time. Who cares about Deadeye Luna? Rise up. Oh, Lumos. That was a nuclear missile.
No.
Oh, no.
But,
oh, dear.
We've seen, I'll have to point it out, that is, I believe, the third or fourth own barrier we've seen from this Orbits roster in this match, including the first one. Just a little bit, maybe just a little bit of nerves, maybe just the tight situations, making it really hard to find these clear angles, but probably could be doing a toll mentally on them. It gets real tough when this is happening multiple times and trying to get through this, and Leo Leon taking advantage of that, able to get a score on there, and then it's 2-1, and Cook resets. This has to deal with all of his damage already.
Owie.
Extremely, no. Owie, owie, owie. I need a Band-Aid for that one. Might need a giant, quite a big Band-Aid.
Bring out the big Band-Aid. This one's serious.
Bring out the big Band-Aid. Immediately, right now. Slop dashing up. Honestly, was probably looking for the core as well, but instead is just able to deal that much damage to help them secure that KO on the hook resets from that damage they did earlier in the round. And now Spencer has to try to find a way to clear it with this flip. Everyone's back online now. Leo Leon's the one that's going to be the next target of this attack. Almost gets the KO, but he's able to survive and get this orb with a little bit left. Has his fan brace. If he's able to get in there and deal enough damage, can possibly be able to survive, especially using that evade to dodge the pass splitter. Slop comes in quick, gets a KO on hook resets. Leo Leon no longer staggered, now in a power play situation with one barrier left. They need to equalize this barrier to make this round even, and they do it with this lock and load. Now Leo Leon looking for some way to cook something up to get this point, but instead is being thrown into the wall. The Crater comes out, trying to find some damage, but gets some evades instead, which is still really good. Leo Leon has no evade and is looking really low. Is able to dash out to get to evade the damage and then stun Spencer, which leaves it wide open for Elo Heaven to take set 2, 3-1.
Yeah, big set 2 for Core Overflow. Here we've got some great trainings for these characters out on the board. Castellast will probably not fall to X, but I doubt Spencer or Lumos really want to deny them. We'll see what Lumos does here.
Yeah, it's tough because he still gets perfect form, which is
which is
just received a buff.
Yeah, hey, they buffed it again. Big,
Like
20%.
And when you're playing X and you have heavy impact chrono boost, your chrono boost is allowing your ult to get more hits on your perfect form, and you're almost always gonna be able to get this heavy impact proc. So the cooldowns on Leo Leon are gonna be really low right now. That's gonna be really scary and not fun to play against if you are this Orbits team.
Yeah, X with 15 moves per second. It turns out it's a little strong. It goes hard.
But this time, it's Orbits that are able to blitz out at the beginning of the round and able to get these barriers and force Elo Heaven into a bad position. And just a really awkward spot, able to get the KO, and they're able to finish it off. And now looking a lot brighter in a round like that, where they're able to get the KO at the beginning of the round. They're able to get both gold barriers at the beginning of the round, able to put in this pressure. Once they get in close, it's really important that Lumos is able to get these barriers, or really any of them are able to. But now getting really bullied by this X. Just waits maybe a bit too long to elusive and ends up really low and staggered. And now, oh, the dash through the wall almost ends up with a KO in the end, but the evade comes on in time at the perfect spot. And Lumos just sitting pretty. But the Molten Bolt immediately comes out after. You have no time to rest, Lumos. Just keep getting hit with all these abilities. Spencer up front with the pass splitter is able to get this barrier. Lumos gets the read, but a little bit too early and doesn't end up getting a goal off of it. But here comes X with the dash.
Wow. A great play. He used a primary to get the barrier, dribbled it off the back wall, and then popped forward flip. Dashed it right in. Very well executed. And he just had all of his moves, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder why this character had all of the moves.
Where did they come from?
Deal damage, but
whoa, where'd that guy go? He got drive-by shot down.
Yep, that's already gone. Lumos had to use flip defensively as well, and all the damage was coming in. Spencer is extremely low right now. He's going to have to use elusive to avoid his X, but the chrono boost is up, so it's still just going to be able to punch Spencer out. Somehow he's still alive right now. But it's not going to be able to defend very well against this X, who can just throw out any cooldown against them, and then Spencer is suddenly looking in a terrible spot, able to get this stagger offline, but immediately is hit with two abilities that bring it right back down. Elo Heaven uses the flip to dime up Leo Leon, who is punching them out of the gold box. So able, just a really perfect pass. They've done this twice now, where they get that pass, they go around and behind both of the enemies in the gold box and dime up Leo Leon.
And things are looking tense for Orbits right now. But you know what they say, and the sun always shines brightest in the dawn after the darkest. Good morning, everyone.
What they always say.
That's what they always say.
They always say.
The dawn will rise after the darkest moments.
This is what they always say, I guess.
I woke up like 40 minutes ago.
I woke up in a new...
I woke up in the dawn when it was shining the least. But hey, things are shining bright for Orbits and getting two barriers here.
I guess you were right. I guess this is what they always... This is why they always say. This is why they always say it. But actually, now Hook Resets and Lumos are looking pretty low. They're mounting an offensive on... Oh, but Spencer!
Oh, never doubt me again.
Cyber swipe. I'm never down you again.
Believers.
I'm never
rise up.
Never doubt what everyone says. Just listen to the masses. Become part of the hive mind.
The hive mind will take you to great places. Unlike where Hook Resets was standing, which was right under the crater.
But Hook Resets.
Oh my god.
Taking out Leo Leon, who's taking a lot of damage early, similar to what Hook Resets did, but now they're in completely different positions. Hook Resets looking really healthy and getting a KO instead. Now trying to get past Slop, but Slop is just winning these strike wars extremely well. They're able to stun lock Lumos really hard, which ends up in a KO, and now a power play situation. Slop has flipped, but the dash is no longer online. It's not going to be able to find a way up. Hook Resets can find a 1v1 here. There's still a chance, but instead uses uses it defensively. Is trying to get it through the midfield. All barriers are down. These can go either way. Hook Resets looking really low though. Could get KO'd here, but instead it's able to slip through. Slop, finishing off this one in a 3-0 in sets.
If the signature slop, Luna flies in and gets it right past everyone. Right,
Yes.
quick and easy. And that'll be the series.
Yeah, interesting to see. Slop, I personally believe that this Luna is going to be stronger for an extra special start on this map than it is going to be on the other one. But still, either way, it's Slop. If one Slop's piloting Luna goalie, it's going to end up being really good. The 88 redirects from Leo Leon with the 40,000 damage, showing true X lore.
Yeah, X lore. Each of those 88 redirects were very important.
If 3Z's watching right now, I'm sure he's smiling from heaven.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's rolling over in his grave thinking about Leo Leon playing X. But like in a good way.
In a good way. But 5, like, just so little redirects, but still 5 goals. Because that's just X doing the X job. Is doing this damage. Really, both teams were doing a lot of. They felt like they were getting a lot of KOs and doing a lot of damage. But when you look at the numbers, it's really core overflow. Just with a huge gap in that, and that's what you come to expect from this X pick. At the Chrono Boost start, Leo Leon saying, "Yep, that's good enough. Good enough for me."
And that's all I need.
One of the weakest X pages of all time, which is what X gets every single game, with just unlimited cooldowns, and able to bring that through. But it's not over for Orbits. They have another chance to prove themselves against Demons Raw, another top team that is definitely favored to win. But Orbits got their warm-up out. They're ready to come out now.
Right, feeling all warm and toasty. All warm, and the sun is shining brightest within them.
Indeed. Gotta look at the replays again. Just the first time I saw it, I was just thinking like, wow, that was a good heads-up play from Leo Leon and Eel Heaven. But then seeing them do it again, you just like I realized, no, this is play where this is what they do. This is what they're ready for. This is what they know when they pick the X, that they can drag them out of the goal barrier and then do this pass. It's a really good play. It's a really smart play. And they were able to do it twice to get 2 goals. And 2 goals is 2/3 of a set. And 2/3 of a set is like what is that? It's like, it's like 2/9 of an entire game.
Yeah, and that's quick math.
That's mathematical, one might say.
Mathematical, algebraic.
What the Xiao? What the? Yeah.
We watched Adventure Time last night. I have bad news. There's nothing left of my brain.
It was a good time. It was
a good time.
Distant Lands, BMO.
I like BMO.
BMO.
Okay, we can't talk about Adventure Time right now.
We cannot.
Thoughts?
Wait, what?
What? I just said thoughts.
Oh.
I just I'm getting strapped in and ready for the next set.
Yeah, I guess it isn't Adventure Time right now. It is Omega Strikers time.
It's Omega Strikers time. Hey, put on that tie. Put the suit jacket on. It's business time.
Business Trickard time.
Business Trickard time.
And Raw. These 2 rosters, when I look at them, you see the Kings of the West. You see Gumi. You see Kaya Noob. We claim Kaya Noob as a Westie. I don't care if he lives in like centrally Mexico. And
yeah,
Snake,
he's one of us.
Snake, who's also central, we also claim.
And it's time to stop thinking about that. It's a full West team.
It's really a full West team if you think.
It's really just a full West team.
And Gravity's also not West. It's also a sub, but we also. I mean, honestly, they just have more Westies, and they don't really. I mean, I don't know. What can you say? What can you say? But
what can you say?
Once again, Lumos is going to be facing off of another ex-teammate from PLI with Snake being a starter for Demons Raw. So interesting to see how that team completely split up with both goalies going to Core Overflow. Lumos going onto Orbits and Snake going on to Demons Raw. So despite their success, decided to split up, kind of a Kuroko no basket moment. And they are now they face each other, and they face each other in the same day. So kind of a cool day for Lumos, except unless Lumos loses both games,
Right,
that's
in
not
which
as
case, no
cool.
longer a cool game. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy about that.
But maybe there's some good vibes. Family reunion coming in.
Yeah. It's a friendly rivalry. They shake hands on the battlefield and duke it out. I think what you said about going against a player that you've played with before is really interesting because I think it's very real. You can pick up on a player's tendencies pretty well playing against or with them, but I think playing with them, you understand their game plan and thought process really well and can use that against them. But same thing goes for a Demon's Raw Snake playing with Lumos
Exactly.
could use
Just
that
go
knowledge that
vice
he's
versa.
gained against him.
But here's where Lumos has the edge, right? Because Lumos played midfield on that roster.
Right.
Now they're matching in the brawler zone. Forward. Onward.
Yeah.
So instead gonna have
Onward and forward.
gonna really so it does is this gonna be it's like a really interesting matchup because Lumos um was the midfielder for this guy. So this guy they had to work together a lot. But
Mm-hmm.
as a forward, Snake it's not like Snake played a lot with Lumos's forward, although I'm sure I mean at this point we've seen a good amount of orbits to get an idea of how strong Lumos forward is, which is strong.
Yeah,
Obviously
it's really good.
It's I mean Lumos did win PLI. This happened.
Right.
And
I was there.
so
I
gonna
saw it.
just
I saw it happen.
be strong. Makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah, just a really, really strong player. He
And known to be good, known to win games, known to win
he wins
tournaments.
games. That's what I'm saying.
But yet, unfortunately, but the whole roster has not won as many games yet. So it's going to be pretty
Hey, the
important.
season is
Orbits,
young.
if Orbits lose this match, it will put them at 1-4. So they will really need to win at least 3, I believe, of the matches afterwards if they lose this one, which is no easy feat. With only 4 matches left, they do. Some people, I mean, not me, obviously, but some people would consider Orbits to have a pretty easy final, like one of the easier final weeks. Actually, still has to play against Sad Boys, and but Winterfall, Goats Esports, Sad Boys, and Oshino Core Flip are the remaining teams. So I'm sure in their minds, Oshino Core Flip, Goats, and Baba Winterfall are going to be their matches that they need to win if they want this playoff spot. If they're unable to win today, those are the ones that they're going to be really honed in on. But Sad Boys are not. They've bled. They've bled more recently than ever. I mean, you can say it's a weekly, but Chikara Chatting and Core Overflow both able to take best of ones off of the Sad Boys roster. So anything can happen.
Anything is possible. Although, of course, in an NASL we're playing best of threes. It kind of shakes it up even more. Anything is possible.
Indeed.
Right, and we're waiting for the game to start. It should be starting very soon. We would never stall for time, loudly, abruptly, and openly. That would be ridiculous and I think unprofessional. So, Fudgy, how are you feeling about this upcoming match? Tell me more about all the things that you've already told me.
Yeah, let's just start over actually.
Yeah,
well,
bring out the script. We can do some more readings.
yeah. Looking at Kaya Noob, very highly rated midfielder, and Hook Resets. kind of seen as an Era 1 trick. We saw the Juno pop out. We saw the Drakkar pop out. And I don't think Hook Resets is necessarily weak on these characters, but the question is can they outperform Kaya Noob? Which is it's a big question. It's a pretty big
It's a
question.
big question.
Spencer has to battle Gumi. So and it's another matchup where I'm not gonna bring any nuclear bombs into the
into
the question, but it's
into the ward. What is it? The orphanage.
yeah, exactly. But it's a bit tough.
Yeah, I would personally not want to go directly into Gumi. No, especially in a goalie battle. Even as forward, it's scary. Gumi is a dare I say demonic force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and it appears it's going to be a little bit, just a little bit more until we get into this game. So we're going to go to a very short break. Do not go anywhere. This is going to be a good match. We got good players in both teams, as we've been talking about for a while.
Yeah, hey, I'm excited. We've got some good teams. Unfortunately, we don't get to keep talking to you guys about how good the teams are, but we'll be back in a little bit. They're good. Hey, they're good.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, what strikers do you play?
I'm a big Zentaro fan.
Oh, that's what you play? Great, guess what you're drawing?
Oh boy.
From memory, you're gonna draw Zentaro for me.
Alright. I have like 200 games on him. Bad news. Off the top of my head, not quite sure what he looks like.
That's really unlucky. While we're here, though, would you like to introduce yourself? Who you are in the community and, like, what you do?
Hello. I am ZYoshiYoshi64, master of having the worst name known to man. I stream Omega Strikers. Not very good at it.
All right, welcome back to our Jack in the Box tier list stream. We'll be starting off with what are we starting off with, Yoshi?
Let's talk about the tiny tacos.
They're pretty good, but actually, we're not talking about the tiny tacos. We are loading into game. We're loading into Demons Raw versus Orbits. This is here we
are loading into the game.
We're here. We made it. We made
it. Hey, did you guys like that short break? It was short and we broke. and now we're in game. Dual wielding eras for the side of Orbits.
Yeah, I think they're both gonna lock her in there. That's probably the plan.
Yeah, I think so. We have an Atlas band. We might be seeing like a hotshot start, and drive, any of those good Atlas trainings. Air band coming out, to be expected. Hook resets. Not.
No stranger.
No mercy. No stranger to this era. That's true.
Lumos, third Asher pick of the day. 3 for 3. Makes a lot of sense. This character it might be good. Might be a little bit good.
It might be pretty good.
we see the Drakkar probably coming out, and I think Drakkar once again works really well with the Aimee. Something you want to see, and we see Finny.
Whoa!
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 Might be a creation start. Could be timeless. Could be.
It's missile
be
prop,
missile
spark of
prop.
resilience.
Park of Resilience. Also, it could also be that.
It could also be that. It kind of getting bold and brash.
Yeah,
Pulling
I'm
out
just
the
gonna
Finny.
be. I'm just gonna be watching Kai Noob this whole game. I want to see the Finny in action. I was trying to make it work. I was playing it in some scrims, and I like it. I think it has chances, but it can get really tough when you're not able to get the KOs. But immediately they are able to get the KOs at the cost of both barriers, though. But let's watch how fast they can get it back if they can run up and deal some damage. Spencer able to dodge the barrier beam using that cyber swipe. Still ends up staggered, but is able to finish it off. So, like, what a weird round that was, because there's some like KOs happening, but this is honestly, it's a scary start in my opinion if you're orbits, because winning this point is good, and it shows that your game plan can work of just score before you get KO'd, or even get these KOs before you get KO'd. A Snake is looking really low. But if they're able to keep poor control and score faster, then that's good. But if they're getting KO'd this early, then the damage is only going to scale more and more. So look at how much they are being, like, they are all low. Every member of the team is low. But Spencer able to get one back instead, despite their whole team being really low. And this is a problem I see with Finny, is that you aren't able to finish as Finny as very easily. Instead, you are able to do massive damage to a lot of people, but it does not matter if the KOs don't come out. So now Hook Reset's doing a little bit of a rotate. Spencer moving up to get this orb, but instead, Snake, or maybe Kayanu, I did not see, but is able to get this KO, and Snake is able to quickly convert into a score.
Yeah, Spencer stepping out of the goal box. Shot dead with no hesitation. Unfortunately, without a goalie, it'll be very hard to defend. This Snake just ashered it up.
And you don't see Missile Prop Finny.
And he's doing it again.
Oh, the mouse looking real low. Missile Prop Finny it's really, you don't see it too often, because it's good to take on Finny, but I feel like very often there's just something better that Finny will have as an option. And sometimes Missile Prop will be better for an ally, but Snake just absolutely running through the entire team, gets a KO, and almost gets two, and then ends up getting a goal for it as well. That was insane. Just runs through their entire team. This is just an Asher moment. Just like, what? There's only so much you can do. You kind of have to rely on keeping the core away from Snake, but there's so much else you have to worry about. Like not dying. It's like Resets has no energy and no stagger. All the cooldowns coming out onto him. Snake, however, also low. And Kyan, but does not matter. Kyan just dribbles up and flips it in. Look, Resets cannot help assist on defense when staggered like this, when pushed out. And a Drakkar 1v1 versus Aimee in the goal box is honestly can get pretty Drakkar favored at times. I think it's pretty good for the Drakkar to be in that position. Strike shotgun. Aimee doesn't have anything to just 100% deny it, other than just playing the strike war situation a bit correctly. But tempo swing on Snake is really big for the damage.
Yeah, one of Asher's best trainings, arguably the best one, and it also pairs really well with Spark of Resilience. You know, if you're doing damage based on your stagger and you have a stagger training, well, hey.
Yeah,
a little bit of extra just for you.
And not only that, their team, Gumi and Kainib, are able to get all the defensive trainings, like Catalyst and Stagger Swagger. So now there's like no real way of them to come back. And Spencer gained stacks on stacks, but probably going to end up being KO'd at least once. As honest, I didn't mention it, but Hook Resets KO'd at the beginning of that round as well. Barriers are equalized though, so there is still a chance here for either team. Lumos and Spencer are trying to move up here. They have the bottom side of the map, and Lumos has flipped. It's a little tough of Gumi to be able to defend the whole goal zone against not only just flip, but just random strikes as well. Even though the reverse power play is able to get a shot off, and flip's doesn't even have to be used, but having this flip at the start of a round could prove disastrous if damage is able to be stacked correctly.
Yeah, while Lumos pulled his Jedi mind trick on Gumi and bent the core straight into the goal, and is sitting on that flip, like you said. A well-placed flip here could get both barriers, and he might have to do it himself because hook resets is dead in the water.
They do have two flips up, though, to try to defend it. Spencer, though, has to just run away from Snake, and now the goal zone is just completely open. Lumos is able to get that flip off, but it ends up the clear is blocked by the black hole. And now it's a bit of a 1v1. Kainib's going to try and move up here and find a way to use his flip, but is not necessary, as Snake is able to find just a interesting, like, weird pass through to get that in.
Yeah, truly a vicious game. Interesting to point out, nobody took vicious fan brace, which, considering all the damage coming out and all the damage that could be expected, oh my god, the ashes are ashering, and it's scary. But unfortunately, Snake did not win that Asher battle.
Yeah, interesting to see no Van Brace. It makes sense, though, when looking at the game plans, like, of we just gotta control the core more, especially that. I mean, we didn't talk about it much, but hook resets has rapid fire, which is one of the best trainings you can get on Drakkar, especially when you already start with prime time, basically. So just already have the combo, but Snake once again is able to walk through their whole team and score the goal. Asher might be a good character.
Asher looking like a pretty good character. The wax melting out of their mouths, but that's okay because an airship comes out from Lumos and he gets a barrier.
Yeah,
looking good.
Looking a little bit more on the back foot this time. Snake is getting a little bit low, but
wow,
never mind. Hook resets is forced to be positioned in a corner, which is perfect for their setup where they're able to get the secondary from Finny comboed with Asher, but instead, a second KO is immediately found, and Spencer now looks to be the next one on the chopping block, which will reset these max stacks if they're able to find Spencer. But there's really nowhere for Spencer to run because they cannot sacrifice a point for these stacks if they really felt the need to. And there they go. And now Hook resets is going to have to play goalie. Instead, just awkward situation. It was pretty much over because of the Finny ult anyway, but Snake is knocked right into perfect position to get that goal. And now looking pretty convincingly 2-0, and they're just going to scale harder on this next draft.
Yeah, first of all, Snake or Lumos probably picking up Primetime, another one of Asher's grades. Nope, we're sparking. The Primetime nerfs, it may be stronger than I thought.
Yeah, that
big fish.
Spark comes out, which is also, like, and you might think, like, a big fish, tempo swing, that's really good. It's also really good is you have Spark Resilience and Spark of Agility and tempo swing, so you're getting even more stats. You don't get that size, which is I think is also really huge. So I think Lumos, it's a huge pickup for Lumos because you have that bulk up, which kind of helps with your power, but more importantly, you have that survivability. And now it's going to take so much more to KO you, especially as a character like Asher who has built-in tankiness through that secondary. So if Lumos can use this to just stay alive and but still take a lot of aggro, things will be looking pretty well. But despite the lack of KOs that round, it just doesn't matter. There's just a pretty big level advantage. There's an honestly pretty small but significant Awakenings advantage. 2 Demons Raw, and maybe a bit of a player advantage as they're able to just kind of breathe through that round. But Lumos now trying to use this big fish to get something going, trying to get through this team, trying to do what Snake has been doing and just kind of walk through their whole team. Isn't quite able to find it the same way, but is almost able to find an outplay on Gumi. But ooh, pass splitter, not able to find something there, able to slip through. But now Hook resets is in bad position, but the turret is putting Snake really low, and a great angle from Lumos, able to find this last barrier. Snake, though, able to find that dash, to get their spare as well. And Snake, although is staggered, has a lot of energy to spare, and they don't have great ways of KOing from the center is what I would say if they didn't have Lumos, who's just able to get that KO. Gumi has no cooldowns. Just a little shrug as hook resets, finishes that one off.
Yeah, wow. Orbit Surge really cleaned up some KOs and was able to make it happen, got in there.
Yeah, maybe this could be the start. This could be the start of something great. Spencer having perfect form.
Beautiful.
This could be the start of something great. Something beautiful. Never too late to start something incredible. But here we go. This is what this composition is good against. It's when they are all bunched up. They can just stack all their damage on top of them at the same time. But Gumi even deciding, saying, I'm tossing this core to the side. Let's go get them. They are only able to get 1 KO, however, and are not able to score afterwards. But Kayanoob lands a random snipe to get a KO. And now, yeah, Snake just able to get the outplay there. Reads that Spencer's going to go for the cyber swipe. That doesn't go in aggressively, but stays back and finds that angle to send that in.
Yeah, well, Demon's on the hunt. Picking up kills, picking up these goals, and once again things are looking difficult for Orbit. Things are looking difficult for Snake, who is knocking on death's door, really struggling here. If you look at the Asher's health bars, both of them are really staggering up. And wow, I was about to say neither of them have died in a while, and I'm just wrong, because there goes Lumos.
Yeah, despite having 3 stagger trainings, enhancing trainings, and being Asher, there's just too much damage to deal with. And too much pressure to deal with as the glitch pop, cross-match glitch pop is able to just completely secure that. And the whole match is secured just by a random strike by Kayanoob. Able to finish that one off in I'll say it, very convincing fashion.
Right, I think it goes back to what you said at the very beginning of the match, where the winner of the first set gets to scale a lot harder with these damage trainings, and that's exactly what they did. Snake picked up the tempo swing, and then Gumi and Kayanoob picked up defensive trainings, whether it was to deny orbits or to just have them for themselves. They really had a very strong draft and put orbits in at such a deficit that even though they were getting close to coming back, in both sets, scoring some points, it still just always seemed out of reach because of that deficit.
Exactly. Like, it really feels like those first 2 rounds should have been the weakest rounds for bounty hunters, and then even after, or not bounty hunters, for Demons Raw, but they kind of just won anyway. They just played their comp. They still got KOs, and even if they were to lose like the second set, they would have just gotten even stronger. And it's really hard to match that scaling with comps that don't scale as hard. Like if you don't have characters, it's really hard to compare anything, because versus damage comps, they banned Atlas because they knew that's the only way you lose. It feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
Is if they have an Atlas that can scale against you, then that can become a win condition. But when you're playing full damage and they don't have an Atlas, the game just gets a lot easier real quickly.
Yeah, I agree. Atlas is the premier anti-damage comp because damage characters often have a lot of stuffing potential as well. You look at Asher. Hello, Asher. She puts cores in nets. Is what she's built for. But Atlas, presses his secondary ability, and suddenly you use as many of your own abilities into it, you're not getting through. So Atlas, really, really strong into damage comps because of how they shake up. Oh, and here we load into the gates.
The gates. I expect to see another Era band come out here. Era's very strong on this map, and
interested to see what Orbit's bans.
Yeah, after that last game.
Oh, and no more Asher. We're done with
Lumos is
Asher.
like, I'm tired of playing Asher. I just played 3 games of it and we lost all of them. Maybe Asher is the problem. Snake is no slouch on the Asher either. Let's not play against that. And instead,
Whoa.
we see the Kazan being hovered.
Right, Umbrella Man stepping into the ring. It seems like a very interesting pick. We haven't seen a whole lot of Kazan in NASL. I've seen a lot of players picking it in, or a lot of top players picking it in weeklies, and to great success. The Kazan pick, pretty strong character, one might say. I can get a lot done.
Yeah, pretty
But
strong indeed.
I'm very excited to see what Lumos can do with this character.
We see, yeah, just the comps are out in force. Once again, seeing a lot of damage. Zentaro, this is going to be a lot of damage, especially when they can bunch up. Once again, this is a map where teams can just end up like really bunched up in these corners, and if you can get Snake to just hit all of them, and if you can get Kainu to hit all of them, then the game can get real bad real quick. But with this start, we have tempo swing and extra special. So extra special on these IMEs, they're going to be able to match these turrets, which is going to be pretty important because these turrets are one of the best way to get barriers on this map. It's adds so much shoving potential. But Zentaro, and there's the KO from the damage they have. Doesn't even have anything to counter it, but they get one in return, which is really huge. They need to get this trade in order to make something happen. However, Lumos is probably going to have a little bit more trouble defending than Snake, but it doesn't really matter as both KO'd members are come back online and are able to try to make something happen here. It's going to be it's just honestly, this Kazan pick is going to have a little bit more trouble trying to shove through. On the same line, Zentaro isn't necessarily the best at shoving through, but has many parallels to characters like Asher with the primary, and this has his own ways of making things happen. Lumos goes for the pole flip, but not able to find something there. A little bit of portaling going on, but Yumi is able to block it with this portal. Something interesting to see about the pillar. And the pole comes out, the great angle, able to come through from straight to Lumos, who is ready for it with the pole to get that goal. But what I want to point out is Rune is seen as very strong on this map, but if you know how to play against it, the pillar can't always really cover the portals. Sometimes, if you put it in the right spot, and you're able to put it in the portal in the right spot, you can kind of go around the pillar. And then if the Rune's not ready for that, it can end up in some pretty good positions. Loses the Strike War, but Spencer's ready to lose that Strike War as the flip comes out instead. But does not matter. Kainu dimes up Snake, who has a free shot in the bottom left. Also of note, Spencer did not take eject button.
Yeah, Spencer rocking the momentum boots. Demons were all rocking the kicks. It's a very interesting pick.
Yeah, maximum shoes. One of them must have
George
dropped their
unlocked.
wallet. They wanted to show him off. But yeah, full boots. Boots are out, so they're gonna be real quick. They're trying to play up this field. Yumi also moving up there, using that momentum boots. Honestly, I think there might have been an opening, but instead, Kainu and Snake are able to grab possession. And I don't know what to say. There's something, the vibes of this game. There's just something about the vibes.
Yeah, the vibes are stank this game.
The vibes are stank. I'm trying to figure it out. It just feels like, I don't know, Orbis don't feel as alive right now. They just don't, after that last game where they were just KO'd the whole game, they probably weren't having very much fun. They need to find some way to like break through mentally and into this game, if not just through the gameplay as well. But let's see what they can do. No presets. We'll have to try to find a way to get this up. The Expanse does a really good job of denying this Aimee ult and the rest of the shoving potential from that team. But this just gets kind of scary. Lumos is taking a lot of damage. Has flipped to possibly deny. Hook resets, tries to block with the Aimee turret, but it looks like the animation actually ends up blocking them away from being able to strike that core flip, which puts them in a bad situation. And that's the first set over.
Yeah. Here we go into draft. We can see some good trainings coming out for the brawlers. Twin drive deny makes sense. And Atlas picks Hotshot. I think part of the reason the vibes are feeling a little off is Orbitz is playing a slower game where the Kazan not really having, or Kazan, a very awakening heavy character, does a lot of damage on his own. Do not get it twisted, but generally struggles without a lot of awakenings to stay powerful and relevant. And Atlas,
Gumi
just a
is
slow
gone.
character up by Gumi.
Oh, both goalies actually able to be KO'd by the opposing forwards. Lumos was doing it solo, though, which is pretty crazy. He just landed every single ability onto him, and then just Gumi's gone. But now both goalies are back online, and it's actually Orbitz who are on the front foot here. We're finally seeing some signs of life. We're seeing the damage scaling. This build difference should help a lot. But despite the nerfs, still just the rune combo is one hell of a drug, but it's just too hard to recover from that initial deficit of 2 barriers as Hook Resets is able to finish that one off. And once again, we're seeing some lights. We're seeing the lights. We're seeing the light come on.
Yeah.
Orbitz.
You know, the power bill has been paid. We're so back.
We are so back. Now we're seeing Snake being the target of this one.
We're in the corner.
Core flip. 2 core flips online now. They can, not able to get a single barrier though, but are able to get some KOs. When you get these flips onto enemies, it is like you are dealing a good amount of damage. If you can get 2 flips onto an enemy, that's like plus your cooldowns. Things are not going to be looking good for them. Spencer does not have ult and really has no way of defending against this Aimee turret without getting KO'd themselves. So instead, the goal is let through, and it's now tied once again 1-1. Lumos, though, sees this portal, is immediately going to run through and try and mess up Gumi.
Oh, Lumos looking for a hook, gets banished halfway through. Hook does not come out. And Lumos hurting a little bit. Atlas ult comes out to help him out.
But the Dirks are also in on that too. I mean, Lumos is full HP now, so it didn't really matter, but that little bit less healing, it makes it it makes it possible. Before it was just impossible because you just get full HP off of Atlas ult, but now it is definitely possible to KO someone after one. But now Kyanoob has flip and is low, which is really scary because Lumos has his cooldowns. So it's going to try and get a combo here. He's setting up the pull on Kyanoob to get a KO, but it's not able to follow up with anything. Now has flip to get this last barrier or a KO even. Kyanoob kind of has to take a break from playing defense, but Gumi might not need that help with all these pillars coming through, and is able to clear it out. Still both goalies holding their 1 barrier, but the bounce just hits it a little bit too demonically for Gumi to catch. But once again, another one. Just another crazy angle is hit that the goalie is just not able to reach in time. But things are going to get a little bit scary now with all the portals online and overtime in session. But Snake is able to find the gap that Hook Resets is not able to cover and score 1 onto Orbitz.
Yep, sneaks it in. And something we just completely neglected to mention that I just realized is that it's a tempo swing extra special start. So we're seeing 2 extra special Amies, an extra special Atlas, a couple tempo swing brawlers, and then extra special rune, which means that Gumi, if you've been paying attention, has just kind of been banishing Lumos off cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, at the beginning, the beginning of the match was kind of looking at how the Aimees would match up against each other, but extra special on Rune is kind of ridiculous. But
yeah,
once they also ridiculous is just the amount of damage coming out of Demon's Raw as they're just able to just demolish them once again. This Atlas ult's often being used on teammates, so Spencer hasn't really been able to use it to defend more and just kind of chill out. And if nothing like pauldrons or honestly even eject button to help on that defense, it's a bit more easy. It's a bit more easier to KO this guy. But here comes prime time, which honestly which has just been nerfed like over and over and over again. But it's still on Kazan is a pretty insane training. And perfect form coming out for Gumi as well. It's kind of a ridiculous training. It feels like doesn't feel like that when you think perfect form. You think like, oh, you want that on brawlers, right? But really, it's just kind of really, really good on any character in the game that hits the core, which is most of them, or hits anyone.
Most of them do.
Most of them do that, but Gumi starts off pretty low. I think Lumos might have been able to evade the banish, or just generally is being able to upplay. But Gumi, this is the one other tool Gumi has to deny the Oki, is this dash. And because of this, they have to 2v2 in their own goal box because Lumos is not there to help. And with it open, let's see if Snake can find something, but Hook Resets is able to clear at the cost of HP. But at the same time, Gumi's looking extremely low right now. Kainoob's going to have to back up to help on defense. But instead, that's not what we're going to see. We're going to see a double down on the offense. Instead, Gumi's still looking low. It's kind of a race here to see, can Gumi be KO'd and an opportunity presented to Lumos before Kainoob and Snake can find something? The answer so far has been no. It's been kind of a stalemate on both ends. But Lumos cannot, the core just cannot reach him. But it finally does, and the Strike Wars won. And Lumos finds the goal.
Yeah, it seems that Orbits have developed a game plan. One that's been seen time and time again. Lumos will be going forward and just, beating Gumi to death and letting Spencer and Hook Resets kind of double goalie. And midfield doesn't exist. Just if the core can get to the other side of the map, Lumos will cook it up, and otherwise they hold it down. And it seems to be working so far. Gumi looking low. They've traded barriers.
That banish comes up so fast. Extra special and perfect form. It is not fun. It is not fun to have to deal with rune banish over and over again. Like Lumos has shown that he's gonna generally be able to evade it. But sometimes, sometimes rune doesn't give out the vocal indicator that he's ulting, which makes it much, much, much harder to react to. So not being able to hear that can make it hard for Lumos in some of these situations, especially when this many ults are coming out, which gives him more opportunities to get these weird moments. But despite the banish happening, Kainoob is probably trying to clear it through the portal, but barely misses it, which gives Lumos just that one opportunity to shoot that in before getting banished once again. But now look at them, 2-0. 2-0 on the set right now. This game plan is working. Lumos able to evade without using an evade, by just using the evade that has built into this character's kit for whatever reason.
Right, he needs it.
Yeah, he definitely needed it.
Whoa.
But the barriers, despite all of that, the barriers are lost instantly, which causes it's just kind of, this is the downside of the game plan, is if they are not able to defend fast enough, then it's kind of over. But this time they're ready. They know this guy's done it every single time. He's going to walk through the portal. So Kainoob instantly jumps on top of him and just throws up everything. And it's just over. It just instantly dies. The flip comes out too to just secure that KO onto Lumos. And now Lumos has to really worry about this for the rest of the game too. It's not only just this one KO that only really resulted in one goal barrier. It's going to be for the rest of the game. They're going to have to be ready. Lumos is going to be playing around Kainoob as well. As they do a little bit of goalie swapping, Gumi's moving up. Is tired of getting Oki this game. Now it's Kainoob's turn to play goalie. Has the slick kicks, which can work. Snake moving up, trying to find something. Spencer does have cooldowns and flip, so it's going to be hard to find something that good, as Snake is also getting really low. Lumos going a bit away from the strategy of fighting Gumi and instead deciding there's an easier target in Snake, and they're finally able to get that KO before honestly a good timing too, because the second portal is now up. So a lot more ways to attack this barrier, but a lot more ways to defend. Lumos has flipped now. They got the last barrier, but this is a weird spot for it to be in. Kainoob now has possession and the flip, but something's able to block it the last second, but they're able to do the KO, and the Celestial Intervention does not come out in time. Now Spencer is going to have to try to clear this one out, but Snake gets the stun. gets the bottom corner, and it's 2-2, and we're back to match point.
And we're back to match point. Things looking tense as Demon's Raw seems to have adapted to their strategy.
Yeah, Lumos try. Okay, here's the next step. Here's the next step of the adaptations. Lumos moves up and knows that Kainum's going to come after him. So Kainum just throws the ult to just kind of stun lock Lumos and get him hit a bunch, but he immediately evades it with his secondary and is able to get through it. But really no damage has been found so far. Just 1 gold barrier apiece, make it 2, but this next one's likely to be found unless a pillar can come out in time, which it doesn't. Spencer now kind of has to in a scary spot where he might have to 1v1 Snake, but no one's in the gold box. No one's able to get this core though, Lumos included, so no gold's able to be found. Snake has flipped now. Can he find an angle? He tried this same thing last time and it wasn't able to work, but Kainum with the glitch pop to save it and to save the set. Now Kainum has the shot on goal. Snake is covering the top angle. Spencer is a bit worried, probably of a dash to cover the cross pass, but and ends up playing right into Snake's hands. And that finishes off this match with a 2-0 to Demon's Raw.
Yeah, what a crazy save by Gumi and Kainub at the end. Getting it through back to Snake, who just puts it in.
Yeah,
Demon's Raw once again just showing how dominant a set of players they are. Wow.
They just let nothing in for free. That's the thing about it. They don't, like, even if they are playing a little bit looser, like sometimes they, like, straight up Gumi, I don't even think they needed to. I don't think it was that different. I don't think it really contributed to their game plan that much better. Gumi just at one point was just like, all right, kind of play goalie. Like they were both. Maybe it was a cooldowns thing. Maybe they just thought it'd be a good mix-up. Maybe they generally thought it'd be good, but it just felt like a kind of a for fun thing. And it didn't matter because kind of would just hold it down anyway, like as good as Gumi was. And when they're able to just do things like that, and you have 2 players that are that good at holding it down, it's just so annoying. And you just feel like, all right, maybe we just KO them. If we can just KO them, then they can't defend if they're dead. But Rune is actually like a very hard character to KO, especially when you have this Banish coming out over and over again. And Kainub's there to defend as well, even if you're able to get Gumi out of position. It's just rough. It's really rough. And on the same end, like Hook resets is having to play defense the whole game. It's not really able to make any offensive plays. It's not really able to use, honestly, almost every ult that game I felt like was being used very defensively to keep the core out of the gold box. And Gumi was also playing Rune, is able to make more offensive plays, where Spencer just kind of has to stand back and play this Atlas defensively and isn't really able to contribute to Lumos' efforts on damage or any midfield efforts. So it just ends up being a... Although that last set was pretty close and some of the sets felt pretty close, feels a bit more like a stomp. Gumi saying he left his pauldrons at home because on a lot of you usually see a lot of pauldrons coming out versus these Oki style characters such as Kazan, where you just want to sit on the enemy goalie. But Gumi just doesn't need him. Just doesn't need him. Has momentum.
Just doesn't need him. He's like that.
Just able to kind of use those to run away for one, and then just this character is really good at dodging damage. It does take your cooldowns down, but you don't need these cooldowns if you don't have to defend, which honestly, Gumi didn't really feel like he had to defend all too much that game.
Yeah, he could just skate it up. And then anytime Lumos walked by, he says banish. And then that guy's gone for a few seconds. Lets him keep playing forward. Yeah, it seems like Orbit's, once again, their strategy of just turtling and letting Lumos ball out in Gumi's net was working from the beginning. And I think that it was a pretty viable strategy and a great, and once again, a shift in the game plan to let them get that edge. But then with the counter adaptation coming out from Kainub, just also sitting on Lumos, they weren't able to find a solution around that and weren't able to seal out the set because of it. I think that's a very interesting little back and forth going on. Very rough for Orbits, who were very close to bringing it back. But nonetheless, Great game. Both teams played well. Unfortunately, Demon's Raw is just kind of an unstoppable force in an ASL.
Yeah, they're quite a good team. It only gets easier for Orbits from here. So looking forward to seeing how they're able to play in the next few weeks. But that is going to be it from us. Coming up next, we'll see some good matches. We have Demon's Raw again, actually, versus Winterfall.
Welcome back.
And Goats Esports. Let's go, Goats.
Yo!
Yeah, versus Sad
Yeah!
Boys. But that'll
Versus
be
Sad Boys.
whatever. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who? But until then, that's going to be me and Yoshi signing off for now.
Yep, it's been real, crew.
It's been so real. But until next time.
Bye-bye. It's pretty epic. But most of what I do is I do art for the community. I've been working the past few days on just team logos.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's been a lot of fun.
This is looking swanky. I love those shoes. Does he have a spike on his shoe? Like, actually?
Nope.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, I'm totally not gonna be looking at it on the side or anything, just to see.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, I mean,
so then you can.
I'm sure that my wonderful
look and see
editor
what I'm-
is gonna have them on screen side by side.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, even.
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you know the lore on either of them? So I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a lore person.
I do. They're both pretty simple. Juliet just like played Core Strike since she was a kid and wanted to be get into the pros league, and then did.
All right.
They won't know what hit them.
Yep, and then X has an older brother, and he copied his style, and his style was weird, and he got bullied for it. So then he went out and like 1v5 all the schoolyard bullies, and they never messed with him again.
And then he took his punching to the field.
Yeah, and then he started playing Core Strike.
I hate to say it, it was 6 classmates. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Th-
Yeah, I deserve 100 years of jail time
Yeah,
for that
thankfully
one.
you're not being graded on do you know the lore. You're being graded on do you know how to draw Zentaro.
12 seconds later.
So what's with Juliet and Dubu? How are they connected?
Dubu was used to be like a little hamster, like a normal hamster, and so Juliet
I'm bringing us to the
found him one day and then fed him tofu, and he just kept getting bigger. That's it.
Is that how that works? You just keep feeding them tofu and they just keep growing?
Yeah, hey, if you have a hamster at home, give it a little snack.
A little snack.
See what happens.
Hey, speaking of which, do you know what the image is in the night market locks when you break them open?
Isn't it like a little blob? Blobbo?
No, actually, it's a picture of Dubu.
Oh, whoa, that's awesome.
It's like Dubu and some clouds. Also, this isn't a bad thing, but he looks like your Zentaro looks very Dragon Ball Z right now.
Oh, you'll never guess what my comfort drawing characters are.
Dragon Ball Z characters?
Yeah, well, just
I mean, I could have named one, but like, yeah. That's so funny. That makes sense. That checks out.
Yeah, I grew up on Dragon Ball, and so did a whole lot of Goku drawing as a kid.
You know?
And then a few years back, I went on a training arc to figure out how to like actually draw, and just like idly in my free time drew Dragon Ball characters to learn.
Another random question.
Oh, that's too much. Yeah.
If you could swap any strikers specials, which two would you swap and why?
I think just as an open thought experiment, X with anyone is pretty cool.
So are you trying to give X's to anyone or just give X a better ult?
No, give X's ult to other characters.
I mean, I could see on like Juliet, it's like the same character.
Yeah, but imagine Juno with X ult.
That'd be funny. And X with Juno ult would be pretty funny too.
He throws a bunch of smaller X's.
Just chucks us off. Maybe his version, they don't try to actually chuck the core, they go after players. And try to punch them.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, and then they just start punching them. But then if you step on them, they die.
It's really funny if you zoom out and look at the eyes because of the way you did the glare. It just looks like he has googly eyes onto me. That's all I'm looking at now.
That's awesome.
And googly eyes Zentaro kind of goes hard.
He studied the blade.
Oh God. I was gonna say you must be. I can't imagine what more you need to do. I mean, I can look at the drawing and tell you what more you're missing, but
right. Probably missing a few things.
Is what it is. Man, this has been one of the conversations of all time. We've been all over the place here.
You're taking a real journey, an odyssey, if you will. What color is like Oni Village? It's like.
I mean, draw Oni Village from memory. Let's go. Coward.
Yeah, let's. I'm not a coward. Oh, there he is. Yep. Okay. Let's.
So things I noticed.
Let's get
right away.
Okay. So
boots
shoes
are completely off. He doesn't have horns. I didn't remember horns, and so when I looked it up, because I think that was the first thing that like caught my attention, I was like,
yeah, I'm almost certain he does have them, just not where I put them.
You didn't put you put rhinoceros horns on my guy's shoes.
Hey, and honestly, he's balling out with them.
It's not bad. It's not bad. The belt going across him is missing a buckle. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, it has a buckle like in the middle of it.
Whoa, it does. Yeah, I know I missed the line going down the middle, but
yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, when we're sitting here nitpicking, you missed the buckle in the middle. I think you did a good job.
You missed the buckle.
Ooh, bad art.
Yeah,
ooh, you did a bad job. gotta nitpick everything I can because not too much is wrong about it. I don't even know what.
Jarvis, this guy made that art. Kill him now.
And then this is a minor complaint, but is the sword not facing the wrong way?
Welcome back to Super Week in the North American Strikers League, where we just watched Demons Raw take the victory over Orbits. As predicted by the desk, a little bit of a tough week for Orbits all the same, but hopefully we're looking to see them bounce back and get a couple more wins later in the season. But next up, it's that same Demons Raw team versus Winterfall, debuting a brand new roster. My name's K-Bot. I am joined by Spooked Alter for this cast. How you doing today, Alter?
Hello, thank you very much. I am doing very well. I am very excited, very refreshed for these games. I have not been able to catch Demons Raw in a match like this, so it's going to be very exciting to see, very exciting to cast. Very much looking forward to this.
Always great to see them come together and perform as a team. This team that, of course, there was some slight inconsistencies with earlier on, but they were still able to pick up the victories and are remaining undefeated. But of course, everyone's favorite has now finally returned and is looking to put a thorn in Demons Raw's side. That, of course, the player I'm talking about is Borg, who has joined the Winterfall roster to ensure that they can actually have a starting roster this week. So we'll be exciting, of course, to see the Zentaro aficionado play here. And will be most interesting to see what actually gets left up, because we'll often see Snake go over for this Zentaro too. It'll be all a matter of whether or not they're comfortable playing this Ditto, or if they just want to get Borg off of his comfort altogether, especially given by the fact that he took a 2-month break basically and is now coming back to playing the game within the past 24 hours. So this should be a fun one all the same. I was the spoiler earlier that said that Winterfall probably wasn't going to win. Sorry, I know I disappointed all of you in chat for that take, but I like being a realist around here, Alter. And let's just say that Demons Raw have looked pretty good in recent memory.
Yeah, Demons Raw have definitely been looking very strong, as they have a really powerful roster. Gumi, Kainu, and Snake, all three of them are very well known in the ranks ladder to be monsters. If you see them on your team, you're like, this is going to be a great match. If you see them against you, you're like, oh boy, it's a lot to deal with. So seeing them all three lined up in a game like this is always even harder to deal with. But I still have a hope that Winterfall will be able to make that happen, especially with Borg now in that roster. And I can't wait to see what they're going to pick as bands-wise, as you were talking. I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing here. There's definitely a lot of strong bands, but I do think Zentaro probably will be amongst them.
Zentaro could be amongst them for the sole reason of Borg being there, of course. And I will say, I imagine we're probably going to see something like an Asher ban so that the Zentaro is more forced, being Winterfall, banning the Asher away, so that Snake has fewer options. Of course, he could decide to go over to the Juliet or something of the sort. If that Zentaro is banned, then Borg might have slightly fewer options. But of course, we'll see, and it's all going to be dependent on what map we roll as well. So we'll be getting into this in just a moment here as we are loading into our first game in the best of 3. Open the gates. We're on Gates of Obscura.
Gates of Obscura, definitely one of my favorite. I definitely seem to have a curse for it being around me whenever I'm casting, as it's always showed up. So it's going to be nice to see once again. I just keep on getting these, and I love casting them. I love just explaining the moves that everybody can do with the portals, especially in that overtime. As we're going to be seeing here, though, the Zentaro ban is going to be coming out, which means that now Demons Raw is going to not have to have Snake go on the Julie pick, as you were saying that might come out.
Be interesting to see what Borg is thinking here. I imagine it's probably going to be an X angle based on what I was hearing from him earlier today. And of course, we see the midfielders already locked in as well. It'll be Mystic picking up the Estelle and Kainub on the tried and true Aimee. Gumi looking to hit the random button a few times to see what he gets, evidently. But I'll end up sticking with this Rune. Obviously, an incredibly good pick here, and we'll see if it pans out for him.
Yeah, Rune, definitely a really strong goalie to pick on this map, as you can shut off a lot of the gates for the opponents while using it positive for yourself. As we're going to be seeing here, there's a Super Surge, which explains the Zentaro ban, and a Stagger Swagger pick. So it's going to be a lot harder to KO. So with that Atlas helping them, is going to be even harder for them to find a KO here. But we're going to see what's going to happen now as kickoff is going to start, and we see the corner. Oh, wow, we're going to see a KO already, as I was saying that, though, from Team Demons Raw. I am having a bad time talking right now.
Demons are on the blue side, Winterfall on the red side. Anomaly from Gumi actually sends it back to his own gold barrier. We're having some fun with this one, it appears, on the first rally of the day here, but we'll see what happens. Now Kainu cyber swipes it up right there into Snake, who takes the core in for the first goal of the game for Demons Raw. Exactly what you want to see, and the reason why the Juliet's incredibly powerful here is for that extra stuffing potential that the X might not be able to offer Winterfall.
Yeah, Winterfall definitely is going to have a hard time clearing that forward pressure off of them, especially with Snake right now putting it onto them, taking that barrier and looking for the second one, but it does seem Daftgrass is able to push it out with the Atlas shield now, with the Amy turret though keeping it back in, but the core flip through the portal is going to try to relieve some of that pressure as Borg is rushing in there trying to get it, but can't quite find it with the core flip setting. Snake trying to get that last barrier here now as the double banish is going to come, but the save from Atlas to save Snake there, or Borg there, is going to be really nice and really helpful there. And it does seem, though, that they're able to find that barrier, which is now getting portaled through the portals.
And now Snake will just be there to collect that goal as well. Interesting pick here. We did see, I believe it was Slop play this earlier, with the eject button Atlas on this stage in particular, mostly playing it for that reduced cooldown on the expanse, preventing those or hoping to prevent opportunities like this from arising, and having that extra clearing tool to get this out of here from Snake. Still gonna be a bit of a problem, of course, when he doesn't have that online, and you see Mystic all the way in this corner trying to find a way to dig at the core out there as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard as we see Borg here is about a little bit of HP now with Snake KOing him with the core flip. As I said that now, Mystic has to try to hold the ball a little longer to stall out, but Snake is getting right in their goalie's face, hitting them with a rune pillar to help keep that pressure on. But as you talked about, that Atlas secondary is going to help keep that ball out of there, and now the core flip to just ensure that now as Borg is able to find the rematch KO. And now it does seem that they are having a core flip on standby here on Mystic, trying to make a play off this power play with they have both barriers down, but the core is stopped and Kainu comes in to save it. And now the portal is there and the ball is in free roam because both barriers are down, but Borg is going to pin it into the goal.
Well done there by Borg, finally getting in the right place at the right time, and just feeling himself a little bit after that one, feeling a bit excessive, and hey, deserves it every once in a while. Got to find a way to pump yourself up after being on a 2-month-long break from playing this game. What a better character to do it on, or a striker to do it on, than the eccentric X himself. But now double barrier's gone in an instant. Daftgrass, he can't find the clear angle there, and now the pillar is slightly too small. It gets around back for one barrier going down for Gumi. Beautiful cyber swipe forward from Kainu, though the Daftgrass wasn't expecting there. And it'll mean the set victory here for Demons Raw.
Definitely a nice set to win, because usually if you can start winning these carousels, it's really helpful, as we're going to see here. There's a lot here that is going to be helpful, like as we see a built different and a Castellast, hopefully helping those KOs. And I'm curious what they're going to take, which another strong pick here that's not talked about a lot is going to be Egoist, which I did just predict that it's going to be taken first here on Snake, which is going to help stay alive, help that energy, to help those power plays come in handy. And as we're going to see, the Atlas is taking Castellast, hopefully trying to keep everyone alive a little bit longer, which is definitely going to be strong here, as we see that X, now at Borg, is having built different to output that much more damage. They have more damage, more healing. Hopefully, they'll be able to turn the tides with those picks, as we're going to be seeing right here off of the start, that the Amy turret assistance is going to help them get one barrier down, and it does seem the other barrier is going to drop from the portal, though, now with the Gumi setting up pillars, trying to set it up, but Borg standing on top of them, squishing those portals down, but it doesn't matter because Kainu is there with a cyber swipe to get the ball in, and now it's streaming like their both net is open, or one net is open.
Borg now sends it down in the portal just to have Winterfall maintain possession of the core. Successful for a moment. Now glitch pop forward. Mystic back in time with a Rose Warp. The core will go over to Gumi here. Now decides to clear it right on over to the portal. What a beautiful little passing play there. Finds the connection between Snake and Kainu once more. The other thing I want to talk about in terms of that Awakenings draft, Spark of Resilience drops through. It appeared there without any other Stagger Awakenings or Spark Awakenings, and it is completely gone, meaning that a lot of those Sparks and a lot of those Staggers might not have the full effectiveness for some of these strikers that end up getting those later picks in the draft. That's, you know, a decent chunk of the Awakenings pool taken away is now another one here. Oh, hits the goal gates as they're starting to open up. Can't find the opening. Now trying to find it there. They'll find the portal, looking for the second goal barrier. No, denied that time. And now back down to this bottom side. Mystic Rose warps in. Gobi has to core flip it to get away. Glitch Pop comes out as well. Falls over to the portal in the corner. Kind of, what a strike out of that cyber swipe up to the top corner. Puts another one back for Demons Raw. They're feeling themselves here, certainly.
Yeah, that Cyber Swipe is definitely a really strong tool to be used because there's a lot you can do out of it. You can redirect it up, you can redirect it down, you cannot redirect it at all. So it's really hard to predict what they're going to do or when they're going to do it. As we're going to see here, the striking of Snake, though, is also really hard to predict as he's able to get both barriers down now with the Rune Pillar helping from Gumi almost in midfield, trying to get that goal in. But it does seem that Borg is able to keep it out. And with the Cyber Swipe kill, though, they're able to find a kill on Mystic. And Snake is able to push it through with the Dash Punch combo for the second set of this match.
Finds the denial, flips and dips. Another set victory for Demons Raw as we head on to yet another carousel here. Couple of interesting things online, of course, but again, peak performance bulk up. The Stagger Awakenings will be at least a little impactful, but they're not worried about survivability on this map per se, so Perfect Form and Quick Strikes will be the first two taken.
Yeah, they definitely will be, but I want to point out a strong pick we're going to be seeing here from Mystic getting that prime time, and we're going to be seeing Gumi getting Hotshot on Rune, which is very powerful, lets him get more of his pillars down because of the Hotshot reduction that was recently buffed. Is going to be very nice to see here as they're going to go into the match right now. But Borg does have Quick Strike and Castellast, which will help a lot for that damage and KOs. We'll see if he's able to now output a lot more damage. Maybe he can start snowball scaling with that. And it seems right now they're putting the pressure on with these new Awakenings. If they're able to get both barriers down, trying to get the goal in. But it does seem Gumi's able to keep it out with the Anomaly and the assistance of Kainoob. Now, with the rotationing of the core onto their side, it seems it's not quite enough as that secondary on Daftgrass is able to hold it out. But Snake and Gumi assistance from... Oh my god, the assist from Kainoob as well with the Cyber Swipe in to get that last barrier now. As we can see here, that Rune Orb is taking that portal away.
Corner of portals, open goal gates. Scary situation for both goalies. Daftgrass barely able to find it over there towards that portal. Borg in the X Maximus now looking for the drill off the top side, but it's interrupted with the Anomaly. Here's the bell ringer, but it gets met with the banish. Anomaly is there, and now Snake has come in to clean house. Finds the KO and sends the core down to Kainoob for the goal. Demons Raw on a rampage, turning that one around in an instant.
Wow, what a intense round. As we saw that both teams once had really strong core possession of the core. It looked like anybody could have scored at that one. And we're going to see here now, both teams are adjusting to each other's strategy very well. And now Borg is keeping control of this midfield with the X, but Kainoob is coming with a Cyber Swipe core flip combo to get the kill. And now Snake dropping both those barriers, playing off of that extra power that he gave them with the opening. But oh my goodness, Snake with the Dash Punch kill now to get the second point now. As we are on match point potentially of this first game, it seems that Winterfall is going to have to play almost close to perfection in order to keep this game alive.
Snake is looking incredibly clean in the corner. Kainoob has had multiple plays with the Cyber Swipe, and Gumi has been able to interrupt plays, doing exactly what he wants to with these anomalies and the increased range that they've gotten on this patch. Now, Borg taken off of the pitch yet again, as it's a 4 KO streak for Kainoob. On Gates of Obscura with Sagar online for a lot of these characters. Surprising to see that many, and now they keep possession completely in the corner. Here's the Firewall Sentry as well, trying to put it away. Gumi passes back to himself, but now Kainoob finds the KO against Daftgrass as the Atlas will fall. Down to the portal, pass is made, core flip to the net, and Demons Raw will take game one.
Game one of this series. I think the KO pressure that Demons Raw possessed in this game was a lot. And I thought with the Stagger Swagger being on the field that it would have been less and so, especially with that Atlas assistance. But as I was just checking the Awakenings, it seems that only Daftgrass, as Atlas took the Stagger Swagger, maybe they underestimated how powerful they would be, and they thought that taking Super Surge was the right play. But I think they were able to put out a lot of damage and punish them for maybe choosing the wrong Awakening there at the start. And it might have helped stay alive for a few of those goals here, as we saw that they had 9 KOs in total.
9 KOs there makes the game near unplayable, especially when you're playing the X that's trying to find those very KOs. But he didn't have anything that he wanted. He couldn't pick up the Castellast earlier. He couldn't pick up some of those other things. Instead, opting towards the build different. Bork, it only does 5% heavier hitting impacts. You gotta find a way to do more damage than that, buddy. Have to find a way if you're picking this X character, and doesn't have it there. But Demon's raw strategy here of just ban the Zentaro is certainly working out well for them, as felt like they were just on another level in terms of coordination, able to collapse on some of these plays, and critically keep that core in the corner for so long. Sometimes on Gates of Obscura, it might be difficult to get it not only out of that corner, but also into the corner on the opposite portal side. Once it stays there for a while, though, it's almost a matter of time before some of those goal gates start to fall.
Yeah, that Zentaro ban is definitely strong, as we know Borg is a one with the blade when he's on that Zentaro, but take it away from him and it's a lot harder for him to play around, as he's known for it. You have to ban it out, which does mean though that Daftgrass and Mystic are going to be a little bit more alleviated on the banning side. So we're going to really have to see how Borg is going to mesh around the starting Awakenings for that ban. And I'm pretty sure that Demon's Raw has no reason here, or at least seen no reason to stay off of the other bans and stick really with just Zentaro. And I'm curious to see now what Winterfall's bans are going to be, though, going into this. As we just saw, Gumi was playing really well there defensively and offensively with the rune, but Kainu was very powerful, hitting those cyber swipes and those glitch pops. You had 5 KOs on Amy, which most people might not know is a really KO potential character, where you can get a lot of those edge KOs or even full stagger KOs if done correctly. And Snake here is able to play off of the not having Zentaro, so it's a lot more to think about when you have to ban.
We'll say, though, I mean, I don't see a way forward here for Winterfall. They're probably just still going to stick with banning the Asher and then force Snake on the Juliet here. But as you mentioned, right, Caillou is still probably going to go over to this Aimee or have a different pick that works better for the Awakenings and the stage that we'll see. Gumi will pick whatever he pleases, basically. I mean, even if one of his goalies gets banned away, so what? But now that's the last thing you wanted to see if you're Winterfall. We're back on the Gates of Obscura for this one as well. I expect to see much the same bans here.
Yeah, another Gates of Obscura. I feel a little bad bringing them onto this map. I feel like it just kind of follows me around. But as we're going to be seeing here, Demon's Raw, once again, sticking with the Zentaro ban, as it makes the most sense, and it is a very powerful one. Oh, wait, I am misspoken. Last second, they switched to Atlas. It seems that they were talking about it, and they decided that the Atlas ban might be more potential, as now Snake has access to Zentaro, and they have a lot more damage potential with no revives or healing. But that does mean Borg is able to play Zentaro as well. So it's going to be interesting to see here what's going to happen. I'm curious what they thought might have been the early awakening in order to ban Atlas out.
Borg will get what he wants in his return to the league, an opportunity to play the Zentaro Ditto against Snake. But the real question remains of whether or not that'll actually pan out, as it is a Catalyst plus Deadeye start. In this one, that's the reason why you see Gumi over here to the Luna, but Mystic also picking up this Deadeye.
Yeah, definitely a lot more KO potential with Gumi now on, as you said, the Luna, which can output a lot of damage, as we see Borg now cracked and one gate open though for the price of it. If they can find that KO, it'll be helpful, but Daftgrass is actually able to open up both gates from the portal.
I love seeing the ping pong back and forth between the portals, and now Borg just walks right up, sends it down to that bottom corner, and strikes it home. Yeah, Colin, we get it. But look, we'll see what ends up happening here as this continues to progress. The quarter portal, of course, everyone's favorite portal. Absolutely no contest, and I know chat's not going to disagree with me on that one. So now that we start to see less of that coming through, we'll see as the adaptation starts to come out and as we see the rest of our strikers have more impact in the midfield here, what exactly will transpire.
Yeah, and as we see right now, Kainu is able to get that barrier down with Snake almost getting the core flip in, but it's barely blocked with the goal not opening up quite enough. But another core flip already with that Catalyst is going to able to have that bounce shot from Snake, a passing play to get that goal for 1-1. It seems both teams now are on a little bit more even footing for this match. So as the awakenings are different, the characters are different, and now the Zentaro is on board, but he just take a lot of damage. They want to keep him off Zentaro still, just with a different way than banning him out, as we see the Luna Nuke taking him down, but now he's hanging barely alive as they are able to get one barrier on Daftgrass because of the portal play.
Corner portals out here again, and now we're going to start seeing the goalies ping pong. No, never mind. Gumi decides to opt against it. Now we'll core flip it into the corner, finds it with the goal barrier there, and now Daftgrass used a core flip of his own to find the barrier on the other side of the pitch. There's the Giga Blast, pushing Snake away for a moment. Borg trying to rush in, but can't find the angle to get to the core in time. Mystic collapses on it as well, and finally shoves it back. Winterfall on the verge of taking their first set in the series.
That was a really excellent defense from Daftgrass that we saw. He used the Giga Blast to push away someone from the core who had the core flip, so it would have been very hard to defend against that once that happened, so he stopped it before they could even get close to it. Now, as we're seeing though, Borg is putting a lot of pressure onto Gumi with a lot of damage and a barrier gone now as Daftgrass is keeping the core to him, but the core flip from Snake is going to keep it away just to get that launched back from Daftgrass, pulling some excellent maneuvers out here in the goalie position, but Snake is not going to have any of it and take that last barrier.
Gumi boosts in. I don't know what this guy's doing half the time. Now we'll let the goal barrier go, and now Borg is there on the slice and dice to send it home. Spins his blade up in the air, and probably lets out a raw of his own as Winterfall has finally found a set. Borg will take the set MVP and get his pick of the litter with heavy impact online up here first. Be interesting to see whether or not he takes it. In addition to that, 3 sparks online. Somebody's going to have to take it.
Yeah, taking a spark when you know that there's not a lot left is definitely not something you want to do, but sometimes it is something you're going to be forced to do, as we're going to be seeing here Zentaro taking a strong extra special away from Gumi, because with that, with Deadeye, is going to be 2 monsters to deal with, and we're just going to see here that it does seem, am I mistaken? No, Snake is actually going to be taking the Spark of Focus here, which makes a lot of sense. He was left with it, but it is still helpful with a little bit of cooldown reduction. And there's still one more spark that can help with that. I don't remember which spark it was, but it's not the Spark of Agility. So can't get that speed boost, which is another very strong spark to get.
Gumi also picking up that fire up as a denial away from those catalysts on the other side of the pitch. But now it goes back through once again as Mystic's able to keep up the pressure online. It just feels like we're having a little bit more midfield presence here, right? In terms of when Winterfall has the access, especially towards these side portals here, with Borg's ability to dash around and play some fancy footwork, and now their ability to start comboing some damage. Snake is low and is getting shoved away from the goal box here before he tries to find a play on his own.
Yeah, Snake is trying to stay alive for that core flip, which he just got, but it is blocked expertly by Daftgrass, especially with that Amy turn in his face. Another hard thing to clear now, as we're going to be seeing here. The Amy turn on their own side is going to be helping to clear this ball out, but Kainoob is keeping it there with that core flip of his own. And now Gumi sending it in with a kill from Kainoob. And now Gumi stopping it from going into the portal, trying to keep it, but Mystic is able to pull out those goalieing skills to get it through, as Mystic is at 1 HP, trying to clutch this out, which he's able to do is they're able to get one barrier down, and Daftgrass is back up on the pitch, trying to keep this game alive.
Here's the barrage. Snake trying to collapse on it as well, but now the KO is made just outside the portal. You're not saved this time, Kainoob, as it finds the portal again. Borg rushes in and will collect it with the slice and dice there. By the way, I don't know what that whole interaction was with Snake dashing in to take Daftgrass out, and then Daft saying, if I go down, I'm taking you with me, pulling out the real Andros from Star Fox 64 to make that one happen. Crazy rally all around, but now the reset comes through, and Winterfall starting to go on a roll here. They're taking a barrier. Look at this Firewall Sentry put out so much effort, and now the Crater actually sends it back towards that goal gate. Back up to the portal. Borg is there, but doesn't have any ability to start dashing forward. Mystic tries to flip it up to Borg, but they can't find the connection this time. Here comes Kainu. Back the other way. It finds the portal. Mystic was there, but now it's Snake and the Oni's Blade. There it is. Core flip. Now back, but Daftgrass barely saves it before it hits the barrier. Glitch Pop is out for spacing purposes. Gumi boosts in. Can't find it there. Borg of the 1v1. Here's the Oni's Blade. Takes it to the top side. And it's a 3-0 set for Winterfall. They've just got one more before taking game 2.
Definitely seems like they've adapted to the gates, and they are now switching that strategy up, and having Borg back on Zentaro seems to be not paying out for Demon's Raw, not banning that, instead switching to the Atlas one, as we're seeing here now with Kai getting first pick is going to be definitely a strong way, but Kainu getting Timeless on the Amy turn is also really strong, and it seems that a lot of them are holding their picks, but it does seem they're going to stop the Gumi from getting specialized training. They're really doing everything they can to stop that ultimate out. And it does seem that Kai was able to land himself rapid fire, and it seems that Snake getting Stagger Smacker is really nice here with all the damage and KOing coming out.
Not much online this time for those Zentaros at the end of the draft, but Borg stuck with the teddy bear again. At this point, I'm about ready to start calling it the emotional support teddy bear. It's grow a little larger in size, but it doesn't do that much otherwise. KO came through here early, but goal gates traded each direction, and now the core will find its portal. We'll see where the rest of this one takes us now, as Gumi tries to interrupt Borg, prevent him from getting in position, but he's there all the same. Finds the goal barrier. Now the core will find the portal again. Energy Burst sent away. Kainu will find his own Firewall Sentry. Now Snake forward, but it's sent away by the Gigabass. Here comes Borg trying to dive into the core, but can't actually do much of anything there, and now is just trying to stay alive and fight for his life in midfield. Can't do it. Here comes the Oni's Blade, and it'll finally find the KO. Mystic won't be able to put it in, and now the power play opportunity sent the other way. Gumi tries to take it himself, but isn't successful there. Crater sent back, and now the double KO is made. There's the collapse on the play, and Demon's Raw will find a way to rack up all the damage they want to and put the core back.
That was a lot of damage. It seems that now they're able to start connecting on a lot more plays and a lot more damage as we're seeing here. They were able to barely almost get an ace there, take out everyone off the field, and it's really hard to defend your goal when there's no one left on your team. As we're seeing here though, they're trying to keep it away now from there as much as possible, with Borg taking it up top here, but the Amy turn and the Corplet to block it and open up the goal barrier on this side.
Beautiful core flip there from Gumi, opening up this play, finding the goal barrier, and sending it right on over to Snake, who maintained it for a moment, and then it was all Demon's Raw from there. Again, watch how these players are sending the core to one another. Their goal is almost always to strike it and put the core in a position where someone on their team will have the next influence on the core. That's what it boils down to. So if you want to rank up, it's all about trying to work with your teammates to make those plays possible, trying to predict where your teammates are going to be, and this team of Demon's Raw has done it so well for so long. We'll see if they can try to find the reverse sweep in this set, but now KO is exchanged. Firewall Sentry won't have any impact on the core. Kainu low on Stagger, almost taken away, but the Giga Blast goes wide. Here comes Gumi to try to find a goal barrier. Almost gets the second there with the whammy, but not this time. As the core starts to fall back over to the midfield line.
Yeah, definitely a hard one with one barrier down on each side here. Gumi making a lot of impressions on the field with his signature emoting around. As we're seeing now, core flips are going to start coming online here, especially with Gumi's fire up. Now he has core flip to block it out now, enabling his whole team to have core flip, and as it just kicks into overtime, where both portals are now open, as we're seeing another core flip with a KO on Snake, and he's able to block the Daftgrass counter core flip now, as the ball is seeping through these portals all around. Nobody can predict where it's going at this point, and it seems that Snake is doing his best to keep it to Kainu. As you said, with these passing plays, teammates is really helping this influence go down, but it does seem that Snake is trying to keep the ball alive on that side of the field, with the Luna nuke doing tons of damage to Daftgrass and Mystic at the same time. With the portal play coming through, it's anyone's game, honestly, with Borg opening up the barrier now.
Oh. Ho ho! Gumi from the top ropes, downtown, boosting through. It is flying for the KO, opening up things there for Snake at the ends to take that set. As we head on to a fourth, Demon's Raw looking to make a comeback here, but critically, this Super Surge is online. Might have to be the denial from Gumi? Maybe? No, 6 with the missile prop instead. All right, no, Kainu is up first, or Snake is up first. I'm all right.
Doubles and Taros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend.
Doubles and Taros, though, on the field, both getting pretty strong awakenings, being Super Surge and 1-2 Punch. But I think the strongest one here is either going to be Gumi getting Missile Prop, adding more influence to his abilities and more damage on that missile with that Deadeye. It's going to be hard to fight back through. And with Daftgrass, though, getting prime time, he's going to be able to use double barrage to keep it down here, as we're going to see. But it wasn't quite enough to keep that one barrier, but might be enough to keep this last barrier alive. As we're going to see here, Borg is able to get the last, or the first barrier on that side. And it seems that Daftgrass was able to block the barrier, but now he's at 1 HP being headhunted by Gumi. And Gumi with the missiles headhunting both the goal barrier and Daftgrass.
Not able to find the KO there, but here's another core flip in from Kainoob. Steps back, drops back, cyber swipes forward, and finds the 3-pointer. Well, no, just 1 point, but nonetheless, able to pick that one up here, and it's continually now, the momentum just feels like it's back on over to Demon's Raw. They're racking up the damage. They're making at least one of the players on this team of Winterfall feel uncomfortable in terms of their positioning. Now it's Mystic, but actually Borg is the one that gets KO'd off of that crater. Doesn't find the dodge, and now the core flip right behind Daftgrass. Gumi comes through with the boost once more, and it's another 2 quick goals for Demon's Raw, who are looking to take this set right back again.
Wow, it definitely seems that this reverse sweep is coming strong from them, as they now have a lot more damage and they feel a lot more comfortable in this play here. Snake is able to grab one barrier and Kainu is able to grab the other. With an Amy turret and a core flip in the net, it's going to be really hard to keep that one out, and it seems like it's going to be just too much pressure as they're going to be able to sneak that ball in and get the set.
It is impressive how much damage this composition for Demon's Raw is doing right now. It feels like you wait 10 seconds, and at that point, someone on Winterfall is down to about a single stagger bar. Most often, it's Daftgrass, who can't actually find his way to get the core away from these goal barriers on this Kai right now. It feels like it's starting to fall apart a little more. And now, Kainoob's going to have that twin drive online for even more of these cyber swipes that have played such a critical role.
Definitely going to be a lot seeing here. Daftgrass trying to stay a little bit more alive with the Big Fish stagger. But as you talked about earlier, those earlier stagger awakening might be a little bit harder to fight through now. As we're going to be seeing here, there's a lot of damage already kicking off, with Borg taking a barrier, though, trying to return this game onto their end. As we're going to be seeing here, Mystic having the core there against Kainoob. Kainoob is able to put that pressure on with that damage with the assistance of Snake, looking for that kill, hunting down Mystic, where he's able to find the KO. And Borg got the barrier, though, while doing so.
Here's the core flip from Snake, sends it back the other way, finds the goal barrier there. Borg starts to try to get in position, and now Oni's blade down to the bottom side. Kainoob flips it, Borg can't collect, and now finds the portal, but the glitch pop is there to send it back. Sad Boys emotes there. The play is made. Actually think Mystic's glitch pop was the one that couldn't actually get there in time to save it. Demon's Raw now just another 2 points away, and another quick KO right off of the kickoff, as this time it's Borg taken away again.
Wow, another strong KO, but it doesn't matter. It seems that Mystic was strong enough and able to get that barrier, but it's not enough, as now the momentum has turned, and now Snake is able to get both barriers and do the same thing, and Gumi, coming out of nowhere, is able to snipe the ball and get it in for what could potentially be match point for this game and this series.
How do you play you've got Missile Propulsion, Deadeye Luna with Tempo Swing and Perfect Form. Snake has got 2 Sparks, one of which being the Spark of Power, plus the newly buffed Siphoning Wand, and Kaidoom's there to layer on top yet another amount of damage. I would not have predicted this to necessarily be a KO and damage-heavy composition, but it came online in the latter half of this game, and now the gates are open. They're looking for the goal here, but it's opening on the other side as well. Winterfall trying to stay alive in the set. No, it's denied, as Snake will find the redirection to put it into the net. And Demons Raw will take it 2-0.
Wow, what an intense and a very hectic last set. As we saw here, that damage started piling. They managed to get those awakenings. Unfortunately, Winterfall was so close to obtaining that game, but it fell right through their fingers with, I'm pretty sure, the awakenings letting Luna able to grab too many strong things. But it's really hard to deny Luna because they have so many options, and you have to take away extra special, and you have to away specialized training. But that makes it even much harder to deny her because there's still so many other things that buff her damage. And especially once they won that first set, I should say, on Demon's Raw's side, getting that missile prop and getting the first picks on the Awakenings was able to turn the tides and turn it into their favor. As we're seeing here, they had a 15 KOs, while Winterfall only had 3.
15 KOs. Although some of the damage numbers from some of the members of Winterfall are at least somewhat comparable, at the end of the day, it's all a matter of that targeted and consistent damage from everyone on the team getting involved. And what are you supposed to do in the latter parts of that game when the damage composition fully comes online? How do you dodge everything? Because it felt nearly impossible. I mean, you literally have to play, the Super Surge Zentaro that can actually just go elusive and dash around like they're in an anime, they're an anime sword fighter or something. I don't know what the actual game plan is there to dodge everything, and that's certainly the reason why Demon's Raw looks so strong on it and will probably continue to lock in variations on this very same comp.
Yeah, it definitely seems here that Luna taking away their options like Egoist for more of those evades early on when they couldn't get exactly what they wanted with that extra special, it was definitely the right play. They were slowly siphoning away those healing options or those staying alive options, and then when the tides turns, they started taking more of those damage options, and it all started to come together, and it was too much for them to handle because honestly, who wouldn't that be too much to handle for? Anybody, I feel like, with that much damage and that much KO potential, as you were saying. It doesn't matter the damage you do if you can't capitalize in it, but with cyber swipes getting you from nowhere land, it's so hard to stay alive.
So, Borg, I'm afraid you're going to have to play the game for a little longer if you want to stack up against the best in the league. That's exactly what happened here. And of course, we'll see if he's able to help out the team and have them start to bounce back starting next week. They get a match versus Orbits next week. 2 teams towards the bottom of the standings, one of them trying to make the late season run for playoffs. We'll see if which one will be able to pull it off, but certainly doable for both of those rosters who we saw get defeated by Demon's Raw here today. Folks, we're going to take a real brief break, but on the other side of that break, the Sad Boys will return to the stage. They're going up against Goats Esports, who are coming off of their win over Chatting last night. We'll see whether or not Goats Esports can put up a fight versus the Sad Boys, or whether or not the Sad Boys will continue their dominance in the league. Stay tuned. That match is coming up next. Welcome back to Super Week in the North American Strikers League, where we just watched Demons Raw pick up the victory over Winterfall, and now are about to watch the Sad Boys as they square off versus Goats Esports, with Goats hopefully feeling like they've got a little bit of momentum here. I think not many people would have expected them to pick up the win that they did yesterday versus Channing, and now, of course, they've got to go up against the metaphorical buzzsaw that are the Sad Boys with their impeccable team coordination and such. Alter, what are we thinking as we head into this one?
I think what we are thinking about is the fact that Sad Boys, as you said, is a saw blade, a monstrous team, as most people know them as the top of the ranked ladder and the top first place of most tournaments, like others that are of Omega Strikers. And as such, it's going to be very hard to face them. I myself have been a victim of what they can do in the ranked ladder, and it is always a sight to behold when you run into all three of them. And so seeing them in a ranked game like this, it's gonna be hard for Fudgy and Kilius to make those plays with I love Albion. I believe his name is if you could help me out here. Apalme. Yes.
It's a palme.
Apalme,
But of
yes.
course, we're too addicted with the Albion brain rot to think of anything else. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not looking too good here for Goats, but they have some potential things that could happen. Of course, it's any sort of Awakenings carousels could happen. Any sort of map rolls could happen. We could go back to Inkies a couple of times, which is a map that the Sad Boys very notoriously hate. Obviously, they were able to dodge it yesterday versus Core Overflow, though I was talking with Fudgy Waffles a little bit, and he doesn't sound too happy with the prospect of going to Inkies from the Goats POV either, so I don't think either team's going to be too happy if we roll into that map. But of course, we'll see. By the looks of it today, the odds are probably saying that we're going right back to Obscura because apparently Obscura calls. And when Obscura calls, we answer with more matches on stream that feature the gates. For some reason, I don't know why, but that seems to be what the game's given us today. So maybe we'll have to go with it.
Maybe we will, as you said it, the gates are calling, and if we get another map like that, we're going to see a lot more creation characters come out, as we saw the Rune and the Atlas were coming out. And honestly, if we get gates, I feel like it's going to be a lot more of anyone's game, as you were saying, especially with that Inky Splash Zone, as both teams might not like to get it, but getting it would be more in the favor of the Goats, because then it's less of a Sad Boys isn't as used to that map, and it's going to be easier to play around them and play on that map. And especially as you're saying, the Awakenings, if they're able to get some, it's going to be really nice if they can get some best in slots and all of those as such. But it does seem it's going to be an uphill battle for Goats.
We'll see what the Omega Strikers gods have in store for us. Number one amongst those gods is John Odyssey himself. We'll see what maps we end up rolling here in this one. Is actually, we don't have Inkies at all on the higher roll rates there. So we'll see, of course, what ends up happening here. But as we take a look at the rest of what's going on, I want to take a real brief look myself at these standings one more time, because of course we've got the Sad Boys and Demons Raw ahead of everyone here, but other than that, we're going to start seeing a lot more of these teams start to try to work their way up there, right? Goats right now is sitting at 2-2, and they've gotten a mix of higher level opponents versus weaker opponents throughout the season so far. Now after this one, they'll have the Sad Boys done and out of their way, and they won't have that many more other large juggernauts to work with, so they might be able to go forward for a winning record. But this map might be a fun one for Goats Esports. It's IME's app coming out here, and Fudgy Waffles put up 21 KOs yesterday versus Chikara chatting on this very map with the Rasmus pick. We'll see if it's left up, and indeed it is, as both teams are feeling comfortable in their Rasmus players.
Fudgy Waffles on the Rasmus pick. He is someone that I adore seeing play Rasmus because he is very strong here, but it does seem that we're going to be seeing a Juliet Ditto match, as we see a Palme on it, and I could only imagine that that is Bells on the other side. Kilius bringing out his signature Dracar goalie, and then surely Fudgy locks in on that Rasmus, as we're seeing a Dubu pick, and a Rasmus match. So this is looking like a very close to, matching game, other than the goalie side of things.
Interesting, though, to see Vaughn go over to the Rasmus here, because normally we'd probably just see Bells play it, or I think there's a non-zero chance that You Already Lose might have picked up a Rasmus before Vaughn, but instead he's going to pick it up here as we are on Quick Strike's cast to last start. All things considered, You Already Lose picking up the cast to last for the stun duration here of all things. We'll see if that ends up panning out, but of course, critically as well, it's pummelers for all of the forwards on this map. They'll have increased knockback as they try to punch their opponents into this pit in the middle, but now the goal barrier is hit, and the Sad Boys look to collapse here, pulling Kilius back, but doesn't create a large enough opening for the core to go through. Bells looks for the KO, can't find it there, and Vaughn's pendulum swing comes up just shy before this first goal goes in. Here's Vaughn, maybe a little bit of room to work with, but no. Sent away now by Fudgy Waffles. And Bells does not quite fast enough yet to keep it in. You Already Lose tries to keep the pressure up forward with the rollout log, but now Vaughn will strike first against Fudgy Waffles. The fiery flurry comes out of Bells, and he'll take it himself in the corner.
Definitely a lot of fishing we're going to be seeing here, as both Rasmuses have that quick strike pummelers. They're going to have those abilities to, the more quick strikes, it means more core flips with that energy boost it has. And as we saw, Fudgy Waffles tried to fish one out on Vaughn there, but Vaughn was holding on for dear life at the edge of that pond there. Now Fudgy trying to get the goal in with Vaughn blocking it out with the Rasmus Death's Touch, and it does seem that Bells is able to get a KO while staggered, fighting for his life, and their barrier's down. Now with You Already Lose coming in with the core flip and the Tofu wall to stop it from going anywhere, able to secure that goal.
Beautiful rotation and good awareness there from the Sad Boys, making the call for You Already Lose to come in and go forward, especially while Caleb has that energy burst at his disposal as well. They realize there is an opportunity on that play to make something happen, and they find the execution and let Bells go backwards with the stagger. But now Bells finds yet another KO, the dash punch against Fudgy Waffles, who hasn't been able to get that hook out much at all in this game because he's been taken off the pitch so much. And now I Love Albion pulled right back towards that pit. It's another power play. It gets extended for the Sad Boys. There's the barrier. Bells will collect it. Fudgy Waffles, though, sends it right back. Tries to pull You Already Lose in, but Caleb's able to dodge away for now. Two Rasmuses, south side of the map. Can't find it there, and now Bells keeps possession of the core. Beautifully done to find the angle, but Kilius is ready for it on the save. Still haven't seen this amount of forward pressure at all come out of the side of GOATS Esports. It feels like possession is almost always to the favor of the Sad Boys, and there it is again as Bells sends yet another one back.
It does seem they're having a hard time fighting that midfield and forward presence against Bells and You Already Lose and Vaughn, because all three of them really are playing that midfield potential very strongly. And now as Sad Boys is able to get the first set, they are able to start snowballing with these awakenings, but with Rasmus taking specialized training on Amy's app is definitely a hard one to pass up on, as it is very powerful, and it's going to make sure a lot more hooks are deadly, and he can hook you from almost anywhere now.
Vaughn will take that pickup any day of the week, and now denials coming through means that it's going to be Bells picking up the spark of strength, and you see the tempo swing come online for I Love Albion. And, okay, never mind. Forget any point I was trying to make, because we're going fishing. Okay, doesn't matter. Put on your fisherman gear, grab your fishing rods, because that's all that's going to happen in this game. Okay, Vaughn's going to keep finding these death touches, continually find these KOs, find these power play opportunities, and keep possession of the core for the Sad Boys.
And as you say that, another death's touch comes through. Now Kilius working overtime, keeping this power play from getting to his barrier, which he's so far expertly been able to do by passing behind the barrier, which is something that is very hard to see and very hard to do, especially even in this high of a tournament play. But now with Apalme back into play, they're hopefully able to turn it around, as they are starting to see more slowdown in the midfield zone, which means they have more time to breathe, more time to allocate what they're doing and who they're sending to where. As now it does seem that Vaughn is able to get the backwards kill though with the specialized, because now he doesn't have to just hook you from across, he can hook you backwards into that hole. Now with Vaughn getting core flip, but Kilius stops it out with his own core flip and a KO to boot. Now, he is proving he does not need to fish.
Good punch there as well from Albion to save the goal barrier for Goats. Power play opportunity the other way will dissipate. And now Fudgy Waffles and Apalmi on opposite sides of the pit can't find the connection, and Bells finds the KO as the punishment against Apalmi. Now looking to collapse this play, has the energy burst, will use it there. Now punches it through and eventually wins the ensuing engagement. Vaughn down to Bells, but he gets pulled back into the goal that he's trying to score in by Fudgy Waffles. Core flip out of You Already Lose, sends it over to Vaughn, but he's not able to find the angle to the net. Still the power play here for Goats. Fudgy able to find the disruption, enabling that core to come through and strike the goal barrier. Apalmi looking forward. Now Fudgy Waffles able to find the death touch, and finally things are starting to come online here for Goats. Looks like all they needed was a couple of warm-up games, and now Fudgy Waffles will flip it into the net.
Yeah, one thing that Amy's app will always have, if you have that KO potential on both sides, it can still be anyone's game, even in the last set, as those hooks can start connecting and you can start feeling the rhythm of where you need to be and where you need to properly fish to get those fishies in, and you can turn the game around. But it does seem that Vaughn is still in that prime spot that he found ages ago, as he's able to get a Palme again in that rod, and now it seems that they're trying to get that barrier down, and Bells is keeping this pressure over there, trying to make the most of this power play, but Palme is coming back into play now as the barrier almost gets taken out, but You Already Loses there to grab it with his secondary. Now it does seem that Fudgy missed his hook, trying to get this, keeping it on their side though, doing a very good job of that. Kilius missed the kill on the Bells there, but Bells now getting core flip. Hopefully he might be looking for some retaliation now. Fudgy is juggling it on this Tofu Fortress, trying to get through to Vaughn, which is able to do a pass to Apalme, trying to get it through now. It does seem that Apalme is just quite large enough to get that through, as now they're still keeping the momentum on that side, but with Bells getting that core flip kill, it does seem that this power play will go right to Bells, as he now has core control here, and Vaughn is able to get a hooking kill.
Get used to hearing that bass sound that plays every time someone falls into the pit or otherwise gets KO'd. Because I think we're on par to hear that sound probably at least 50 times in this match. We'll see what ends up happening here, as now it goes right around. The double death touches will connect. Trey's 1 for 1. You Already Lose forward here, trying to find it up to Bells, but no. Again, this Juliet doesn't have the speed quite to reposition. It now has continued to get bullied away. Here comes Kilius forward, shoving Bells away, and now is back in time to defend any threat that might have come towards that goal. Long rally here from both of these teams. And the core speed going to start to pick up. So we see the passing play come through. Fudgy again takes a shot towards the goal barrier, still saved away by You Already Lose, and it goes behind the barrier once again. Couple of breaks here for Caleb on the back line, and now Death Touch finds the connection, but this time it's to Kilius. Fudgy Waffles has to drop back, and so despite the goal gates being open, there's not another player that can be there to collapse. Bells looking to find the core, and now sends it down to the bottom corner himself. A rally well fought on both sides, but at the end of the day, one goalie was KO'd and the other one stayed standing.
Keeping that goalie alive is definitely something you want to do, and definitely something easier to do if you're able to deny Fudgy from getting that specialized training by getting it first on pick, which Vaughn did get, and he's able to show how he can use it there, getting another backwards hook. And now, but it does seem that Palme was able to make a play off of that distraction that Vaughn was making, and able to get the barrier for himself with a shot, trying to get the goal barrier, but it's not quite enough now, as Vaughn is trying to get the goal barrier, but Kilius passes it behind the goal barrier, keeping it alive here, trying to make the most and keep his teammates alive, but it doesn't seem like quite enough now, as the goal is open on both sides.
1 for 1 in terms of KOs right now. Vaughn can't have the forward presence, and now You Already Lose. Looks for the core flip, trying to get it back up to Vaughn. Death Touch is out here, trying to play a little area of effect around, and now core flips from Vaughn, but it's sent away by Fudgy Waffles. You Already Lose just barely back in time with the summer assault roll in order to save that one. Here comes Apalmi in the corner, sent back to the top side, and oh no, wait a minute, no, lock and load, able to save it there, bounces off the corner just barely. Kilius still has the energy burst as well, and this one will find the hold for now. Fantastically done with all the pressure there after one slight mistake to recover, and an energy burst burns to get it away. Palmy about to come back online here. Back up to the top side, but it's right back over to Bells. Kilius in the corner again with these locks and loads. Watch how he's playing the Strakar goalie to send the core back around and behind Bells every single time. The last thing he wants is for this Joliet to have the core in front of her. Molten Bolt out. Bells looking for the dribble off the wall. No, denied because of that speed decay that was coming out. Yuri Luz buys a little bit more time. It's right back over to Bells. Here's the dribble. Killius is still able to find it away to send it back. And now Fudgy Waffles has the mark with the core flip down to the bottom corner. Goats are hanging on by a thread, and they are fighting for dear life for this one.
Definitely, Killius is showing some of his expert Jakar goalie play. As a Jakar main myself, he is showing us good, doing us amazing favors by showing what they can do in the goalie box, as he's been able to pass behind the goal barrier, and he has been able to keep away from the Juliet's so threatening dash punch, but it wasn't quite enough here as the first goal barrier is dropped, and Vaughn with the whiplash is able to get that in now as it is match point here.
Goal 5. It's set point for both teams. We'll see who's able to take this one away. But again, the second that Sad Boys can start to get their momentum online is the second that it feels like things start to crumble. And now they've got an opportunity with this power play as Vaughn finds it another death touch. Killius around back to the goal gate once again, preventing anywhere for the Sad Boys to come in. See what happens here. Fudgy again on the whiplash, tries to send it back around. Vaughn dribbles off of the pit, now pulls back a Palmy on the death touch. Here's the opportunity again for the Sad Boys. It bounces off the pit, finds the angles that they wanted, and Bells will collect a KO against Killius. Vaughn will grab it with the pendulum swing, and Fudgy Waffles isn't there in time with a whiplash. Sad Boys take the set all the same.
One problem is that when you're playing against Sad Boys and you're showing that you have what it takes to stand amongst them, they will start targeting you, as Killius now finds himself with a target on his back, finding a lot of those 07s as he's getting KO'd by Bells because you can't defend the goal if you're not there. And now as we're seeing here though, there's a nice stuff for Jakar, which is going to be denied, but it's also really nice for Rasmus on this map actually, because you can get that longer and even powerfuler hook, especially with that specialized training. It's going to be even harder to keep it away, but Fudgy Waffles is able to land himself extra special. Now, he will be able to throw more hooks out more often. Maybe with those increased cooldowns, he'll be able to find himself more kills.
Yeah, that draft plays very differently. And hey, there's the missile propulsion coming out right off of the kickoff. Vaughn is going to find one, and now it's Bells right over to the corner. Fudgy's death touch is there for a moment, but that draft would have played out incredibly differently if both the Rasmuses weren't first, right? There were so many good awakenings for both Rasmuses that would have been denied, like that Happy Star, like the missile propulsion could have even get picked up by Killius with a different draft order. But instead, it was both of those Rasmuses up first. And so they get their pick at the litter. Vaughn proving his worth here on the missile propulsion. Takes yet another one here for the Sad Boys, and they're 2 away from taking the first game.
Definitely a lot of power coming out here, but Fudgy Waffle showing that he can still hang in this fishing pond as he gets a KO. Now, with I Love Albion barely missing the dash punch, but the ball is still on that side as you already lose. Gets ready for a evade clear, and it doesn't seem that this pressure, though, that they're pushing on wasn't for vain, as they are able to find that barrier with Fudgy Waffles barely missing that hook. With that extra special having it up more often, though, maybe that miss won't matter as much, as we're seeing a 4-flip block from Fudgy, which will lead to a goal as it's unsuspectedly rolling into the net.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Fudgy Waffles finds the timing there on that core flip denial. Now it's right back over. Kickoff largely won here for the side of Goats, and now finds the KO there as Fudgy Waffles. A little bit of room to work with. Apalmi will even steal away the Sad Boys goal orb, and the Tofu Fortress won't hold the line. It's all over the place there in the bottom corner, and now Apalmi has a shot back down to the bottom corner. You already lose, gets KO'd as well. 2 core flips online. Bells and Vaughn attempting to find the hole here, but they have to find a passing play. No! It slips through the cracks, and now it hits the goal bearer on the other side. They don't collapse on this right away, and Vaughn is still there. Finds the angle. Denial on that very core flip. You already lose back online, looking to hold it. Will be successful in doing so for the moment. Beautiful clears coming into the Sand Boys there, keeping them alive for now. And Vaughn sends it up, looking for the dribble. Palmy, no, can't find it there, but it gets pulled right back in, finds the redirection into the net, and finally, after so many attempts, the Goats are able to put it back.
Definitely a long game that they are having to play here. It's a war of attrition. who can stay alive from these deadly Rasmuses. As we see here, Fudgy Waffles showing off what I'm just saying, as that deadly Rasmus is able to find one on the other Rasmus, as Vaughn is found in the pit now. With this power play, they're trying to get that barrier when they are both, or Fudgy Waffles, I should say, is close to core flip, but Bells is going to shut that down before he can get it with the dash punches of his own, and another KO from Vaughn. And now it's going to be even harder to keep this power play off of Achilles, as he is by himself, alone to fight. As we're going to see here, though, that expert Shakar goaling he's been showing off is enough to wait it out and let both of his teammates come back. But it wasn't enough to save the barrier.
Able to take it there are the Sad Boys. Again, looking to try to keep possession here, sending it back to a place where only You Already Lose can influence it. And now it's back forward again. Bells looking for it forward. Here's the Fiery Flurry. Tofu Fortress out as well. Finds the KO against Kilius once more. Energy Burst comes out. Vaughn sends it around the corner. Looks for the stun against Fudgy Waffles. And now Bells sends it right back down to Vaughn. And it's another 5th goal in the set.
A 2-2 match point. Now, if they want to stay in this game, they are going to have to, the GOATs, I should say, is going to have to play this very well here and get that barrier down, which they've already done by avoiding that hook, which is very nice, because if all of your teammates are alive, you can definitely play a little bit better. But now it does seem that the ball's going to go right past them, behind the barrier now. Palme having a one-on-one against You Already Lose, juggling the ball, but there's a lot of KOing from both the Rasmuses, with Bells getting the revenge. And now it's going to be really hard to hold midfield here, as You Already Lose is pushing up there, keeping the ball on their side of the field, with Bells trying to get it through, but Achilles is able to block it with that lock and load. Now, the possession is back to Vaughn, and Bells is trying to finish out more damage, but it seems the damage is going to be founding on him, as Fudgy Waffles is able to get that Death's Touch through. Now with core flip from Apalme, trying to get this ball to Fudgy Waffle right there, as we can do, but You Already Lose is watching it and able to keep it out. It's going to be very hard to keep it with Kilius trying to keep the ball on their side, but another KO is found on Fudgy.
Goats are still playing incredibly well, but it's just not enough when you're going up against this team that's been doing it together for so long. See what happens here now. As you see Bells dumping all of his abilities against Kilius. Now Vaughn tries to go for the death touch here, but it's still not enough to completely kill him. He's forward in the core flip. You Already Lose will use one there, and now it's sent back by the lock and load from Kilius. The forward goalie Drakkar, he can do it all, but hasn't been able to put it back yet. It bounces back and forth between the pit and the Tofu Fortress. Kilius, again, looking for a Palme while Fudgy Waffles attempts to hold. Now, the rotation is made back the other way, but here come the Sad Boys. Bells is there on the Flying Phoenix, almost hits it there, threads the needle, but the goal gate is just a little bit too late to open. Now a Palme trying to find the dribble, loses control, back over to You Already Lose, and it's right back on this blue side of the pitch here. Vaughn up to Bells. Actually, he'll just take it himself as the clear angle was denied. And the Sad Boys will take yet another 3-0 sweep in sets, despite just how much the Goats were fighting for it.
Even though that was technically a 3-0 set-wise, the Goats Esports was hanging on, showing that they can hang in this pond, but it wasn't enough. As you said, they did have 4 goals of their own, 2 of them on the last set, but they needed that one extra goal to make the set swing in their favor, maybe getting some better awakenings for themselves, like maybe Deadeye on the Rasmus, but all of that is in vain if you can't get that last goal, which they couldn't. And with that 26 KOs from You Already Lose, having none of them just from Vaughn and Bells alone. Quite a lot of KO potential on those two, with a lot of it being from that pond, but who's to say?
26 is a crazy number for one team to come through with. Fudgy Waffles, of course, putting up with 7 of his own. So what? That's a total of 37 KOs that happened over the course of the entirety of that match. And there were only something like, 9 and 4. So 13 points scored. That's about 3 KOs happened. Someone went off of the map about 3 times every single goal. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's crazy.
Insane.
Oh dear.
I do not even know what to say about that. With a lot of KOs, usually means less redirects, but as we're seeing here, the KOs weren't just for a quick game. It was also a long game with a lot of redirects on both sides. Most people over 100. You already lose, closing in that gap to 200 redirects, showing that he has the ability to make his mark on the play, show that he has the ability to change the way the match is going by having that core control.
Let's be clear. Some of those are Mickey Mouse numbers because they just bounce back and forth off of the wall against the Tofu Fortress. I'm more impressed with actually Vaughn's 161 because that's a little less, Mickey Mouseable. Is that a word now? Well, I'm making it a word now. Such high numbers across the board, really, from a lot of the folks we're seeing between Kilius, Fudgy, and Vaughn all together there. And again, always trying to have an influence over the core, always trying to put it in a place where their teammates can get to it, because those numbers are a lot more difficult to rack up in a, might I remind you, 3-set match. Yeah, sure, that went the distance in 2 of those sets, but in a 3-set match where a lot of those, ended up being towards, whatever. We're going back. We're just doing the same thing again. I'm losing words. We're going to watch the same thing happen again because both these teams are going to leave the Rasmus again, and they're not going to ban it away because they think they can do it. And hey, if you're GOATs, why wouldn't you? A different set of Awakenings rolls, and maybe you can take it here.
Maybe you can. I honestly, maybe I'm biased as a Drakkar player, but I was impressed by the Drakkar goaling as he was able to hit that back pass, but it seems that Sad Boys was impressed by it as well, as Kilius is now going to find himself target banned there. No more Drakkar goalie found on this map, but we are seeing the Juliet Rasmus Ditto again now with Kilius running the Rune goalie. I'm very curious to see. It is going to be Dubu again, so the same team on Sad Boys' side with a little bit of a mix-up on the side of GOATs Esports.
Small little mix-up here. Kilius forced to go over to a different pick and opts for this Rune. We'll see whether or not it can actually have an influence here on our Starting Awakenings prime time built different. I am calling it the emotional support teddy bear. Everybody gets one, nearly. And the goalies will pick up this prime time for a little bit of extra forward presence. And overall, especially for Kilius, the ability to have those Rune pillars out wherever he wants, but it doesn't matter because Bells is still able to collect the core there on the first time. Slips through the wickets there as Vaughn finds the pass to send it down.
Definitely a strong Awakenings to play around, as both Rasmuses don't just benefit a little bit from the 5%, but mainly from that 30% size increase, letting their abilities have a harder or an easier time to hit, as Vaughn is showing that off, getting a KO right off the bat on Fudgy, and Bells following up on that power play with a goal of his own. Definitely they're coming out swinging. They had the time to prepare for this match, this match-up, I should say, this almost close to Ditto match and this Ditto map.
Let's make ourselves clear. Remember, GOATs took a set to warm up in the last one. Maybe they'll have to do that here as well, and actually, maybe it'll only be 2 points as they're able to shove it past there, and Kilius is back in time with a Shadow Swap. Tofu Fortress is out to buy a little bit more space for You Already Lose. Now Fudgy Waffles pulls Vaughn back away, trying to find something here, and now Vaughn is staggered completely. Palmy looking in pursuit of the KO, can't find it there, and actually, it's Bells that'll get KO'd first. Palmy tries to get pulled back here by Vaughn, but he's still able to heal up, able to dodge enough of the damage, and now it's a Palmy that's in trouble. Bells comes right off the respawn, immediately presses the Fiery Flurry, but it doesn't matter because of the Rune Pillar range buff, as Kilius still send one back exactly where You Already Lose wasn't expected.
Kilius is a very strong goalie player, not just for his able to play the game really well, almost close to perfectly in the defensive position, but also extremely powerful in the offensive role of goalie as well. As we're seeing right here, he is all the way in that net on Rune, and it seems maybe that costed him though at the barrier now, even though Vaughn was gone. A little mishap led to that happening now with Bells taking full stagger from both of the Rune pillars. It's going to be tough to say what's going to happen on this set, but we know for sure that we're going to see both Juliets gone.
1-for-1 trade once again as the Death Touch finds its mark. Vaughn now on the dribble, uses the whiplash, sends it around. Now, Achilles forced to use that energy burst, afraid there, perhaps, of what the direction Vaughn might be sending it. Now, the anomaly comes out once again to prevent Bells from just shoving it home. Power play opportunity once more, as Vaughn was taken off the pitch this time. Fiery Flurry doesn't connect with the goal barrier this time. They can't find the stuff down through this bottom corner. The banish comes out, knocks Yori-Lose away, but the barrier is still held. Here's the Tofu Fortress, and the Particle Accelerator sends it back to the other side of the map. Sad Boys take the first set.
Definitely hard to play around that. It does seem, though, that they had a game plan where Kilius was going to come in and banish the goalie and maybe a forward as well, but without a Chrono Boost or Castellast, it wasn't long enough. But now here, he has the chance to redeem himself on that and take a Castellast, maybe, perhaps. No, he's going to opt for a Rapid Fire, but it is unfortunately too late to stop Vaughn from once again getting specialized training.
There it is again. Vaughn takes it. Second carousel. Sad Boys win the first set. They get BestieInSlot on the Rasmus on this map in particular, just for that increased knockback range. See what comes through for the rest of this here. Oh my goodness, that was such a fast barrier. Bounces off the pit in the middle. And we're right back to the Sad Boys' advantage. Bells takes it himself, and now it's Kilius that's stunned in the process. Can't act on it at all. And it finds the net in a 10-second goal.
Definitely something that sometimes can happen when you're Rasmus. You go for a player, but you end up finding the core, and it comes back to your barrier. Sometimes that will make your goalie pretty angry, but I'm pretty sure Kilius understands that in order to beat this type of team, you have to play a risque sometimes moves, and most of the time for them, hopefully they'll pay off, which will lead to the goal getting taken down. Now, as we're seeing though, there's definitely a lot more potential and power coming out here from Sad Boys as they're able to get the barrier down. And now, with Yori-Lose already so far up, Vaughn is now in the goalie seat with Yori-Lose actually gone. And now Vaughn is going to have to defend against all three of these players. And it seems that he's quite almost able to do so, which he is with the assist of Bells getting a nice KO. Yori-Lose back, putting the Tofu Fortress, trying to have Bells make a play here. But the ball is going to be coming back.
Vaughn, Death Touch, collects the core. Again, looks to collapse on this with his partner in crime. Can't do it there. As Palmy will shove it right through on the Flying Phoenix. Here's the core flip, but both Vaughn and Yori-Lose are back for it and already. Palmy can't find the punch into the net there either. And Vaughn, despite being low on stagger, actually doesn't matter at all as the core gets sent flying once again. Bell sends it off the corner, gets a little bit of a lucky bounce, and would have stunned the goalie again. As long as the root is stunned, he can't do anything, right?
Fudgy has to look death in the eyes as that Rasmus hook comes right in front of him, but not quite enough reach because he doesn't have aerials or missile prep to make it go further. Kilius trying to stop Bells from having so much power over this core. Not quite enough, though, for them to get it, but Fudgy is able to find a kill out of that now. Pushing forward, but the Tofu Fortress is going to help stop that out. Palme, my bad. The Albion Rod is getting to me. Now, trying to make this play happen here with Palme going everywhere from being no health, with Kilius helping that. Fudgy trying to make a play here. Now, as we're seeing, Fudgy is able to get a KO onto Bells now. Kilius holding that core flip, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need it because Fudgy is going to make a play and get the point. Now, 1-2.
Beautifully done from Fudgy Waffles. Finds the KO, then just takes it himself with the rest of his abilities to shove it right back. That is the exact thing you want to see on the Rasmus, right? Your ability to just find those pendulum swings, stun the goalie, send the core back, all at the same time. But now, you also want to see those KOs, as Vaughn's able to find one there. And another thing I want to comment on here, with both Monumentalist and Castellast in the last one, Kilius really is hoping for the Timeless Creator coming up soon in an Awakenings carousel. If it's not the next one, it might be doomed, because there are so many cases like right there where a little bit of extra size and a little bit of extra length for some of these anomalies would make so much of a difference. You see the goal line just getting defended so well, but that scaling has to come online, and it hasn't yet, hoping that the rapid fire and the prime time can hold it down. Because now they have a power play opportunity. Gets sent around the backside. Gets sent around the backside again. There's the goalie chops coming in from Vaughn. Now the Anomaly is able to get it out of this corner. Tofu Fortress out. Apalme finds a KO on Devon. Looking for the collapse here. Pendulum swing out. Beautifully done to find the cross up against You Already Lose. And now the redirection down to the bottom corner while Apalme saves that core flip for the next round.
Yeah, having that core flip going into this round is going to be very nice to see, as the only one close on their side is Bells, but Fudgy Waffles might be marking them as a potential victim to be found fishing in this net, with the banish coming onto Vaughn, taking him out of the pitch for a little bit now with, I was mistaken, it wasn't Fudgy, but Apalme looking for the KO onto Bells here now with no core flip, but no Bells to boot. Now, can they do it? Fudgy passing to Apalme, trying to get this through, but it is not quite enough, as the back pass behind the barrier is enough to get it through. And Vaughn coming back and getting that nice kill onto the goalie. It's going to be hard to keep this one defended by Fudgy Waffles himself, but he will try to do it, but it's in vain, as Bells is able to get a nice corner shot for set 2.
It's goal 5 again. The Sad Boys take goal 5 again. They're going to get first pick in the carousel again. No Timeless Creator, so saved perhaps a future time, but we'll see what ends up happening here, because I feel like this might just repeat itself a little more. It'll be Vaughn picking up that hot shot first and foremost, right off the rip, denying that from anyone else, and we'll see the rest of this fall through as now Spark of Focus picked up here by Apalme, maybe looking for a little bit of extra cooldown, realizes that can pump out the damage quite a bit, but needs a little bit of extra help to get there.
Yeah, and I think Fudgy Waffles picking up that Catalyst is definitely a nice pick, as we're going to be seeing here a lot of damage from a team like Rasmus Juliet, so we're definitely going to be a lot more energy from that, but it doesn't matter if you can't rack it up and you get KO'd by Bells, and Vaughn is finding himself gone though from Apalme, so Juliet's both found themselves a Rasmus KO here.
That was... It literally, that's the definition of a mirror matchup right there, where the Juliets each find the opposing Rasmus, dash punch, same exact time nearly, sent away. Sad Boys still have the advantage though. Apalme tries to find the return KO, but no, denied now. Pillar will get in the way for a moment, but it's not there, bound to the bottom side, and Bells will be able to find the angle there once more, just 2 goals away here once more for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, definitely a hard game to come back from the Goats Esports, as you've seen this before, but it seems that Vaughn and Bells were both on the same side there, ready for that core flip, but it seems Fudgy Waffles was able to find himself a Juliet in the pond, as now they have a power play potential here as they try to get this core over. A even harder power play potential now, as there's a double KO. Pass to Apalme, trying to get this through with Rasmus in the back to back it up, and it's enough to get the barrier down.
Just barely. Now Fudgy Waffles, beautifully done, pulls it right back and finds it down to the bottom corner. Goats are not out yet. They're just getting started. And they're going to have that mentality to come back in this one, because they've got to find a way to close out a set. If they force it down to set 5, don't start playing nervous. Just keep playing your game.
As we are seeing here, they are playing that game and they're trying to do it well, but it seems that Vaughn is able to find a nice pendulum swing to get that barrier down now, as they have their backs to the wall. They're trying to dribble this out, but it's not enough, as Apalme is going to find themselves KO'd now, as they have to stall a little bit longer or play the risky game and go for that barrier down, as they were going to see here Bells in the middle of the goal barrier trying to get the goal itself, and they're able to sneak it through the Tofu Fortress now, as Apalme is back.
Bells, low on stagger, might be between everyone, but still finds a KO in the interim against Killiest. Fudgy Waffles will have to bail it out to Apalme to the top side, but Bells is now just waiting for the pass, interrupted once by Apalme, and now the pendulum swing comes out. Hold the line, goalie Waffles, hold the line. He does there to send it back up to the top side. Apalme now tries to get it around Vaughn, but no, can't there. Has core flip available. You Already Lose, probably going to send it back down. Now waits for a moment, trying to find the opportunity. Somersault baited out. Now the cross up is made up to Apalme to find the shot towards the barrier. Death touch goes slightly wide of Vaughn, and now Bells comes right through to punish the core flip. It's momentum swinging right back to the favor of the Sad Boys. Vaughn's on the dribble once more. Bells down to the corner. Apalme tries to interrupt the play. It is successful for a moment, but then it goes right behind the Anomaly once again, and it is match point for the Sad Boys.
Definitely a tough position to be if you're Goats, especially when they play like that, where the pillar may have had some influence on why it went into your goal, but it is something that happens when you're in overtime as a player like Rune. But now we're going to have to see here as they're trying to make up for it, trying to get this goal barrier in, broken, but Apalme has taken a ton of damage already now as they're trying to dish that damage back out onto their goalie while this is kept on that side, but it's not enough as Apalme is now finding that the barrier is broken. Oh well, Banish from Kilius is going to be able to do lots of damage on the Bells here, as we're going to see they are trying to get that barrier down, but Apalme is going to find themselves KO'd with Kilius having the core flip, trying to keep this out.
Caleb tries to go forward. Now Bells in the corner again. Kelly is forced to use that energy burst, but Bells is there on the Flying Phoenix once more. The Sad Boys will advance to 5-0 in the North American Strikers League with a match next week and a date versus the other undefeated team, the Demons Raw.
Yeah, that was a tough game here to say, but I do think that Goats played better. They were slowly adapting as they had more KOs this time around, and that Sad Boys had less KOs, not nearly as much as last time, but still a very solid of 15. But it was a 14, I believe, if I can count, on the other side of Goats Esports, but it wasn't enough to save them from that match.
So close, and look, the Jakar ban was probably the right call from the Sad Boys, right? Makes it that much more difficult, actually, for those members, or for Kilius to hold, right? That's his comfort character, and now is forced to go over to the Rune, where sure, there's some things, but it feels like the Rune's at least a little more Awakenings dependent, right? And especially in that first carousel, when both Monumentalist and Castellast were online, and he decided not to take either, going for the rapid fire there as the fourth pick in that carousel. You don't have a lot of options that are left. And then the hot shot gets taken away from you. And the second one, so many things just feels like they didn't quite come together for the Goats. The stars really do need to align to knock off the Sad Boys, and they didn't here today.
I think you have a point. He probably went rapid fire there because he had prime time, and those do mix well together, especially on a character like Rune. But I do think maybe taking a more character specific thing would have been very helpful and influential onto the match, because as we saw, there was a lot of times where the pillars just weren't quite big enough, or they didn't quite last long enough, or that banish didn't last quite long enough or do enough damage to take someone out or to make sure that goal got defended. And I really think that they did make the right ban, as Kilius on that Jakar is quite a monster, and taking him off of his comfort character is definitely a smart strategy.
So the Goats now will fall to 2 and 3 in the league, and I'll just read out their next 4 opponents because it feels like a manageable, pretty even schedule. Next week, they'll go up against Oshino Core Flip. The week after is Super Week, where they'll have both Orbits, and then they'll play Finesse, and then their final match of the season will be versus Core Overflow. There's a shot where this team, who's been continuing to go through a scaling process over the course of the season, can continue making a push and even attempt to go positive once we get towards the back half of this season. I think there's a decent chance that they end up making the playoffs line, but only time will tell, of course, because again, the dynasty of the Sad Boys will continue, because next week, like I mentioned, they'll have to go up against Demons Raw in the match that everyone, I'm sure, will be looking forward to again. Alter, we got anything else? Because I think that does it for our casting block.
I also believe that does it here. I think that both teams in this series demonstrated a lot of potential. There was a lot of highlight moments, I would say, from both sides here, but that is going to be it.
That'll be it. Thank you all so much for tuning in, but we got one more match to play, and this one is probably the one that most are looking forward to this week. The Sundubu Strikers, who are currently ahead in the standings, are going up against Jakara Chatting in what could very well be a pivotal match for the teams that are going to end up making playoffs at the end of the season, especially with the surge that we've been seeing from Goats. Don't go anywhere, folks. You won't want to miss it up next, because it's Saya and Borg on the call. We'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Super Week. It's the final match of the week. I'm here with Borg, and I know y'all are all here for this guy on my right, so I'll just let him talk.
Guys, come on. Saya, come on. You can't. Chat, I have a surprise, right? We may have lost. I may not have been able to take down the demons. I tried my best. But check out the drip. Ooh. Oh, wait, other sleeve? Oh, one more. Oh, shoot! The shorts! That's my chatting. That's all I got for you. I don't have the socks yet. They didn't come, but I got the whole Borg fit on. I'm ready to cast. I'm ready for this game. I'm ready to get back into casting. I have not casted in 2 months, Saya, and it has been... I've missed it, I'll say. I've definitely missed it, and I'm excited to get back into it.
Yeah, our caster blocks have definitely missed you as well. We're falling on a little bit of hard times. We are currently trying to get a lot of new casters on board, but they've definitely had a bit of a Borg-shaped hole as, well, it's the soon-to-be Strikers versus Chikara chatting, and you left, like, right at the start of chatting's rise, but
yeah,
they've not been doing too well.
Yeah, I was always a chatting hater. I always say that, even though I never actually hated chatting. I don't know. It felt like it made no sense to me. And then when I saw them play, it was like, oh, they're actually really good. But then seeing them, not as much success now, not sure if it's necessarily a strength of schedule thing. I haven't been able to catch all the games. I've been a little busy, in a different continent. But I don't know. I mean, I still think they're a good team. Like, on paper, I definitely think they're pretty good. I've heard that Appa has gotten very, very good recently as compared to, like, earlier in beta where he kind of was more of a one-trick. He can actually kind of play a bit more now, and he's been practicing a ton more. So I'm definitely excited to see Appa Bug. And, I mean, everyone knows Drew Danger is a wall. He's literally a brick wall. So I always knew he was good. And then Liari just kind of slotting into that team, doing what she does best, and coming in after she gets eliminated from with her own team. It comes into a new team and takes their spot. The classic. So I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited to see them play, and then obviously soon-to-be Strikers. In the pre-show, I had soon-to-be Strikers winning, more of like a faith thing rather than a actual, me caring, or me like caring about my picks and like putting money on them, because I have no clue. I think I'd probably bet on chatting if I were to actually bet my money, but I believe in the boy 3Z Breezy, Eli himself. I believe he can get it done. I think Gramella's been looking insane too overall. I think he's been looking really, really, really good. And then Bread's one of those kind of question mark goalies where he's really good, but will he show up on the day is kind of the question. And I think when Bread shows up, he's one of the best goalies in the league. He's probably top 3, top 4 goalies in the league when he's showing up. Just the question is he going to show up today? Is he feeling good today? Will he have good ping today? We'll have to see, all right?
Yeah, and the soon-to-be Strikers took like a pretty relatively rough loss in Week 3 to Orbit, 2-0, and that really raises the question of, will this soon-to-be Strikers roster be it? Because so far, they've had probably the easiest schedule, relatively speaking, out of all of the teams. The polar opposite of Oshino Core Flip, some might say, as we are loading into games. So this is very pivotal for playoffs. Winning this could basically mean that either one of these teams can or can't make it.
Yeah, no, this is incredibly important, right? And I mean, especially really for both teams, right? They can both, it's the middle of the pack teams like you're talking about earlier, like we kind of talked about in the pre-show a bit. These middle of the pack teams, this is Super Week and next week as well is going to be now or never for them. They really need these next couple wins, especially chatting, given that they have to play Winterfall soon. So, they're not going to get the win there. As I said earlier today with Demons Raw, that worked out well, didn't it? But enough chatting. We are in the game now, I believe, in the draft. So looking at both teams, we have Amy's app, actually. So starting off pretty hype. One of the more fun kill maps. And we get a Rasmus mirror, Dubu mirror, and then Asher for 3Z and Juliet for Appa. No surprises there. How you feeling about this one?
Yeah, it's a little interesting that 3Z is opting for the Asher, right? Asher is the scourge of a lot of players' existence.
Yeah.
But on a map like Imi's Ab, you kind of expect the Rasmus-Juliet combo, so we'll have to see if they can make it work here, as it was a timeless starter, which does discourage the Juliet a little bit, especially when the other option was the pretty mid-peak performance.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I haven't, today was my first day playing back ever, so I'm not sure how Peak and the stagger builds are really doing right now. I got to test them a little bit more on myself. I will trust you guys in, saying they are mid. I still think I don't know. I think Rasmus probably could have taken it, but maybe Timeless is preferred here, as both barriers are already down, by the way. Drew is taking so much pressure, but manages to finally deflect as Granamilla finds the first hook of the game.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, right? We had 3 Gates of Obscura in a row, and now we have 3 IME's app in a row. Something is up with the server picking over at Odyssey Interactive, but huge push for Liari and Opabug. The KO is found with the hook. The primary is there, and Obscure Breads only has to clear up where Opabug is lurking. That's the first goal for Chatting. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I actually prefer Chatting's comp here. I think that I see Asher just being a menace, but I feel like Julie is just so much more of a threat in terms of KOs on this map, and just because, there's not very many safe places you can stand against the Juliet for the dash punch can't kill you, and when you play those, there are a lot less, impactful spots on the map that you have to play, right? So Opabug missing a dash punch there, but still, you can kind of see the looming threat, right? And with Drew just being able to hold it down all game, it's only a matter of time until they get those kills.
Yeah, only a matter of time. 3Z Breezy with the pass to Gramella. Drew Danger does have flip for insurance. Will not expend it yet, but 3Z Breezy, the pass splitter into literally mashing your face on the keyboard. Call that the HelloFresh combo, because anyone can cook. But 3Z Breezy once again in position with the primary. The KO is found though. Power play for Chatting, and 3Z almost turns it into a 1v3. Stays alive, stalls out the time, and Borg, it's all up to Opabug, but once again it is cleared away.
Yeah, Liara's gonna get the core here. I mean, it's kind of back and forth right now, right? With Breads obviously, managing to hold that barrier, which is so crucial right now. 3Z has a chance here, has the core flip, but Drew Danger with the save and the Summer Assault actually to get there in time. That was very, very well played from Drew. Liari finally getting that next barrier. But one thing I'm definitely looking at here as both barriers are down is which Rasmus can actually find those KOs and the hooks there, as Appa finds a dash punch there, beating me to it. But yeah, basically, which Rasmus can kind of diff the other one. This is basically going to be what's going to decide the entire match, I think.
Yeah, and Opabug in there with the Flame Flurry, the core flip as well, and Obscure Breads unfortunately taken off the map. This Juliet play, it's what you expect from the guy who's known for his Juliet, but definitely finding a lot of chances.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the strength of this team, right, is that Drew just able to hold it down, and Liari, obviously, historically good midfielder, able to get it to her forwards. And Opabug, definitely, known for... No one really, everyone with Oppa, even in the past, before, Oppa was playing a lot more competitive now, Oppa was always a threat when next to your net, right, as Juliets tend to be. But the problem was, Oppa tend to not get the core, right? When Oppa doesn't get the core, it was a lot harder for him to perform. Liari and Evil Drew Danger, with them being on the same team, Oppa's getting so many chances, as we see right here, finds the pass over and over and over again. Drew just feeding it back to him over and over again, as I just said, and finds the bottom corner. Very well played, and they're going to win the first set 3-0.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that midfield control difference means that Drew can walk up when Liari is playing better than Gramella, especially in this first set so far. First pick is available, and Spark of Strength picked up. Okay. We are starting to spark here for this Juliet, and they're kind of uncontested for that Spark of... What was it called again? Spark of Resilience.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spark of Resilience is pretty much uncontested in terms of Staggersville here. Unfortunately, Bulk Up will go over, so they can't really assemble that with Peak, but definitely looking towards that scaling here when Prime Time is very heavily nerfed.
Yeah, I still think it's really good, though, especially on characters like this where the log damage is it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't matter, the damage on the log in general. And then, okay, I've got another hook here from Liari, managing to take out Granella, getting the Rasmus diff, as we're seeing so far. And that could change at any point, too. Like, one Rasmus feels like they're diffing one game, and then all of a sudden one hook will change all the momentum. So I'm definitely not counting out Gramella here in the matchup, but for now, Liari is kind of showing to be the better Rasmus.
Yeah, now Opabug once again in position. 3Z Breezy is low, picks up an orb, peels up a little bit, and Gramella lines up the pendulum swing. Going in is Obscure Bread, trying to find an opportunity, but Gramella cannot cover the top enough. Drew Danger gets the clear. More stalling out of time occurs, but 3Z Breezy's health is looking a bit concerning. Liari, though, taken down by the pass splitter, has no elusive left. Will be taken out if not careful, and that barrier beam will be enough. Gramella in position to flip will clear it away. 3Z Breezy in front of the net, and that flip to the top corner will be enough.
Yeah, 3Z finding that angle. Good patience. I mean, not really rushing it too much. Had basically his pick of the litter on where to shoot that, but finds the easy corner. And then kind of one thing I want to actually tip off on here real quick is, you know, kind of a hard thing to notice here. Only really seasoned veterans might see this, but Chatting actually has 2 swimsuit skins over Sundubu's 1, right? So they're definitely at an advantage here overall in the skin section. So we'll have to see if that translates as 3Z getting taken out already very early and the barrier going down.
Yeah, the hit stun
and the goal.
from Aquabug. Yeah, onto Obscure Breads for the barrier, saving the dash for the goal. And it's like, as you said, Appa's getting so many chances. And when you get so many chances, he looks so good.
Yeah, I feel like most forwards usually are like that, but when you put a Juliet specialist on their best character, basically, every single game I feel like in the league that I've seen so far, and then give them that many chances to score, it's bound to happen, right? So definitely well played to Appa for playing this well and getting all of these chances. Goes down early, but it's not going to matter. Drew Danger and Liari able to hold it down as Appa with the revenge kill finally, and 3Z and Breads running all the way up trying to get that barrier, but just held it for so long. I'm surprised Drew even held it for that long and managed to survive too. Well played.
Yeah, Regent's out of the staggered state, no longer in danger for the moment at the very least. 3Z looking for a flip angle. Grimella putting the hook down. 3Z up, but Drew Danger is there to defend it again and again. Obscure Breads looking for a pass forward to Grimella, but the Tofu Fortress will interrupt it with those giant beach balls. Aquabug in position. Another chance, yet another strike war possibility. Liari passing it back and forth, and giving Appa enough meter to get that flip for the barrier. And now as all the barriers are down, Borg, it's getting a little bit scary in the midfield, especially with that Tofu Fortress. The pressure is being put down, but Appa's in front of the net, gets the dribble, tries to get past the log, but it'll be too much. And 3Z Breezy hooked. Massive striker advantage for Jakara Chatting as Aquabug just wins the strike war in the midfield against the massive Dubu.
Yeah, the Dubu rolled out a bit too far and then sadly just wasn't able to strike right away after that Summer Assault stun. So Appa able to kind of recover, space out, and get that strike war win. Well played, but gets hooked away immediately. Grimella's got something to prove coming in here. They do not want to lose this set here, because if they do, with Sparks and Stacks already on the table, it's going to be very rough for them as Grimella, like I said, finds the hook, finds the goal. Great pass from 3Z. Just a well-played point there.
Yeah, and as you said, this draft is pivotal. The Spark scaling for Aquabug, of course, the Awakenings for the Rasmus. That can completely change the game in terms of that 1v1. It is all down to this point, whether those show up or not. And it is Liari who is sending the core forward yet again. Appa finds his way into position, sends it up to the top side for Liari. The roll is expended, but so many cooldowns have to be used by the Sundubu strikers. And now it is Evil Drew Danger who will just sit at the midfield, but is pulled back, has to burn the flip to not lose the barrier. The airship comes down, 3Z Breezy gets the barrier. Grimella's in position as well. Obscure Breads has the flip, is walking up, but Liari will push the core away for now.
Yeah, able to defend for now, but maybe not safe yet. 3Z finding an angle here, but Drew just avoiding everything and able to save it the whole time. The one thing you got to look out for, though, 3Z, Grimella, and Breads basically all have flip. Grimella is about a second or two away from it. 3Z looking really low, but nothing really a threat at the moment. Liari just keeping it forward, though, really unable to kind of get it past her, but finally they have an opportunity here. Drew making a wall for himself there. 3Z finding so many chances. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't scored yet.
Yeah, they have so many chances, but Liari has really been critical to this defense. But Liari is off the map for 2 more seconds. But even in the power play, they have been unable to capitalize. Finally, another chance, but no. The secondary ends for Grimella. 3Z to the bottom, blocked away by Liari again. And again, Liari is completely controlling the midfield. The Rasmuses trade with each other, but Appa has flip, has a chance, does not get the barrier, and Drew Danger will have to clear away. 3Z in front of the net is so scary, gets the dribble, but just goes back to Drew Danger, who clears it away. And Obscure Bread trying to find a pass angled. Liari and Grimella are both up. 3Z Breezy is there, but the Tofu Fortress will trade out the pass splitter. Appa with the KO as well. And now it is just 3Z Breezy in this midfield. Appa has an angle on the top side, stunned up, but doesn't matter. The punch is there for the follow-up as well. 3Z Breezy approaching, but it will just be passed down to Liari. The missed dribble does cost them valuable time as the Tofu Fortress comes down, though. And will they be able to convert is the question.
Yeah, Yeah, not quite yet, but Appa finally able to get that barrier. Give him enough time, like we said, he will get the job done. As Liari and Drew have just been absolutely popping off this entire set, just in 3Z and Gramilla's heads, I feel like pretty much the whole time, predicting all of their next moves there. 3Z unable to get that energy burst there. Appa getting a dash punch into the middle. Liari and Appa, this is their chance to score, turn around this whole point pretty much, as they were on the downside the entire time. Bread's trying to make something for himself. Log into log into log. Not gonna work out, but the angle not there in time. Gramilla tried to stop it with the pendulum swing, but did not quite get the angle. That set's going over to chatting. A lot closer of a set, but I'm really, really scared, Saya, for this draft here. Dubu first pick, though, is definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate draft order here for Chikara chatting. And that means some power picks will be given up. Probably the Deadeye to Erasmus or the Prize Fighter if they're going for that KO angle. And indeed, it is hovered. Drew will just wait, leave as many options up as possible as, well, Appabug will continue. No, it's just a 1-2 punch. Will not continue trying to go for any types of stagger scaling tomfoolery because it is Imi Zap, it is 1-2 punch, and Juliet is still Juliet.
Yeah, I think Sunjibu Strikers kind of got lucky there. That draft definitely not very impactful overall. I think Liari getting the Prize Fighter definitely matters, as well as Gramella getting Deadeye. I think they're both about the same, to be completely honest with you. The Deadeye's good, but it doesn't really shine until you get the specializes up. Just absolutely, I mean, finds a dash punch through the double wall, just put in jail. Unlucky, the double killer. This is their time to get the barrier. Manages to get it. Bread's able to, not get scored on at the very least. Holds the barrier for a little bit, but, you can only hold that for so long when a Juliet is just dash punching towards you over and over and over again.
Yeah, I'm really big fan of how Liari played the ending sequence there. A lot of Rasmus's always tried to get the pendulum swing on the core, and it's kind of fake. It's just the goalie isn't hit by it, it's kind of fake. Liari didn't even aim for the core, just aimed for Obscure Breads, got a little bit of hits done, and the shot just sailed right in while that was happening. If you're in my solo queue games, like, I hope some people pick up on this because some Rasmus forwards have a bit of a hard time getting that barrier.
Hey, my solo queue games, I'm the one in plat right now, so I'm going to be struggling a little more as, I mean, currently it feels like Gramella's struggling, but maybe not anymore, as finally finds the return kill on Liari. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen Gramella find a kill with that hook, but I don't know how Drew saved that. That was absolutely ridiculous. Well played from Drew there. The flip didn't even matter, but manages to find the back clear instead. Liari and Appa, now is their chance. Drew just looking like the best goalie in the world right now, like peak Barcode at this point, and able to find it. Obscure Bread's trying to emulate some of that success himself, manages to save it again. These Dubus are insane, Saya.
Yeah, absolutely locking down these barriers here. 3Z Breezy going with the Path Splitter, trying to get some damage down, trying to get some hits done as Drew loses control of the core for a moment, immediately capitalized on by Gramella. Now 3Z is in front of the net, lurking, but the Tofu Fortress will send it at Mach speed to the other side. Now Appabug in position, cannot get a strike on it. Once again a chance, but Gramella stands in front, avoids the strike war entirely, but Appabug, the core is back. It is too fast to react to, and Chikara chatting are 1 goal away from the lead in this series.
Yeah, the Dubus are playing so well until Drew messed up his strike, and then we see another one. Bread's just got mind gamed a little bit there, I guess. Was waiting for the punch. The punch didn't come, just the strike. So it got mind gamed a little bit there, but I mean, these goalies are playing so well for the most of that point. But it all, like I said earlier, it just all depends on these Razzies, the midfielders, the forwards trying to, put all the pressure down on them. And it feels like just chatting has had the upper hand basically this whole time. As we see again, Liari just finding another kill.
Oh, and 3Z Breezy misses the primary, unfortunately, and is left all alone. Will have to play all 3 roles for the next few seconds. The flip goes out, enough speed, but it is blocked away by the primary of 3Z, and finally the barrier is taken down. The massive log to Appa, and that is a clean sweep for Chikara chatting.
Yeah, well, I really didn't expect that. I mean, that's kind of how Amy Zap games go, though, right? Like, especially if you allow the double Rasmus. Oh, we get to see the MVP animation there. I haven't seen that one yet. I like that one. I haven't seen a lot of these new skin MVP animations, so that was nice to see. Drew definitely deserves it, absolutely popping off the whole time. Appabug, another crucial stat here, 8 goals. I mean, not super surprised, as Appa is normally the scorer for this team in general, so definitely well played to him. And then another notable stat here actually is, let's see, I mean, Drew with 70 saves and 162 redirects, just absolutely felt like, you know, they won 9-0 basically, right? But at the same time, or not quite 9-0, but you know, they won 3-0 in the set. But it felt like Drew was getting more pressure than Breads. You know what I mean? And I don't even feel like Breads was playing badly or anything. Drew just entered the next level. I don't even know what it was, but absolutely insane performance from them. And chatting, looking to take this game 2-0 here. We'll have to see when they queue into this next one.
Yeah, and maybe the removal of the orbs has pushed Drew to another level. He is no longer shackled by the orbs. They are no longer limiting his identity, and he can go back to what he once was. People won't remember, but before the orbs, Drew was the biggest Spark fan.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. You might see him sparking a little bit.
I mean, we saw Appa sparking there, so maybe that was Drew's call. Could be, you know. Definitely a serial drafter, that guy, 100%. And also, serial chatter. So's Appabug. Less so Liari, but, you know, getting there a little bit. I've seen a little bit of ridiculous posts from all of them recently, as their name suggests. We'll be getting into the next game fairly soon. The players, you know, got to shake it off a little bit. Soon to be strikers got to create another game plan, but I don't know. I mean, personally, I know nobody else does. I'm just going to say it. So I want to see Inky Splash Zone.
No,
and do you want to know why?
I totally get it. Like,
do you get it?
You want to see it for the point of like seeing it, right?
I want to see it because I've only been able to see it on 240p on my phone. I need to see it in its full glory and everyone hating themselves. I need to see it at least once. And I think this is the perfect game for it to happen.
You know, we've gotten the Odyssey Interactive mandated 3 maps in a row already. So this could be the start of a new cycle because it was 3 Obscura into 3 IME. What's next?
Could be the Splash Zone.
Could be the Splash Zone.
Either that or we're going to get, you know, let me call it right now. Let's do a guess. I don't think Splash Zone's going to happen. I want it to, but I don't think it's going to happen. I'm calling Oni Village.
Really?
It's going to be an Oni Village game because every time I cast, there's always an Oni Village game without fail.
I'm going to call Night Market.
That's boring.
I don't know. I just feel it.
If Night Market happens, we're going to see Drakars, and I don't want to see Drakars.
Oh, that's true. You saw the draft, the last draft, the Night Market draft, and
yeah. No, I don't want to see double Drakar. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of double Drakar. Can we just delete the character at this point, or at least like nerf him really bad so when we see him being picked, someone's got something up their sleeve, right? But when you see a Drakar being picked, the reason I have trouble with this character, right, guys, is I don't mind playing in the game or playing against it, but when I'm casting it or watching it, I'm so used to seeing Drakar, right? I know exactly what's going to happen. Strike shotgun. Strike shotgun. Molten bolts. Whoa! Strike shotgun. It's just over and over again. It's the same thing, right? Let's see some of these new characters. Let's see a Kazan. I need to see that character. I need to learn that character, right? I want to see some of the new characters, some of the new maps. I want to see some of this new stuff. Come on, guys. Let's see some fun, full chatting moment right now for me. but you go
no! The worst timeline.
We get another Amy Zap, ladies and gentlemen. Another Amy Zap game. All right, Sai, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see another Rasmus Mirror, or do you think Sundubu's going to ban it? Because there's no way chatting
I think they banned
right?
Julie, right? They have to ban Julie.
I actually didn't even see. You think so?
They didn't ban yet, but I think they have to.
Well, yeah.
No, wait. They're not going Julie on 3Z, though?
They banned Atlas.
Wait, they're just letting them just play Rasmus Julie over and over again?
Wait. Okay. I see what they're doing. They're playing Speedo X. Never mind.
No, never mind. Of course,
They couldn't go with my fun narrative there, but still haven't seen a Speedo X. I didn't have the skin yet, even though I played it earlier. Sadly, couldn't show it off to you guys, but you'll definitely see it in the future. Trust me. But yeah, I'm not surprised here. I mean, Julie's definitely the better pick here. They're definitely gonna. I think the Julie Rasmus is definitely stronger than Asher Rasmus on this map specifically, just given Julie has a lot more pressure. And then the Amy goalie actually, Brett's. I think he's a little bored of the Dubu, so gonna be playing the Amy here. I'm kind of excited what he's gonna cook up here. I always liked Amy on this map. I think it's incredibly strong, and I'm excited to kind of see it back.
Yeah, definitely could be the X factor that this roster needs, as it is a super surge and spark of resilience start, and Well, you know that Drew Danger is happy to start sparking as an immediate KO onto Liari. Drew Danger playing the midfield a little bit, locking down the bottom side as Appabug gets a KO. Drew Danger in a little bit of danger here. The barrier will be taken from long range as Dreezy Breezy's in position. Cannot capitalize yet, but the glitch pops from Obscure Breads are doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, doing so much. Drew Danger tends, I mean, I feel like, especially with the last game too, tends to lose the barrier fairly early, but just defends the goal like an absolute champ. So definitely not really scared for them here as we're going into it. But 3Z on that Julie, you know, might be able to finish the goal a little bit better now with that dash punch, especially to do with Drew stuck on their own wall and then manages to elusive the dash punch from 3Z. I think everyone was a little bit confused there, but nothing really serious happening overall as... I mean, we're kind of just going back to neutral here, so nothing too crazy here.
Yeah, and speaking of Super Surge and Obscure Breads, that eject buff is ridiculous in terms of cooldown and length. 30% is a pretty big number, and Obscure Breads will be quite the menace as Grimella gets the pull on the core from long range, snatches it out of Evil Drew Danger's hand, sends it to the bottom of the net. And if the Sundubu Strikers can play like this, work with the offensive pressure from Obscure Breads, this could be their game.
Yeah, one thing I definitely have noticed overall is that it feels like 3Z and Grimella, you'd think that they play together really well, but it feels like they're kind of just playing their own game as Grimella lags out of getting dying. I don't know what that was. A little bit sus there. Either way, gonna be low now, so definitely has to be careful. Liari trying to get the hook, not enough damage. Basically what I was saying earlier is that it feels like they struggle overall with securing... with securing kills and goals, but Gravella, I think, is immune? Okay, no, finally goes down. I don't know what that was. John, honestly, is going to have to take a look at that one in the server room later, probably. But nothing too crazy happening, just a little bit of shenanigans. Both barriers are still up, just basically goalie stacking energy at this point.
Yeah, and Drew is close to a flip. Could be utilizing that soon, especially while getting hit by the Firewall Sentry, but it's a striker advantage for the side of the Sundubu Strikers, and that Flamethrower will put on a lot of pressure, but somehow it is cleared away by Chikara chatting. The barrier will be taken on the other side. That's not what you want if you're a Sundubu Striker. That accelerated overtime dash punch almost gets a shot into the goal as Obscure Breads blinks forwards onto Liari, but leaves the net open. And the score is all tied up.
Yeah, a little bit of a blink moment. I mean, every Amy goalie has the, you know, they kind of do that, right? That happens at least once a game, even with the best of Amy goalies. It just, you know, you try for a hype play, ends up just going right past you. But either way, unlucky to say the least. It's 1-1. Definitely looking like a little bit of a more even game so far, but it is still early, very early, first set. So Appa trying to kind of, I guess, run interference on that core flip, able to do so, but not able to get the barrier. Obscure Breads playing it nice and calm. Drew finally losing that barrier. Grimella played very well there with that whiplash. Appa in position, playing like Oki right now, trying to just get in Bread's face, not giving him any, I guess, room to breathe. As Liari trying to feed it to Appa, Drew able to get it now. Appa not able to get the kill on Grimella there, really, really close. The beach ball's coming in clutch there, saving that core flip. As Liari looking a little bit low here, needs to be careful.
Yeah, taken out off the map. Grimella and 3Z with the passing plays and a bit of a strike war frame trap in the bottom side. The Sundubu Strikers convert. And if they can get a good start in this set, if they can take the barrier early, like they have been doing some of these rounds, this could be good for them.
Yeah, I definitely like 3Z playing Julie here a lot. I can already tell there's just so much more pressure, so much more threats, and he's getting a lot more conversions overall as Grimella gets a conversion of their own onto Appabug, and the core just rolls in. I mean, Obscure Breads able to get a good Amy wall down, just able to kind of section off Drew and Liari from that core and just kind of rolls in. So very well played from Sundubu Strikers, taking, I guess, the revenge set there.
Yeah, and that extra special is looking very, very juicy for that Firewall Sentry. Will also be a denial against the Dubu, who does still have a lot of picks. Specialized training will be denied away from the Rasmus, but Rapid Fire is incredibly strong now. Definitely won't complain about that. And as the rest of the picks roll in, it's definitely just a lot of power across the board.
You know, there's definitely an angle here I could see of leaving extra special up and then, you know, taking whatever else, Rapid Fire, something else, just so it guarantees extra special or specialized training for your Rasmus. But at the same time, I mean, Amiel is very, very insanely strong. And with extra special, it's even better, especially in the goalie position. So definitely not going to knock them there. Pretty good draft on both sides. Both sides kind of got what they want. Liari going to start building up that energy. Appa with the Egoist as well. So kind of, I'm not really sure who won that one. I'd say a little bit of an edge to the Sundubu Strikers for sure.
Yeah, and Obscure Breads is pushing the advantage with this item, with the eject super surge. So much range on that cyber swipe. Can jump into play from basically anywhere. Liari's health bar looking a little low. The firewall sentry in the middle of everything. And Avabug and Drew Danger were hit stunned so much they couldn't get out of the bottom side quick enough. That's an easy goal for Grimella.
There it looks like, Appabug back on defense, definitely not used to playing back that far in defense, so maybe messed up Drew Danger a little bit, not used to seeing Appa there all the way that far back. So could be a little bit of a chatting moment, could be true, we'll have to see. Great hook from Grimella. Grimella's definitely, showing up this game. Last game was playing all right, but just kind of slowly getting outpaced by Liari, as definitely who's not getting outpaced. 3Z Breezy able to just pop off on this Julie. I was saying it earlier, I love 3Z on the Julie. I think 3Z's Julie is very, very close to as good as his X. I feel like the Asher pick was a little bit of brain rot. Just seeing how broken Asher is now, and then 3Z just like, I've got to play it. Definitely don't think it was the move, and I'm glad that they made this adjustment to just, because there's just so much more pressure. I mean, look at that, barrier already gone.
Yeah, they're really playing with this quite well. Grimella taking advantage of the confusion, and Obscure Breads once again super surging across the entire map. Incredibly dominant set for the Sundubu Strikers, which is something I didn't think I would be saying after the last game.
I mean, I bet on them, so a little bit of bias on me, but I'm glad we're winning here. Also, maybe we'll see 3 games here if they keep up this pace, as we'll see what happens here. I'm assuming the Dubu is going to deny build different, but takes the Spark instead. Okay, as you said before, I mean, you weren't wrong. The Drew Danger was a Spark enjoyer, still will be a Spark enjoyer, as they allow built different on to one of the 2 brawlers.
But Timeless, they deny Twin Drive, but Timeless is inevitably left up. This is Timeless extra special for that Firewall Sentry from the Obscure Breads.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really agree with the draft on chatting side here quite as much. I see what they're trying to do, but I feel like it's another Sundubu Strikers draft win. And I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, draft doesn't make the games here. Playing does, and mechanics do, as they try to get the barrier, but unlucky, not able to get that dash in time. And great save from Breads!
What a save! Sends it back partially, and Grimella is there to fish it out. 3Z Breezy sends it away, and they're out of the danger zone. They figure it out, but Grimella is taken out yet again. The power play comes in. Obscure Breads will have to put another monumental defense on the board as it's passed up to Liari, to Appa. It is still defended away with the help of the Firewall Sentry. 3Z Breezy winning the strike war as well. The Sundubu Strikers continue holding. 3Z Breezy, a MOBA moment. Looks like he sent it backwards, but that's fine. They get the barrier on the other side. Grimella now. 3Z has the flip, glitch pop, dribble. Appabug in position though, dribbling for a little bit of energy, and no more cooldowns are left on Obscure Breads.
Yeah, 3Z realized it too late, started running back a little bit too late, unable to intercept that dribble, and I'm glad that 3Z didn't try to flip there, because I definitely would see a lot of players run back and attempt to flip right there and then just absolutely whiff it. So I'm glad, just realized it was over, just had to rely on the goalie there. So it's just 1 point, not a big deal, as Liari, ooh, great dodge there on the hook, probably would have killed for sure there, as Appabug finds a kill of their own. Grimella finally going down. It seems like the pace has, slowed down a bit for the Sundubu Strikers. Either that or chatting has just kicked into another gear.
Yeah, and that hit off the center. Drew Danger is providing so many good passes for Appa, but Grimella is here to interrupt now, lagging a little bit, it appears, but Liari is in the bottom corner, cannot make it happen. Grimella, whoa, incredible disconnection, but now he's back, looking to create some pressure here with the hook, trying to get a self-pass. Obscure Breads in the midfield, passing it up. The flip from Drew Danger will just go directly to Obscure Breads. Appabug almost being taken out. The flip has to be invested by Obscure Breads to save the point for now, but the blink forwards will miss the core. The hit stun from Liari will secure the goal, and Chikara chatting are looking pretty alive right now.
Yeah, well played there from Liari, actually hitting it down as, Obscure Breads trying to run forward to cut off the top pass arc to Appabug, but Appabug just running down on top of Obscure Breads anyway, and Liari able to hit it lower to, confirm that pendulum swing onto Breads and the core. So definitely well played from chatting there. 2-0, trying to swing this game back in their favor. And, I mean, definitely seems like an uphill battle, but this set, they're kind of making it look easy so far.
Yeah, but right now, 3Z Breezy's back in. The double hit stun on Liari and Drew will make sure that barrier is taken down. Grimella sending it past Aquabug with the help of the glitch pop as well, but the Token Fortune will halt the offense for now. The hook from Liari will create a striker disadvantage for the Sundubu Strikers as Chatting walks up. They cannot find this barrier, but finally the punch from Aquabug will be enough. Now Grimella will have to help Obscure Breads here. 3Z is back. Appa is taken out. Maybe the chance for a reverse sweep in this set from the Sundubu Strikers. The pass in, the hit stun, not enough. Drew Danger will send it away. Liari will pull it back. And with the respawn coming in, it's back to even.
Yeah, back to even. Kind of looking, you know, similar to last game a little bit more this set, whereas the first couple sets were definitely in Dubu's favor as Chatting maybe, you know, kind of a little weird play there. Liari able to snag it and find the top corner just right out of Bread's strike range. Did have the core flip. I just, you know, Bread probably thought that he could strike that core there, so a little bit unfortunate. But now we're going into draft here, and oh, this one might be interesting, actually. A lot of damage trainings, and we have Big Fish here, so I'm expecting Liari to kind of wait and see, you know, save Big Fish, but no, takes it off anyway. So Liari and going to take that size away, does not want Breads to deny it. And, you know, able to, I guess, kind of see. What do you think about this draft slide? I'm kind of just trying to figure out. I'm not used to seeing drafts. You know what I mean? I got to reassess what my brain when I'm looking at these awakenings.
So I see this sparking a little bit from Aquabug, right? And it feels like a lot of deny drafting, but the overall power level, I would say, is just way higher for the Sundubu Strikers there, because I think Chatting were very occupied with doing like the correct denies to try and keep the power up, give Aquabug a little bit more power for the knockback. But the actual draft itself, and as I say that, Obscure Breads with the outplay, but Drew Danger still gets there in time, but 3Z Breezy in the end finds his way to the core. But as I was saying, it just feels like the individual awakenings for Dubu that they picked up just feel a lot stronger.
Yeah, I definitely think Chatting, now looking at it again, definitely won that overall. The size on Rasmus, the extra strength on the Julie, just so important in general. Prize fighter, who cares at the end of the day? But 3Z might be able to take advantage of it with this heavy impact, but gets taken out by Appa, who does not care. The strength from that spark coming in clutch, finding that kill,
no.
And Aquabug able to just let it float on in. Unable Grimella to find that hook to save that core. So definitely unfortunate there, as Breads was taken out earlier. Yeah, I mean, this game's definitely swinging, I feel like. I mean, Sundubu Strikers still feel like they're playing well, but the gas has been turned up here from Chatting, as we see another kill for Liari.
Yeah, and as you said, the draft for Chatting also leaves a lot of room for scaling, right? Because now both Appa and Drew have the potential to take that final spark. They've reached the coveted 3 sparks. Not quite 4, but 4 is kind of a little bit of an unrealistic dream, especially when denies come into play. So as they get that point, they are definitely looking very, very good.
Yeah, looking incredibly strong indeed, as they are up a goal here. Liari finding that barrier nice and early. You know, one of the weaknesses of that Amy is when you get up close and personal, you know, she doesn't really have that many tools overall to save except for that strike. And Aquabug dribbling around, and like I just said earlier, once you get up and close to the Amy, the glitch pop is too hard to land usually. You can't really blink in their face. So unless you have, you know, the Matrix, or sorry, the Firewall Sentry, there's not really much you can do, and Appa able to just drib it around the Amy. So able to get another goal here. Chatting looking to reverse sweep this set, or look at this game, excuse me. And as we see here, the last spark actually going on this board. We'll have to see who takes it.
Yeah, will anyone deny it, or will it fall to Drew Danger? Because a 3-spark Dubu is very, very strong, especially because one of the sparks is agility, right? That's so much speed for Drew Danger when he is already doing so much on defense. He'll be able to play up in the midfield. He is fully activated now.
Yeah, I think you're a prophet, Sai. You literally called it, by the way. So, I mean, unable to get for 4 sparks overall, but definitely not as important in general for goalie. I think 3 sparks is more than enough. The agility is all really that matters. That spark of strength not too important for the goalie, especially at Dubu. Aquabug trying to find a killer on Grimella, unable to find it, able to get the elusive out at the very least, and able to get the barrier. Liari playing so much better now, I mean, in these last 2 sets. So looking forward to see them kind of convert overall. 3Z trying to find a miracle goal, unable to find it, but Bread's able to find the blink. Drew Danger was stuck in the log animation, hits it right around That log, it looks a little bit smaller on that skin side. I don't know if it's just me, but that pool noodle does not look as thick as the log. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that should have hit.
Yeah. The log has like the knobs on both ends.
Yeah.
But the noodle is just a thin noodle. Looks a little bit like a string bean. But as I say that, lots of violence. Only the Juliets are left in the forwards. Almost Appa being taken out as well. Good elusive comes out. And the barrier is down for Chikara chatting. Obscure Breath and 3Z trying to create a play. The meters are significantly high, but Evil the Danger has Flip as well to defend this one. Will do so, but the core just comes right back to Easy in position. Burns the log from Drew Danger, but the KO from Appabug is huge. But 3Z's in position. Liari has to make the save, and once again it is sent away, but the timer is stalled so well for Grimella from the Sundubu Strikers. They're looking to take it here.
Yeah, Grimella able to finally come back online. 3Z stalling so well, covering basically all the clear angles, predicting everything. Grimella trying to stall as much as possible, waiting for cooldowns, I assume, here, as 3Z just gets taken away. When you stall for too long, the Rasmus comes online, as both Rasmuses now trade, finds the kill on the respective Juliets. And the difference here is that the Sundubu Strikers are going to get their Juliet up a little bit sooner, as Bread's unfortunate core flip there doesn't really need it, but needs the blink and able to find the goal with that. You have to always look out for that Super Surge blink. Amazing play there from Breads.
Yeah, and suddenly the pace of the game has shifted again, and it is the Sundubu Strikers who are finding a way to slow the game down, to make it so that they can exploit the opportunities created by this Aimi and really just protect that goalie who is more vulnerable than the Dubu while creating opposite pressure like this. But the Flame Flurry will be enough to take Grimella out, and Liari and Appabug are approaching. Obscure Breads hits it behind, but the Cyber Swipe is not enough. Liari patiently waits, but it is still defended away, and Appabug winning the strike war, but it is still not enough to get past Breads.
Oh my gosh.
And it is just cleared down. Finally, Liari gets the bounce for the bottom of the barrier. Appa with the flip, but the Sundubu Strikers lasted for what seemed like forever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was like 3 behind the back saves again. I mean, from Brett, like, these goalies are just playing so well this set, really this game in general, and the last game as well. I feel like just very, very good performance this series from the goalies here as we get an early kill with Grimella, and this might be the beginning of the end, or just the end itself, as 3Z gets the barrier, finds the core flip in their face, and it was just too much pressure. They take game 2.
Yeah, the timeless extra special that they let slip by while chasing the Sparks. It's coming to bite them a little bit. It's coming back to bite them, and the series is evened up. Maybe we'll get a map that isn't Aimi's app, but I don't know. The jury's still out on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like a 90% chance to get Amy's app once you already have Amy's app. You know what I mean? Like, if you get the more maps in a row, it's actually the higher chance it gets, apparently. That is what the trend is here already. As we're queuing up for another one, I assume the players will be queuing up soon. Some stats, notable stats this game is Breads actually, you know, a little bit closer to Drew in the terms of saves, 61 to 70. So definitely a fairly similar goalie performance here. The difference was Breads able to find 4 goals and 1 assist and 25,000 damage. So definitely a lot more pressure, and I like that they did this, actually. I'm glad that Sundubu Strikers managed to kind of break out here. I felt like the first game they were trying to emulate a bit of chatting style, right? Kind of the defensive sit back, feed it to your forward, let them kind of do all the work as you play more defense, kind of fish for kills and sort of like core control style. I like when the Sundubu Strikers play more proactive, right? I'm glad that they play more proactive because with the Amy goalie, 3Z getting put back on, you know, the Juliet, kind of a more of a comfort pick there as opposed to the Asher, able to just create so much more chaos on that Amy, right? I mean, Breads, we all know Breads can play Dubu, but why try to match Drew Danger what he's best at when you could just mix it up a little bit and throw a wrench in their plan, right? That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah. And I don't know. Teams just don't ban Juliet against Appa.
Like, I don't get
it. It's wild. Apparently the stats team has a ping for me. In the first 3 weeks of the North American Strikers League, Appa has gotten Juliet every single game.
And now this week too, I guess. Actually, I don't know. I didn't see the yesterday's games.
I forgot about yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay. I wasn't there either. Yesterday didn't happen. Doesn't matter, as we are focused on today, and we are getting into the next match here as long as everything goes smoothly. And I don't know. I mean, I'm so scared to see the map. I don't want another Amy Zap. And also, if I'm right, I hope I'm not right. I don't want to see an Oni Village either, because I don't think anybody wants to see an Oni Village.
Okay. So it wasn't banned in one of the games yesterday. Appa played X once because X era, some kind of night market tomfoolery.
Did they win?
Nope.
Should have played Julie.
All right.
Atlas Lab. Woo!
Variety is finally
Let's
upon
go.
us.
Finally, an actual fun map here, a fun map to watch. I'm excited for this. I think definitely a lot more diversity you can kind of choose from on this map. We're going with the Atlas ban again. They do not want Evil Do Danger on that comfort pick of the Atlas. And we'll have to see what chatting actually bans here, as we cannot see the hovers. 3, 2, 1, it's Luna again. It has been an Atlas Luna ban, I think, every single game, if I remember correctly. They are a little scared of that 3Z Breezy Luna, it seems.
Yeah, and on Atlas Lab, who can blame them? It is the map where that Luna forward is extra powerful on. And Obscure Breads, it seems, is going back to the Dubu after the one and only Aimee pick. I believe that was the only time they have picked Aimee in the league so far. But on the other side, it is Asher and Rune coming out from Liari. This is interesting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Asher Rune versus... Era X, right? So you got a classic kind of versus, a little bit of a curveball, right? Maybe a little new school with the Rune midfield buffs coming in. I'm actually excited to see Rune forward a little bit more as, with those buffs and with everything kind of coming in for the character now. I think the character's in a really cool spot, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of him, as definitely not going to be seeing a lot more of those barriers as both going down right away, and Appabug getting both of them and the goal as well. A little bit of a steppy roll there from Breads. Call an emote for sure on that one. I mean, that a little bit of an oopsie there. Not really too much to say.
Well, let's just say that both these teams are readjusting after a long day of Aimee Zap. Definitely a different map to worry about. The pass splitter put down by Appabug. The pressure is coming in, but 3Z Breezy is putting 3 million damage onto Appa. The orb is taken away as well, but the pillar is set up. Appa had a chance, but is immediately staggered. Is almost out of the play. The log will send it away as well. And the KO is still not coming through though. Appa staying alive for the moment.
Yeah, 3Z definitely paying a little bit too much attention. I'd say just let kind of Appa be there. 3Z got to put a little bit more pressure, has that core flip, needs to pressure further up, and he does, as takes out Liari with that core flip. Tries to get the barrier, not quite able to get it yet, but Appabug also very low, so the pressure is definitely on the side of the Sundubu Strikers, as X-Max was coming in here, unable to find the kill though, as the beam, I believe, there actually knocked him a little bit too far away.
Yeah, and... well, this Appa Asher so far was good in the first point, but right now we'll need to find a way to survive more consistently. Stays alive, gets the strike, gets the bottom barrier. That barrier is crucial because Drew Danger will be locking down this top right one for quite a long time. Past the Liari, past the Appa, has flip, but is sent away before it is used in time. And now Appa is taking so much damage. Drew Danger dribbling to stall out some time, but Appa is struggling to stay alive for the moment. Still positioned in front of the goal. Comboed into the net by the Tofu Fortress of Obscure Breads. But Liari with the rune looking for a bit of an outplay. Flip forced out. But the great primary, the bewitching beam, comes out from Grumella. Liari's flip will not be on target in the goal. And once again, Appabug with the combo on the bottom side. The Asher dash punch was made consistent in the last patch, I believe. Definitely something that Asher needed, of course. But Appabug is so good in front of the net. Gets the primary, and that is a 2-0 lead.
Obscure Breads rolling away from the scene there. Definitely did not want to get caught dead there, or killed in general. One thing to note, actually, we didn't talk about is momentum boots for both of the Dubus here, and a 6 Catalyst start. So everybody has Catalyst, just if anyone in chat missed that. So, double banish here, and a kill onto the X. So the Rune definitely come into the clutch. I think Rune is definitely incredibly strong into this Era X, in my opinion, because the Era Shrink doesn't really matter on Rune. He can kind of teleport around, put barriers up, or pillars up, excuse me. Doesn't really care about the Shrink, and can kind of outpace Era, I feel like, in terms of midfielding. One of the few midfielders that can, really, in general. And then in terms of X, can kind of just ban his X and walk away, right? So definitely Rune, a very good counter to this strategy, and seems to be working out for them already,
Yeah, and also importantly, very good at contesting the draft, right? Dubu, Era, and X all want some hybrid of creation, Castellas, etc. Which Rune is very happy to take, but as I say that, Breezy with the hit stun on Liari. That is the Sundubu Strikers' first goal of this game. And they have been looking pretty good. They've gotten Oppa Bug low consistently. The main problem is getting past Liari, getting past True Danger onto those barriers.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think Appa is actually the bait here. I really don't think putting the X on top of the Asher really is that useful here, given that X definitely can bully the Rune a little bit, kind of can force the Rune a couple abilities out of, you know, that Rune, and definitely can bully a Dubu. I mean, very kind of infamous is the X kind of destroying Dubu metas, just, you know, absolutely just walking up to Dubus and destroying them over and over again as the middle explodes, destroying the Asher there as Grimella finds that bottom barrier. Looking a little bit more healthy now, 3Z trying to get involved, trying to kill Evil True Danger, trying to, I mean, I guess just trying to get damage. I think they're playing it a little bit better now. 3Z definitely has to play a little bit more up, tries to get a little bit more pressure forward rather than coming back and trying to kill Alphabug.
Yeah, meter is looking good for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. Liari being KO'd by the flip in front of the net, but it is still somehow defended without the flip used from Evil True Danger, who will use it now, but it is stolen away by Grimella and blocked by Evil True Danger, but those flips are taking a toll on the health bars of Chikara chatting. Finally, the regen is coming in though. Liari will send the core forward. The Magical Maelstrom will interrupt it for now. And once again, the offense continues for the Sundubu Strikers. Their KO potential is very efficient. They are playing it so well, but True Danger is just blocking all of the shots so far.
Yeah, 3Z though, bullying Drew, gonna get him very low, and has the flip too, so Drew definitely has to be careful here. Has 0 evades. 3Z gonna try to find the kill, flips, but unable to find the kill. Not the most worth, as Alphabet gets forced to come back, use that ultimate to try and save everything here. 3Z finally looking low. It seems like Chatting has finally found a little bit of a break in the pressure of the Sundubu Strikers, but 3Z Breezy on top of Evil True Danger, and it's just too much. I mean, blocking every single ability with his body, able to find the strike into that top corner. It definitely feels like the Sundubu Strikers are finding their groove in this game now.
Yeah, really well played from 3Z, spacing back to not be stuffed out by the log, just waiting for it, knowing, and that's the type of thing that you don't see too often. Now Grimella in front of the net, blocked away by the Rune Pillar from Liari, and Obscure Breads rolls down to cover the bottom barrier, and somehow preserves both as well. Really unlucky bounce for Chikara chatting as 3Z Breezy is approaching. The meters are so full of the side effects of the incredibly powerful Catalyst, even after its nerf. And well, the flips are coming through, and even if they're missed, honestly, like, compared to other team comps, the Sundubu Strikers are pretty fine with missing their flips, because it's just free damage onto True Danger and Appa and Liari. Appa and Liari looking low, but the barriers are down for Dubu as Chatting will look to score.
Yeah, definitely the goal of the Sundubu Strikers comp, as we've been seeing, is stagger that pressure, try to get a kill, and then stagger it, find the pressure afterwards, kill a midfielder, then hit the goalie. Just kind of more of that slow kind of choke out, right? Rather than just like a quick kind of burst, finding a really quick goal, or finding like a burst kill, bursting someone down like with a Vice comp or a Luna. It's more of a slow kind of tried and true classic comp, right? Whereas this more core control-y Asher Rune is definitely struggling a little bit against it. I feel like it has a chance, but Appabug definitely does not look as comfortable on this Asher as he does the Julie.
Yeah, but Appa does have flip, and even if there's no health bar, there's always a chance the flip will be blocked by Obscure Bread's own. And that pillar will send to the wrong side. 3Z has a chance. Obscure Breads hesitates, does not want to get caught lacking by the pillar. 3Z will win the strike war somehow, it appears. And now the goal is open. Liari playing immaculately on defense, but will it be enough? 3Z not getting there in time. Appabug with the 3 million hit stuns, perfectly timed to stop Obscure Breads from making the save, and it will be Chikara chatting. It was looking scary for them, but they still take the first set.
That was a long set. I mean, a little bit back and forth, right? Chatting taking the first 2 points, kind of looking a little bit dominant, and then Sundubu Strikers finding their footing, bringing it back. And it still looked like they were, a little bit favored in that last point, but Appabug made an amazing play on Obscure Breads, hit stunning, unable to take, save that core. And as we get into the draft here, we get prime time on the era, going to be definitely very scary as, Rune gets kind of the I guess a little bit worse prime time, aka rapid fire, but it has been buffed. I see now 40% reduced cooldown. I have no clue when that happened, but definitely very strong now. 3Z taking that heavy impact, going to be incredibly strong having that heavy impact, a little bit more cooldown increase, and a little bit more damage and pressure in general for that squad of the Sunduba Strikers.
Yeah, the rapid fire change combined with the prime time nerf makes it so that rapid is, in a lot of cases, just better prime time, although they do have slightly different uses. Yeah, like people are starting to prefer rapid over it on a lot of characters, especially when damage is involved. And Liari, with those KO combos, maybe would like to not have that knockback reduction on those pillars. But as we see, Grimelo is dribbling up, interrupted by Liari, and despite the era speed, Liari has been in there.
Yeah, definitely in there. Appa also trying to just stay super far aggressive and in there, using the ultimate on the 3Z Breezy, just kind of fist fighting with 3Z at the moment. 3Z says, I'm tired of this, I'm gonna go smack your goalie a little bit. Definitely agree with that decision as Grimela trying to run the midfield here, but Appabug and Liara able to find that last barrier. Drew still able to hold on to one themselves. 3Z got stuck in that wall a little bit there. I think he could have ran out the other side, not too sure there, but ended up paying the price for it as Appabug finds the top corner.
Yeah, really well played to immediately catch the core with the primary. Didn't let it slip through at all. Obscure Bread's no real chance to get it out. And if Chikara Chatting can keep this up, this could be a pretty clean 3-0 because they have scaled quite a bit. And Drew Danger is looking very good on the defense. Liari is just controlling the midfield, has so many pillars to work with that rapid fire. The flip will take the top barrier. Drew defending the bottom one as Breezy is looking a little low though. The logs and the Summer Assault will get the KO, and now it's a 1v3 situation. Pass to Liari, the bottom's wide open, primary for good measure.
Yeah, only so much you can do there as a Dubu with an Asher just sitting on top of you in a 1v3. Basically nothing you can do there, so I mean, 2-0 on Chatting. It's definitely not over for the Sunduba Strikers. I think they, I think their comp and the draft so far, they have what it takes, it feels like, but I feel like 3Z just needs to play a bit more aggressive, needs to sit kind of more in the goal, maybe hitting Liari a bit more, just needs to find, I guess, a space to, occupy, right? Because 3Z right now is kind of running around like a chicken, trying to find basically anyone and everyone to hit, but not really focusing down one person in general. As actually finding the second barrier now, Grimilla paying the life for it, but able to open up the goals. Bread's trying to stall a little bit here, opens up the middle, so definitely a really good choice there. Liari looking incredibly low, and Grimilla's already back up.
Yeah, but a great pillar by Liari will equalize the barriers. Breezy, though, is running in. Drew Danger with the patience, but the magical Maelstrom will make it so difficult. The log will send it away for now. Drew Danger gets the strike up to the top side. The pressure is diffused. No, once again, it is sent back. The Tofu Fortress by Obscure Breads is so good. The KO onto Liari is massive, removing that ranged threat from the side of Chikara Chatting, but the flip is here. But the small tornado will completely interrupt Appabug. Grimella in position. Breezy staggered, but still going. The banish, maybe, but no, just a tiny bit of damage for Liari. Appabug to the top side, blocked away by the roll. Obscure Bread sends to the same side, gets it past Appabug somehow. And that bounce off the center will stall it out even longer. Breezy approaching Grimella as well. And finally, it will slip through. Drew Danger not using the flip there. And somehow, the Sundubu Strikers are still standing.
Yeah, Drew opting out of flipping there. I guess, maybe not sure if that would have saved it or just said, screw this point, on to the next. We're up 2 points anyway. But, definitely looked like a little bit more of a dominant point there for the Sunduba Strikers, and it's exactly what they need. That's definitely not what they need, though. A little bit of an unfortunate Asher ult for Sunduba Strikers. Fortunate for the side of Chatting as they get both barriers instantly, and we see this now. 3Z forced to come back and play defense, and now they're just getting kind of run over by this Rune and by this Asher. This is exactly what Chatting wants.
Yeah, and now Appa and Liari are both alive. Appa in front of the net. The flip will send it away for now, but Appa has so much hit stun, you have to worry about it, and Obscure Breads gets caught up in the center, cannot make it to the top side where Liari is lurking, and all the help was away as, once again, that's a set win.
Yeah, Liari feels like, she's playing so well. She's really just... The pillar usage right now on this rune is just so incredibly good. I feel like with the buffs to pillar in general and the range, just making full use of that extra range buff. And as we get into the draft here, definitely some interesting ones here. We have Built Different, which would be useful for all of the brawlers, so I'm expecting to see somebody deny it here, or if... Okay. We see the Era deny the Built Different. Definitely agree with that. Leaving X with Specialized Training. Definitely not a bad training here, but Tempo Swing is going to go over to Appabug, which, I mean... I think is still pretty strong. Not really too sure how it's going to affect this game, but definitely will help. And one thing actually we didn't see is a Deadeye on Liari, so going to be a lot scarier with the Banish combos.
Yeah, and that's actually
wow.
it's actually a little funny, that draft, because even if Grimella didn't take build different, there's a good chance the draft would have played out the same in the Brawler picks, because Tempo Swing's incredibly good for Asher. That Path Splitter hits 3 million times, so much damage with that Tempo Swing, and X players are starting to really favor that specialized training, sometimes even taking it over stuff like the Cast to Last.
Yeah, I mean, as we just saw it there, right? Just hit so far, able to find the KO literally because of the extra knockback from specialized training. So definitely very, very strong here. 3Z finally, maybe finding his groove as he gets another barrier, trying to find the goal here, taking so much punishment. But this is exactly what you want as the X, right? Sit in the goalie's face, force the enemy team to come back and deal with you, because if they don't, then, I mean, soon they're going to die. I think that's definitely how we should be playing this game. It feels a little scummy, but definitely the way you should be doing it. As an amazing elusive there from 3Z, able to avoid that banish.
Yeah, and Liari slowed down in the midfield. Flip has to be used by Evil Drew Danger. A bit of a funny bounce. Almost catches Obscure Breads off guard, but he has Flip. But Liari fakes it out. Predicts the predict. Passes back to herself and blocks the Grimella flip as well. Drew Danger is still alive as well in the backfield. Barely staying alive as 3Z Breezy continues to hit him over and over. The KO on 3Z from Liari. Liari is doing so much right now, but Grimella wins the strike war, and all of that from chatting was for nothing.
Yeah, Liari playing so incredibly well. They're making, I mean, Grimella's life and Obscure Bread's life just a living hell, right? Just making it so incredibly hard to clear. 3Z doing his job, definitely putting so much pressure onto Drew, unable to find that kill overall, but ended up, not really mattering in the end as Grimella finally, find their footing and got that goal. As Appabug going down early, 3Z now going to be very happy about that. Sorry, put so much damage and so much pressure into Drew Danger here soon as, I mean, Obscure Bread steps up a little bit too far though, loses both barriers.
Yeah, and once again it is Liari so clutch with the rune. And now it is Appa in the midst of everyone trying to win a strike war. Single strike war equals a goal here. It's cleared away from Breezy Breezy by Drew. And the hit stun from Appa is not enough to stop Obscure Breads. The flip comes out and the KO as well with the banish. The Tofu Fortress will send it forward. Appa in position, cleared away by Obscure Breads, but the pillar is there in time.
Yeah, I mean, the rune, like I said earlier, just looking pretty immaculate right now. Liari piloting the character so well. I know Liari's liked this character for the longest time and has wanted to play this character in competitive for so long. So definitely probably very happy about the rune changes here as 3Z. Very happy about his positioning here right inside the barrier just as he wants. Grimella trying to find that second barrier but unable to find it. 3Z has to burn the core flip in order to survive. Appa might be able to find the kill on him, looking a little bit dicey, but able to survive anyway. Just barely able to kind of, avoid getting knocked off the edge here. Bread's running up, trying to fly a little bit, misses the flip, has to run back. Enough time for the Dubu out in front and kind of back neutral, but one barrier down for the side of chatting.
Yeah, and this Tofu Fortress should have helped, but what a great defense by Dubu, and 3Z Breezy's coming in with the specialized training, smacking Appabug around, but that goalie buff will help a little bit in the tankiness. Drew Danger stays alive for now, picks up an orb, stays healthy. Appabug getting the top barrier, looking to get another one with the Path Splitter stun onto Grimella. That's so much damage, almost a KO. The bottom barrier will be taken despite the Tofu Fortress. The banish unfortunately contacts the core, not exactly what they wanted. Kind of slows down the play a little bit as Grimella gets their hands on it, but it's a 1v3. Liari to Appabug, to Liari to the top corner, and Chikara chatting are one goal away from taking the series.
Yeah, they're looking so dominant. Liari especially, beautiful banish combo, layered the pillars perfectly to basically 100-0 3Z Breezy, and then Appabug able to find the cleanup kill onto Grimella. Great passing play from the two of them. Definitely has been coming, I guess, into, a bit of like their own in terms of forward duo. Definitely been playing very, very well as they get one barrier already. 3Z feels like getting the pressure, but just unable to convert, maybe dying a little bit too soon in a lot of these cases. All right, so definitely needs to try to survive as long as he can. Has to burn flip in order to do so, and Grimella just feels like getting a little bit, like outplayed here by Liari overall. Feels like a hard matchup for the era.
Yeah, Liari we were saying Liari's name so much, but she's outplaying so hard. Appabug with the primary as well, gets the strike, but it goes around the barrier. Huge opportunity for the Sundubu Strikers. They get the KO onto Liari. They have a chance. Breezy in position for the bottom barrier, but Drew Danger wins the strike war, has a Toad Fortress, almost gets the barrier, but it's not enough on the other side. But that's a little too much to ask for. He's already defended both barriers. Appabug has the flip, is in position. The Toad Fortress will stop it for now, but Liari is back. The double banish will stop 3Z Breezy in his tracks. The barrier goes to the other side. It is still defended by Obscure Breads. And, well, honestly, the core moves so fast in overtime. The barrier taken. Obscure Breads has to put up the defense here, but Liari's in position, sends it through, has the pillar, but it will not cover the corner. Liari again wins the strike war down to Appabug, and Obscure Breads is not there in time. An unfortunate clear creates an opportunity, and Chikara Chatting keep their playoff dreams are basically kept alive by this series.
Yeah, they needed this win 100%, right? Sundubu Strikers definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board after this super week. A little bit rough overall, I think, in that last game. It felt like 3Z 40k damage, finding 9 KOs, but just really unable to convert a lot of opportunities, I think, overall, and kind of dying a little bit too much. I felt like the rune was just such a good pick overall. We've been talking about it over and over again, not to sound like a broken record, but Liari piloting this rune character, definitely a great pick, great performance, well played to basically everyone on chatting. We didn't really talk too much about it. I think Drew Danger kind of basically just held it down after getting so much pressure from 3Z Breezy, able to hold it down basically the entire game. So props to Evil Drew Danger for this entire series and this last game. And then Appabug able to convert when it mattered. Definitely not as much of a presence as Appa is used to being, I feel like, in a lot of those games. However, definitely put in the work in the series overall. So congrats to chatting. Sundubu Strikers, like I said, going back to the drawing board. Not the end of them yet. I believe they still have a chance to make playoffs, but gonna have to put in some extra overtime work here in the next couple games.
Yeah. And although this isn't like the playoff decider, right? There's still the season left to play. This just helps Chikara Chatting so much, and it's a massive missed opportunity for the Sundubu Strikers, because if they take this series, the Sundubu Strikers move up to a very, very comfortable 4-1 as they face some of the harder teams. But now they drop to 3-2, and their schedule ahead is scary. Yeah,
definitely a scary schedule, but not over for them. They definitely have a decent record to work with. Not the greatest performance, but not, the worst performance. Definitely playing 3-2, a little bit above average, definitely doing fairly well. Some of those games definitely could have gone their favor, I believe, those 2 losses. However, not the end of them. We'll be seeing them next week, and I'm excited to see what they come back with. I think the second game they played incredibly well, and I think the third game they had potential. They just really needed a little bit more, I guess, oomph, right? They needed a little bit more oomph, a little bit more pressure. Right, I feel like with this Era X comp, a little bit of chatting moment for me. The strength of it is that if you play very aggressive, it's very strong. But when you play a little scared, when you play a little bit too timid, you let the goose chase you and you run away. You can't run away. You gotta stand your ground. Don't let him, chase you off. He means business. He's all talk, and that's what that rune was. But they let the rune kind of cooked a little bit too much, and really just kind of let the side of chatting run the whole game for the most part. So definitely well played to the side of chatting once again. And I believe we'll be getting into the post-game stuff here soon, Saya.
Yeah, but before that, we'll have a short break to get all of that organized. Don't go anywhere, because you'll see the very face that is on my right back in the closing analyst desk. That's crazy. But yeah, thank you for watching so far. Make sure to stick around.
We made it! It's the end of the Super Week. Woo! Yeah. There were victors, there were losers, and the final victor is Chikara Chatting, who takes it 2-1 over the Sundubu Strikers, keeping things even and down to the wire here as we come to the back half of the season. I am now joined by Appa Bug and Liari. Appa, send it to you first. Just give me your reactions after that game 3.
Liari had a game, like definitely one of the games of all time. Was proficient as heck on this rune. Honestly, at a certain point, I just started passing, like even in spots I might have been able to score because I was like, she's been hitting like every single shot and like all her plays was so amazing. I honestly did not think that I played very well that last game, but sometimes you gotta trust in your teammates, to have a performance when you're not having one.
So the scoring rune, Liari, how does that work? I don't think, is that how you're supposed to play the character, is by scoring?
Usually you get the lucky goals by the pillar randomly hitting it. I don't know how he ended up actually striking some of those in, but yeah, fun goal scoring game for sure.
Fun goal scoring game. Borg, I imagine you had a decent bit of fun with it though.
Yeah, that was fun to cast for sure. I mean, I'd assume the rune buffs kind of coming in here definitely helps with scoring because you get a little bit of that extra, I guess, inch or two to kind of find those angles. So I'm definitely excited to play it on my solo queue account. Definitely don't queue if you see me on, or you will lose on my team. But I'm excited to play it either way. But yeah, I mean, I think definitely you guys played pretty well. I think Appa, like you said with the Asher, I don't think you played bad. I just think a little bit of Asher brain rot. You know what I mean? I think 3Z had that mistake in the first game too. I'm kind of curious. So I guess my question to you guys is why, I guess, what was with the Asher? What was cooking with the Asher? You just think it's OP? You think it's strong on that map or with the rune? Or why not the Julie? You know what I mean?
Two things. Well, it was kind of my decision. Like my team was just fine with me choosing whatever. The reason why I chose the Asher, for one, I think that while Julie also procs Catalyst really well, she procs it like phenomenally, especially because I can kind of just use my secondary walk into the era tornado and have flip. The other thing is I saw the era. Like when I saw the era, I'm like, I really don't want to play. I knew the era X was about to come out, and I really did not want to play Julie. And then something into era X. It's a little bit more difficult sometimes, um, especially in that type of game state on Atlas Lab. And I'm like, I'm just gonna play the Asher, and we don't have to like play as much for kills. We can. It also gives us the opportunity to go for that rune, as we said, which is actually pretty good against the X. So yeah, that was the thought process.
Makes sense.
So you all, of course, pick up that victory, and if we take a look at the standings, that puts you now on the edge here of playoffs contention in this tie for 6th between you all and Goats Esports. And I now realize that this was not fully updated, and so I have to make things look really bad on the broadcast for a
Live
moment.
edit, everybody. This is how it's done behind the scenes and on the scenes.
That's how it is.
This is how it's done.
Shh. Anyways, so what are you thinking here about Goats Esports in their run so far? Liari, I'll send it over to you. Who's going to be able to pick up more wins as the season goes on? Because you two have pretty similar schedules heading into the back half.
I haven't looked at our strength of schedule, but I think that on paper we're the more favored team. We beat them in basically every single time we've encountered them, except for yesterday. Unfortunately, I kind of had fucked up audio yesterday, but it happens. Overall, I do think they're a genuinely good team, and I think they're one of the teams that are more likely to scale. Fudgy is a good midfielder. He has a number of notable picks that other midfielders don't really play at the moment. He also doesn't have some picks that some other midfielders have, I think, like Aimee, which is interesting. I think that's a team that's going to have a lot of really exciting matches and be a really good one to watch. And I think we'll end up beating them, but yeah.
Of course.
To read out what ends up happening for the rest of the season, 4 more matches remain, of course. Chatting has yet to play Finesse, Oshi no Core Flip, I lost it, Core Overflow, and Winterfall. And then Goats has to play against Oshi, Orbits, Finesse, and Core Overflow. So relatively similar in terms of the back half of this season. Of course, with you all already having played against one another, it's worth noting that technically they'll have that tiebreak advantage if it comes down to it. And it could end up knocking you all out of contention because of the results of that match last night. Sorry, Liari, audio cord and all.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
But I have to get your all's takes here because it's no surprise that Demons Raw and Sad Boys are now 5-0 halfway through the season. But next week, one of them will no longer be undefeated because they have to go up against one another. How do you think that matchup's going to play out? And what do you think? Actually, I'll word the question this way. What do you think is going to be the role that makes the largest difference between brawler, midfield, or goalie? Oppabug, I'll send it over to you first. What do you think here?
I think that as it currently stands, I think that it's gonna end up coming down to Gumi because he's been playing really, really well last weekend or two. He was struggling actually before that, but I think you can see in tournament results, game results, he's definitely stepped up his play. And I think while y'all is obviously known as, one of the goats in the goalie position, I think that the way Gumi's been playing is so oppressive for the forwards that it might just be too much. So we'll see if that's the case.
So Oppa says goalie. Liara, do you agree?
I may have missed the question.
Asking most important matchup of the positions next week for Sad Boys versus Demons Raw.
Oh, I think actually I want to say it's going to be midfield. I think Kainub versus Vaughn is really interesting, and I think Kainub's going to go into it with a lot to prove since he has a new PC and he's also going to be on like 20 ping. I'm not sure if Kainub has played against Vaughn on Central in like his own environment yet. Maybe he has, but I don't quite recall. And it should be a really fun game. He's Kainub's like one of the best midfielders, right? And I think one of the ones who has a chance at actually on the day beating Vaughn.
Borg, you've got a thought here?
Yeah, of course. As a brawler player myself, I gotta say the brawler position is going to be the show for either side, right? I mean, just think about it, right? You're putting your hands on your head. You're like, oh my god, this guy.
So we have to come to some kind of consensus, okay?
Listen,
all
let me
three
make
of
my
you
point.
can't pick the different things.
Let me make my point, okay? Because it kind of like is parallel to Appa's point here, right? I think Snake definitely has been one of the new kind of showstoppers of the scene, right? Definitely been popping off in, except for the game versus me. But other than that, he's been popping off completely, right? Just diffing basically every single brawler. And Bell's notoriously the best, forward in the entire game, basically, so far at least. So I think a lot of this game in general in Omega Strikers comes down to that kind of it factor, right? Kind of comes down to can you capitalize when it counts? And on that same kind of scale, can the goalie stop you? You know what I mean? Like, if the goalies are kind of putting them in check, then that matters. So, in a sense, goalie kind of would be the more important, but can the forwards make the difference? I'm excited to see that.
All right. Well, they'll be breaking that tie at the top of the table. But in addition, next week, we'll also see a tie broken between Core Overflow and Sundubu Strikers as we take a look at the rest of the matches that'll take place next week. You all, in terms of Chikara chatting, will square up against Finesse, who's been looking particularly strong. Liari, I imagine there's going to be a couple of emotions on the line for that one.
Well, obviously, it's going to be very important to me to beat Lily Bun because it'll just be fun. If I lose to her, she has something to rub in my face for the next month, and it'll be very sad.
Appa, how you feeling heading into that one, especially going up against someone like the Joker?
So I'm gonna be real. I think the most interesting thing isn't Joker and me; it's Joker and Drew. They have their own beef.
That's true.
If you've ever
That's
seen
real.
them. I think that if Joker wins, I think Drew is gonna have it even more than he's already had it. But if Joker loses, I don't think Drew will rub it in, but he might, and I think it'll be really funny. So I'm definitely excited to see the chatting that might come out of this match.
That is going to be chatting central. That will be chatting central in that match for sure, almost regardless of what happens. You see the rest of the matches on your screen there. Go ahead, Leo.
I was going to say, also, Puffy's Estelle is so fun to play against, and I really want to play that mirror. I really hope we get it.
We'll see if John Odyssey himself will allow for it, depending on awakenings and maps. But nonetheless, other matches happening next week are Orbits versus Winterfall and Goats versus Oshi no Core Flip. Both matches that potentially could have implications, though Orbits and Winterfall probably looking like they might not make it. Sorry, Borg. You're a little late, okay? You're a little late.
It's never too late. You know
well,
what I mean?
Well,
you don't know that.
Well, yeah. You want me to take a look at Winterfall's next upcoming matches real quick? You all have yet to
if
play.
we win all of our games, including the one
There's
versus Sad Boys, there's a chance.
Yeah. I was about to say you have to go up against Sad Boys at some point during all of this.
Well, I'm the bane of Sad Boys. I'm the insider. I used to be on the roster, right? So I know what they're going to do.
The final match of the season is Winterfall Chikara chatting, and I imagine these two are feeling pretty confident they can take you.
We'll see. We'll see if I can scale. I don't know yet.
I will say they did take us out in the liftoff tournament. I mean, it wasn't the same roster at all or anything close to it, but
yeah, nothing close. Let's be clear. Nothing close to the same roster. All right, folks, that's going to do it from us here for the North American Strikers League this week. Thank you all for playing both days today and coming on the broadcast and the whole 9 yards with that. We're wrapping early today, which means everyone can, go enjoy the last 20 minutes of sunshine that might be outside for some of us over here on the East Coast. And we will catch you all next week. Matches will resume at with coverage beginning at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Saturday. We will see you all then. But until then, of course, stay tuned to more things in Coscord for other tournaments and the like. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you all next week.
Keep chatting.
Thank you.